Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another exciting day in the JESSY KURCZEWSKI trial, the Vicene murder trial. Welcome to Jamie, the apple of my eye, the sun in my day, the best thing on YouTube. And welcome to all the viewers over at Valhalla's channel. We are dual streaming again today. Valhalla has farm-related problems he has to take care of because he has a real life. I just have my life. So he will be in and out as he sees fitting, but everyone should go like, subscribe, help him a little bit with his watch hours because Valhalla is a good guy. And that's why I'm really happy that we can help him out and get some view hours while he still will be able to take care of the goats. But first of all, Irish, I don't know if you came back after lunch yesterday. I didn't see the 5 gifted memberships in time because I think I was out blowing my nose and it just went past me. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships yesterday, and very much appreciated. And the other Irish with an E, good morning. And Christine is here. Fat boy, how you doing, Fat? Hope you have filming yesterday went well. Irish with an I. Oh, good morning, Madam Farrell.
Madam
Look
Farrell.
who's awake.
Did you call her Madam Farrell?
Yeah.
I love that.
She's a grown lady. Yeah, Valhalla is dual streaming. It's linked in the top of the stream. Please, everyone, go show him some love. And if you're watching on Valhalla's stream, hey, Gene, you could also come over here, tickle my like button, and run right back to Valhalla's channel and make sure you help him with the view hours. Watch hours is probably the right thing. You don't have to yell at me, Farrell. I am going. I know the senior citizen union could give me a PC class, but I won't understand it anyway. But technical difficulties were, so we found a solution. Again, I can only work with what I have, and it's not much. Carol, she's someone has been sleeping well tonight. She's really feisty today. I miss when she slept all day. Jamie, the shirt.
What? It says, no, you hang up. I think it's funny.
Good morning, Wicked. And Miami Spice is also up. Good morning, good morning. MLS, I'll grift you as well. MLS is the best lawyer out of Michigan with a YouTube channel called Making Law Simple. I know no other lawyer as great as MLS who has a YouTube channel called Making Law Simple. So everyone should go and sign up to his channel, because then you can get into the Discord. And even though he's not here, and you changed your name since I made that one, but you're not here, and I'm still grifting you as well, because you're a good guy, just like Valhalla, a great guy. Everyone should follow both Valhalla and Dave. You went the top of the old fort at Fury.
You got
that
5.
Sounds like a... Oh, another 5. Oh, I'd better keep track on this. It's Miss Luna. Thank you so much, Luna, for the 5 gifted, which went to Tony Wolfram, Mr. Shaquille Oatmeal, Alan Walsh, and the last... Oh, Excited got one. Yeah. It was just because Wendy was between them. I don't know if I should say it that way. Thank you so much, Luna. So nice to see you two this morning. And Little Peanut, good morning, good morning. And good morning, excited. Congratulations on reaching 500 subscribers. That's you're really on an upward trajectory. It must have been a great stream yesterday. I'm so sad that I went to bed and half an hour before you started, but you people, you stream on odd hours at 2 in my morning. It's why can't the world run on Danish time? It would be so much easier. But the 500 reads, that's a impressive feat. So big congratulations, and just up to the weekend. So you can celebrate all weekend doing the 500 dance, if there is a 500 dance. I don't know. But congratulations, no matter what. Good morning, Wendy. I'm sorry, Jamie. I'm an idiot. Mr. Schissmeister is over at Valhalla's. Hello, Shissy. And Wendy, you are always listening, and you're always lurking a bit in the chats, and you come in with the good things. Yeah, congratulations again, EU, with 500. That's amazing. Yeah, it's sometimes you just get these massive bumps, and it's amazing to see that. I like that everyone we talk with, and EU. I won't remember when you did a guest host on my first baking spot. It must have been that. It's a little delayed. No, I won't take any credit. I think it's impressive. It's keeping your nose in the grindstone or whatever, keeping your nose to the track and just soldier on. That's the only way to do it on YouTube. I'm not feeling that much better. I am deeply regretting that I started streaming yesterday. Not only because it was so boring a stream, but because I'm still very not constipated, clogged up in my nose. I need to learn English. Gotta go feed the pigs before they have a fit. Yeah, feed them with lawyers, like I said yesterday, and make Jamie wonder why I would give feed pigs to lawyers.
I thought you were going to send them to me.
The feed pigs? Well, I could do that. Congested, yeah, that's something else than constipated. Sorry, this is a dual lingual channel. I speak a little bit of English, a little bit of Danish, and the rest is just nonsense. Well, just keep doing what you're doing. It's working. That's the only thing I can say. It's what people don't understand about YouTube. It's just being constant and doing stuff people like. That's why I don't understand why people are here. It's because of Jamie. I know it.
And you should be helping Sal out with that. You got a pretty crazy boost. And you got to get Sal.
Yeah, Sal. Oh, I have sent Sal a link. I don't know if he's going on with Nicholas. I miss hanging with Sal. We only get to see him on Saturdays. He should work on Danish time as well, so we could hang more with Mr. Salbert. But to the 24 people who are here now, if any of you don't remember what yesterday was about, because it was so long-winded, so boring, so incoherent. It was almost 7 hours of the defense asking questions of the ME, which the state shut down in like 20 minutes. They raised a lot of great questions that if they had done it in, I would say in an hour, had they done it in an hour, as I said yesterday, brought out the magic whiteboard, made it very, very easy to understand, they would have been great questions. Instead, they chose to read 5 different medical reports, then asked about 10 different other papers about if Visine is deadly or not. And I know I'm kind of like a squirrel brain. It's all over the place, but I try to listen along and figure out what's going on. And they lost me. I was answering emails. I was looking up marketplace, and what I got out of it was it was a total waste because it was so easily pulled apart by the state in half an hour just before court ended. And I don't know, Jamie, if you ever played music.
Like on the radio?
No, play, not listen. Did you play
Like,
music?
like play?
I don't know what this is, Jamie. But
That's like a guitar.
please, Farrell, please don't clip that.
No.
You never played an instrument.
Well, in 7th grade once.
Oh, well, let's not talk about that guy. But when I played music, we were told if the first note and the last note are great, people don't care that the notes in between might not be that great. It's how you start and how you end. And yesterday, they started badly, but the state ended great. And that's a big problem for the defense in this case. They really, really have to do something else than talk so much that they could bore people to death during this trial because nothing came out yesterday. Swap up, they are set to start at 8:30, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, 8:30 Central, I believe it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's America. Who cares? Well, I love each and every one of you too, Christine. You're a good person. Well, you make me blush. Oh, Sal is going on with Nicholas. Well, then everyone should you should buy another 2 screens so you can follow me, Val, Sal, and Nick. And because all of us are good people. I'm not. The rest of us are good people. Good morning, Vinosaur. No, I'm still a bit sick. Mr. Wheelhammer, good morning. Yeah, and if you just hit a few notes between the first and the last one, they'll be happy. I bet she did. She know how to blow that wood.
I hate you guys. I'll never tell.
No. Yep. The big problem was Daryl Brooks made this defense look bad, but because even somewhere in his idiotic rambling, you could understand what he tried to say. Yesterday, we were asking multiple times where they're going with this. And they weren't going anywhere. They should just have pulled out. So many people have died with these barbiturates in their bloodstreams. So many people have died with these level of vicine. Look, no one dies from this level of vicine. Everyone dies from this level of barbiturates or whatever it should be.
Mhm.
But it seemed like the classical case of if you don't have the facts, pound the law. You just kept talking because you couldn't land a home run. Hey, Lefty boy.
Hey, Lefty.
Well, this case will talk you to sleep fast.
Yeah, don't worry.
Oh, you purchased goat vision for the occasion. Yeah, you should do. He should have a 3D world set up for his goats.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not pulling that one up. Yeah, the clarinet is a wood instrument. I know that. And a lot of female clarinet players. Not that I mind.
Reveal hammer.
Pull out of what?
Go to bed. Go back to bed.
Yeah, Irish should go back to bed as well.
Irish, go back to bed.
Yeah, we missed Lefty. I hope you feel better, buddy.
Yeah. He doesn't like us anymore.
No, but we never liked him, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Jackpot Springs, welcome, welcome. Hey, Danielle, nice to talk to you this morning on Mr. Malloy's show. Why doesn't it surprise me that Lefty used to play a wood instrument? Well, you could go back to bed. You might lose a paycheck or something, but you could do it. It's a choice. Yes, everyone, please remember to like and all the YouTube stuff. And again, some surprises aren't that big. Luna played the clarinet as well. This is turning all the way dirty very fast. I really try to keep it above the board and be a nice, wholesome channel. But then you talk about playing wood and making
I
it dirty.
never said anything.
See, Jamie doesn't believe. Farrell doesn't believe you.
Yeah. Oh, whatever, Lefty. Bye.
Left.
See you in another year.
Yeah, it's getting derailed already. No, I really try to keep it above the belt. Yeah, I am wholesome, but I hang out with a lot of people who are not that wholesome. Well, before I go, then we'll keep it a little. It's a Friday. We can keep it a little lower than where we normally keep it. No. What's going on since they're not getting ready in Wisconsin? I seem to remember she had early Fridays in the Brooks case. I hope she does. But then she should be going instead of being 10 minutes late. They were early yesterday. So I really hope that something will happen today. We finished with the ME yesterday. So today, and this is why I don't get, this should be a 5-week case. We had all the medical information yesterday. We had all the levels of toxicity in her bloodstream. We have the crime scene investigator on Wednesday. We had the EMT who arrived at the scene. Then we have to get into the finances. You need the family member who allegedly thought she stole something from him. You need banks to say that, oh, this looked fishy. And then you need her boyfriend to confirm that you would try to have the boyfriend on to confirm that she lied.
Yeah.
You might want to go into some of the interviews. I haven't seen the interviews online. They might be out there because I'm not the biggest snoop. Hey, Farrell. So someone else might be able to figure it out. Farrell.
Oh, I was like, why are you saying hi to her? Where's she at?
No, but you're not. You need a cup of coffee. You're not firing on all cylinders this morning.
Me?
Yeah, it's because it's your day off. You're just.
Yeah, and I was lazy this morning.
Yeah, me too. I got up 10 minutes before I had to start.
Mm-hmm.
No, but you need the boyfriend to say she lied. You need the police officer to say they sent them around digging in the park. Then you have everything related to the murder. Or maybe someone to testify how much was in the life policy. Then the murder part is done. Because you have an ME saying it's not suicide.
Yeah.
What else do you need to say this is a murder? I can't see why this should go longer than the Karen Tyler case. And that took 2.5 weeks. And there's way more evidence in that one.
I mean, mainly it's just because of, these lawyers are ridiculous with their questioning.
Yeah, but again, it's set to last for 5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So they must have in the not in the Rincala case, the other one, we went to 25 witnesses in no time. Oh,
already have that certification.
oh, they started early and
In
forgot to
terms
turn on
of
the screen.
being a fellow of the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists,
Oh, a forensic
Does that-
toxicologist.
require you to follow certain guidelines or ethical guidelines in your work?
They are just starting
Yes,
what they are
so
an
every
expert.
time I recertify, I have to sign an ethics statement, basically
Oh,
a statement indicating that
looks
I will
boring.
continue to work ethically as a forensic
Oh.
toxicologist and follow the expected ethical guidelines of the field.
Yeah, Gene.
And there's an it's a little bit of a complicated relationship, but there's
good
something
morning.
called the Academy Standard Boards, and that's part of the American Academy of Forensic
Well,
Sciences.
they have to
and
tell the
it,
court how long it goes,
is
probably, so
a
they can slot
partnership
out
with,
out a
national,
time zone for
federal
this.
organizations, and
So
they are
they
working
have to have a
on,
reason to go for 5 weeks instead of
putting out
just, I like to
standards
do
and
it.
guidelines and recommendations
Hey,
for
Frick.
all the different fields
Welcome,
of
welcome.
forensic
We are
science. So
fine.
basically,
Valhalla is out
putting in
hurting
writing
boats,
what the
cats,
basic
whatever he's
expectations
hurting,
both
woodland
Come in there,
creatures. He'll be back at some time.
She may continue. I would just ask going forward. I do believe it's responsive, but go ahead.
So
They did it. I like the way they did it with the ME yesterday. Is there anything here you need to talk about to make the jury understand why you're an expert? And it
Mhm.
took no time at all. This one looks like she's a redhead. She was teased at school. She looks like someone who wanted to tell about every single thing she ever done because no one but her cats listened to her.
Oh.
Oh, and while we're having a little break, tonight the expert will have a Halloween shindig.
Oh.
Dave is there. The White Rabbit is there. Danielle, I believe, is there. Valhalla, did I say? Dave. I might join if I can get out of bed. Dressed as someone you know. I got hoop earrings.
Did you-
And
So ridiculous.
yeah, it's going to be a plethora of funny people and all the people you want to hang out with on a Friday night. So set your notification for a Halloween costume party. And I couldn't get the shirt I went. It was too small for me.
You should have wore it anyway.
It would fit like the skin on a sausage. It wouldn't look good.
Huh?
Yeah, you
Make
like
you look
it.
really buff.
Before I go, how do I decide which trial to cover? I finish a trial and I'm telling Jamie we're not covering another trial for a couple of weeks. I need my sleep. I can't do this anymore. I've been doing 40 to 60 hours a week this week. If everything, I hate the world. I'm never going to do this again. And the next morning, I'm writing Jamie and say, "Hey, honey, how you doing? I miss you." And she says, "Oh, did you see that someone killed their husband with eye drops? And it's going to start on Monday." I said, "Well, we're not going to cover that. That's. I need to sleep."
Mhm.
And then Monday morning rolls around, and Jamie has a link, and I have my camera on. That's how we decided. I do have 2 cases I want to cover in the future. It's the Harmony Montgomery and the Karen Reed case. I really hope they don't clash because I have been prepping into those, and I really, really want to cover those. And on next Wednesday at 9 Eastern, I will have Turtle Boy on to talk about the Karen Reed case if anyone is interested to learn about that case. That's a great name.
Say it.
Chapdas. Never seen that name before. I like it.
Welcome.
And Swan Lake Lady. Hello. You agree with Baker? Yeah, always agree with Baker. I don't know what I said, but I'll be right. Yeah, and Danielle will be here tonight. Yeah, we missed, but it was 2 a.m. and I had to get up and stream today again. So, and I'm still feeling under the weather. So that's why I might join tonight if my alarm clocks get me out of bed, because I think it will start at 3 a.m. my time. And Wilhammer didn't miss it because I think you were on the panel dressed as your avatar. That's a good costume.
What a great costume, yeah.
Yeah. He looked just like his avatar.
These recommendations and guidelines are drafted by people in the field. They go through a period of review. And then once they're adopted, there is an expectation that someone is certified by the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists, are aware of them, and are following those recommendations and guidelines.
Okay. In terms of, it
Hey,
looks like you're
Burdens.
a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which I think you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that important to your work?
Yes.
You can send
In
it to
terms
my
of,
email,
the
send it
page
on
that Jerry's
Discord,
got
send
the
it on
bottom, page 3,
Twitter.
Does that list all the
I'll
professional
have a look at
organizations
it
that you're a
and
member of?
Yes.
Okay.
if it's peachy
I want to
Uh,
ask you about teaching. Do you
and we
do any
don't do
teaching?
anything else,
Yes, I do.
please,
Okay,
if
and
it's
I think
next
if we go
week,
back up to page
get me
2,
out of this boring
we may
case.
have missed that section. Okay. So if you could just give the jury an overview of where you teach and what you're teaching,
Why is this
please.
screen so bright today?
So currently, my major teaching assignment is teaching a pharmacology course for the Forensic Science graduate program at Arcadia University. In the past, I have taught a forensic toxicology laboratory for the graduate program in forensic toxicology at Jefferson University. And ongoing, I participate in educational opportunities at the Center for Forensic Science Research and Education. This is a nonprofit organization that
Whenever you
offers
send me
continuing
those pictures,
education to
I look at
people in the
those.
forensic science fields. And I teach in some of their courses related to forensic toxicology. For example, I teach in the postmortem interpretive toxicology class, and this is a class that is offered to the public. Primarily, the attendees are medical examiners, law enforcement, or medical legal death investigators. So it's a week-long course where they are learning
Yeah, we
about all of the
congratulated
different
her
classes
earlier.
of
That's
drugs
amazing.
and how to interpret that postmortem toxicology.
150 plus subscribers yesterday.
Thank
That's
you.
such a
I am
great
done with
number.
Exhibit 47.
Mhm.
Doctor, I'd like to talk a little bit more about your lab. What kind of quality control efforts are in place at NMS Labs?
So quality control is present through every aspect of the laboratory, from receipt of specimens through publication of results. One of the primary quality control mechanisms is maintenance of chain of custody. So this is just tracking the samples through the laboratory, documenting everything that happens to them. Within the analytical testing, each analytical test has its own quality control. And typically when we talk about quality control samples, we're talking about samples with known amounts or presence of drug. We run it through the same test as patient samples, and we ensure the test is working correctly. We also participate in proficiency testing. So this is when outside organizations send samples in with drugs in them. We perform our testing on them, and we report back to those agencies what we found. And then there's a report sent back to us. If there is anything that we reported that wasn't in there, or that we didn't report that we should have, there has to be an investigation. We have to show them that we did that investigation to show that we have acknowledged and corrected any issues that led to that proficiency issue. And then for the toxicologists, every year, a certain number of cases that I review are secondary reviewed by another toxicologist. So after I'm done with my review, another toxicologist comes in and does a review to make sure that I did it correctly. And then finally, we get reviewed on our testimony. So either someone accompanies me to testimony, or they read transcripts of my testimony. And that is all requirements of the laboratory accreditations.
So the lab is accredited?
Yes, NMS Labs has a large list of accreditations.
Okay. I'd like to have you talk a little bit more about what your day might look like at work at NMS Labs, please.
We don't
My
care.
primary job duty at NMS Labs
We
is
don't
case
care what
review.
her
So this is
day
the
at
process of
work looks like.
reviewing all
We
of the
care
documentation
about she
that
got
was
an
received with a sample,
education
reviewing case
that
history
makes
if
her
one
into an
was
expert,
provided,
and she has tried
looking at
this
the analytical
before.
results and the report,
And someone
and
checks her
making sure
work.
that all of the
We don't
testing that was
care
requested was
how many
performed,
cups of
that all
coffee
of
she
the
drinks in
results
a
make
day.
toxicological
We don't
sense,
care how many times she has to
requesting
call
additional
snuffers to
testing
make
if
sure he's
something
not
looks
feeling lonely
awry.
at home.
And then finally, I certify the
Get
report. I put my name on
to
the report and
the
say this is a reliable and
evidence.
accurate reflection of the results of the testing that was performed. Outside of that, I have involved in a lot of different groups. I am in a strategy team. It's just an internal name we use for different groups that look at different types of testing. So I'm on the postmortem strategy team, and the job of that team is to regularly review the scope or the drugs that we're testing for in our postmortem panels and make sure that they are up to date. There are requirements or guidelines published by different organizations on what you should be testing for in different types of panels. So we're comparing to that, making sure that we're meeting those. And also I monitor drug trends within the laboratory. So we are a large lab. We do about 8,000 postmortem toxicology analyses a month. That means we have a lot of data. So one of my jobs is to keep track of that data and try to identify new trends. So new drugs that we're seeing, things that we're seeing more often. And then that is used to kind of guide future testing or educational opportunities. You know, if we start to see a new drug more often, it might be necessary to go out and educate our clientele or educate medical examiners or law enforcement officers that this new drug is out there. Related to new drugs, I also co-chair the novel psychoactive substances team. So kind of doing the same thing as postmortem, but specifically looking at novel drugs. So new things that are popping up in the drug supply. I am involved in method development and validation. Now, I don't do any of the development or the validation testing, but I am responsible for indicating what should be included in a test, what validation experiments need to be run. And the validation is the process of ensuring that a test works before we start using it on patient samples. And then I have random responsibilities and requirements, depending on what's going on in the lab at any given time. I might be asked to participate in other projects.
Okay. When you talked about your role in determining and keeping updated the panel for postmortem samples, does your standard postmortem toxicological panel include tetrahydrozoline?
So we have really 2 levels of postmortem testing. There are 3 levels. We have a basic test, which does not include tetrahydrozoline. Our expanded postmortem panel, and I can't remember the name of the other panel. So we have an expanded panel that does, and then we have an expanded panel that also includes additional NPS that also includes tetrahydrozoline. The majority of our postmortem testing is that expanded panel that does include tetrahydrozoline.
Did you work on a report that was generated based on request from Dr. Bedritsky in Waukesha County for a patient named Lynn Herman?
Yes, I did.
And do you know initially whether Dr. Bedritsky wanted that expanded panel that you just talked about?
That was the test that was originally ordered in this case. So all of our testing is directed by clients. We run what they ask us to run.
Okay. I want you to explain to the jury how you got involved in this case with Dr. Bedritsky.
So I did not
When
review
we saw the
original
redhead, we
report.
knew.
The original
I'm
report
sorry,
was
expert.
signed
I
by
know you love
I believe a
redheads, but
certifying scientist, which was an old job
not this
title.
one.
They are now toxicologists too, but we had a class of people called certifying scientists.
No, it's just a joke.
I
like
was
redhead
doing a
headed
job
people.
duty, which I didn't describe earlier, but we have a job duty that's called toxicologist of the day. And basically, when you're toxicologist of the day, your job is to answer any questions coming in from clients. So clients calling into customer service, and this can
Yeah.
be anything from they want to talk about a case
And when they ask
get some
what it
guidance on
is,
what
it's just,
tests to order,
well, it's
or they've
whatever it
gotten a
is on the
result
day.
and they want to discuss the toxicology results. It also includes answering questions from the laboratory if the laboratory has any analytical questions. But
She has
on
some
this
weird
given
clothes
day,
on, but
I
I
was
don't know
assigned
if
to be
it's her own
toxicologist of
clothes
the
or
day,
it's
and a question came
something
in from the medical examiner's office
you can
asking for a phone call to
pull out of
discuss the
some racket
toxicology results in this
at the
case.
local
So I did
jail.
that because that day it was my job to do that.
And it was Dr. Bedritsky that called?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, so now we get into the
And you
evidence.
mentioned that your lab does about 8,000 postmortem samples a month.
It varies obviously, but I think currently it's at 7,000 to 8,000 a month.
How many people live in
Are
that
you
county
able
and
to
how
keep
many
your thumb
get
on all
killed?
those and grab all the ones that have tetrahydrozoline in it?
No,
Okay.
who signs out a case is very random. Basically, there's lists of different cases that need to be signed, and we sign them first in, first out. So, and it depends on what you're allowed. I'm allowed to sign every type of case that comes into the lab, but as you move
Of
through
course
this,
you
like
are.
when you first
That's
start, you're only signing certain types of cases.
96,000
Do you
samples a
remember
year.
why Dr. Bedritsky called about this case?
She called because tetrahydrozoline is an unusual finding, and it was the first time she had encountered it in a postmortem case.
At that point, did you pull the toxicology results that had been done in your lab?
Yes.
So if I asked you if you personally did the testing that gave those results, what would you say?
No.
Okay. What did you do when you took a look at that panel, those results?
The results for this case?
Right.
So I reviewed the data to make sure everything looked good, and I looked at the results, and I don't remember if sometimes when we get these phone calls, they call client support, and client support writes down notes and emails us that they want a phone call back. I cannot remember if it specifically said tetrahydrozoline was what she was calling.
I don't know what her
But when
name
I
is
looked at the
because
toxicology
they
report,
started
I
a
was like,
bit
I
late,
bet you she's
but she
calling
was
it
the one in
tetrahydrozoline
high
because
school
it
who
was a
always
very
said, "Oh,
elevated concentration
sorry,
compared to
teacher,
what
you
we're used to seeing."
forgot to give us any homework."
So I did just, before I call, I always try to do a little bit of research on all of the drugs just to try to be prepared for any questions. It's really hard because a lot of times you have no idea and you can spend a lot of time preparing and they have a question completely unrelated. But in this case, I read through some information on tetrahydrozoline. I confirmed my thought that it was an elevated concentration. I looked at some of the literature of other reported results, and then I called her back.
Okay. In terms of your time with the lab, was this the very first time that any client called you about a tetrahydrozoline result, if you recall?
I recall one other phone call specifically. Well, now there's more than one. There was one phone call that I had. I honestly don't remember if it was before or after this case. Since then, I've had several different conversations with different people about tetrahydrozoline. But at that time, there may have been one case that was around the same time that I spoke to a client about.
Do you know if this was the first or second time that tetrahydrozoline had been reported in an NMS report on a postmortem sample?
No, it's not unusual to report. It's not common to report tetrahydrozoline, but it's something we see because it is something that a lot of people use. What was unusual about this case was how much was there. So, probably don't get a lot of phone calls about it because when we do report it, typically it's at very low concentrations. So this was unusual.
I
because
blame
of
you,
the
Dave.
amount, not
Any
because of
case you start, I
tetrahydrozoline.
take over. It's
What
like
are
this.
those more usual concentrations that you referenced?
So
No.
typically when it's used
Thank you
as
for
an
taking
eyedrop,
the first 2
concentration is
days
less
of
than
this
1
hell so I
nanogram per
could
milliliter.
sleep.
We see a fair number that are kind of between 1 and 10. And then as the concentration increases, the number of cases we see decreases. But we have seen a dozen, to 20 cases with concentrations greater than 100.
Okay. Was Ms. Vernon's case one of those?
Yes.
I'd like to publish the front page of Exhibit 35, please.
Go ahead.
Dr. Kasinko, does this look like the first page of the NMS lab for Ms. Hernon?
Yes.
Okay. And this has already been entered into evidence, but is this the report that ultimately you signed off on in this case?
It is one of the reports that I signed. There were multiple reports after the initial report that I signed, but this looks like it was the final report that I signed in this case.
Okay. And if we can please just zoom in on the top 2/3 of this page. So, Dr. Kasinko, if your lab issues multiple reports, do subsequent reports incorporate everything that's been done already?
Yes. So as long as it says supplemental at the top, that means additional testing was done. So it's going to look the same as the original report, just with additional findings, if there were additional findings. Sometimes we do additional testing and there are no additional findings. But each report will include the previous report's results plus the new results.
And in this case, what was the tetrahydrozoline result in the blood?
It was 160 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. In this case, do you recall, you already testified that there was more testing done after that initial panel, right?
That is correct.
Why was more testing done?
So after my initial phone call with the medical examiner, there were a couple of drugs that were in the case history for some reason. I believe there were some pill bottles found at the scene or medical records that are not included in the testing that she initially requested, but were capable of doing testing for. So those tests were added. And then the decision was made to also test other matrices. So in this case, the gastric fluid and the liver tissue. And this happened over the course of several different phone calls. I don't remember each step what testing was added, but it was, it's not uncommon to, in a complicated case, to slowly add additional testing to make sure you're getting the whole toxicological picture.
And is that what was done in this case?
Yes.
In terms of the results in Exhibit 35, do you believe that they're true and accurate to a reasonable degree of toxicological certainty?
So I have reviewed all of the analytical data in this case. So I have looked at all of those quality control samples, the calibrators, the individual patient specimen, and confirmed that all of the results are accurate and reliable.
Ultimately, doctor, were you asked to put a report together in this case?
I'm just going to go grab some
beyond
cough
the-
medicine.
Yes.
Yes, so I issued the toxicology report, and I was also asked to write what we call an opinion report or an interpretive report, which just includes more information about specific drugs of interest and addressing some questions on interpretation.
Okay. Is that report more case specific to this case in terms of what opinions you included?
Yes.
Okay. Before you finalized that report, did you talk to the team from the district attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
Was that because we had questions about this?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, talk multiple times with Dr. Budritsky?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you, just the witness, please, Exhibit 48. And it is a 3-page exhibit. If we could just page down for the witness. And if we go to page 2, Dr. Kosenko, is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And back to page 1, what is Exhibit 48?
This is the interpretation or expert opinion report that I wrote for this case.
Okay. Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of that report?
Yes.
All right. I move Exhibit 48 into evidence. Ask for permission to publish.
No objection. Exhibit 48 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Ultimately, Doctor, were you able to give information specific to this chemical compound that Dr. Budrzewski didn't even have available to her in terms of that she already knew about?
I believe that there, I think to say she didn't have available would be inaccurate. This is information that is available in the scientific literature, but it is, I did provide some very specific information on the pharmacology. So what happens when an individual uses tetrahydrozoline? What happens when, so pharmacology is both what happens to the person and also how the person changes the drug. I also was able to do some calculations to estimate how much tetrahydrozoline was in certain specimens, and also some information on what reported concentrations were after regular eyedrop use of tetrahydrozoline.
In terms of the top of the page that the jury can see, there's a word there that I'm not real familiar with, pharmacology. What is that, doctor?
So as I said, pharmacology is the study of drugs and chemicals and their effect on a person. So it has two parts. Pharmacology consists of pharmacokinetics, which is a study of how drugs get into the body, so their absorption,
So boring.
how they are distributed throughout the body, their metabolism, which is the body's mechanism of getting rid of drugs. Your body really doesn't want drugs to be in it. Its primary goal is to get rid of it. So that's through metabolism.
Sorry?
Then I had to take pharmacology in college, and it's so boring. I'm lucky I passed it, barely.
Barely. You almost passed it.
I did, but it wasn't easy.
Yeah. This is a redhead even expert can't fall for.
Hi, expert. How are you?
Hey, rabbit.
Hi, rabbit. Oh, veal hammer.
Thank you for stopping by and slapping the little button over at Valhalla's channel. Let's get back. This is so impressively interesting. They're talking about the levels of how you need to
and finally excretion, which is how it leaves the body finally. And then there's also pharmacodynamics, and pharmacodynamics are the effects the drug have on the person. So the symptoms, both the desired effects, so the reason why someone is taking a drug, and also the adverse or undesired effects of those drugs.
Yeah, Luna knows.
Why would someone use a product with tetrahydrozoline in it?
So tetrahydrozoline is the active ingredient in eye drops that are used to decrease redness in the eye. The most common trade name is Visine, and their tagline, "Get the red out." So it is intended to, it causes.
That's not nice when she's a redhead. That's a hate crime. Get the red out. AP makes ginger jokes, but he's not that blonde, or she's not that blonde to say get the red out. That's not nice.
Is the blood vessels in the eyes to constrict, which makes your eyes look less red. It is also available in a nasal spray It's less commonly used that way, but it works as a decongestant. So again, it constricts blood vessels. A lot of nasal congestion is actually caused by the swelling of the tissues. So it causes those tissues to have less swelling so that you can breathe easier.
Is that type of product different from what might be called a lubricating eye drop?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
So lubricating eye drops contain emollients or substances that are slippery and are used
In
to
and all.
lubricate the eye. Whereas tetrahydrozoline, as I said, is designed to constrict those blood vessels so that your eyes don't look as red.
Is there any product in the US available for oral use of tetrahydrozoline to drink it?
No, there is no FDA approved use for oral tetrahydrozoline.
In terms of what can occur to someone if they do drink it, what are some of those symptoms?
So when tetrahydrozoline is ingested orally, its effects are more central. So when you use it as an eye drop, it's a peripheral effect. It's acting on those blood vessels exactly where you drop the tetrahydrozoline. When it's ingested,
wrong.
it is
She's not
acting at
wrong.
receptors primarily in the brain, and it is causing effects like respiratory depression, very low blood pressure. It can cause a very low heart rate. So these are all things that we call central nervous system depressant or CNS depressant type effects.
Okay. Now, in terms of, I think a real common question in a case like this is, doctor, how much would I have to drink of tetrahydrozoline to get to, for example, a level of 160? Could you tell the jury that?
No, I can't.
Why not?
So the primary reason with a drug like tetrahydrozoline is we can't do that experiment. So how we determine that type of information, so this is part of that pharmacokinetics, is by giving people the drug and then testing their blood or plasma to see how much is there. So you give different doses, measure the blood over time, and determine what the concentrations are. But this drug is not used orally. We would never get approved to do a study where we gave people oral tetrahydrozoline and then studied their blood concentrations.
Why not?
Because of the serious adverse effects of the drug. You know, it can cause your respiration to decrease. It can cause unconsciousness. It can incapacitate people because of those CNS depressant effects. And because there's no FDA approved use, you simply can't do that study.
But what if you took a look at your toxicology level and did some mathematical calculations? Can't you tell us that way what it would be?
Don't know.
So there are
Why she's hiding.
calculations in pharmacokinetics
But again, it's a
and
redhead on the stand.
pharmacology that are used to estimate
done that
dose
every
based on a
time.
blood concentration.
What?
What? She'll get her. It's time for her to question the witness, and she'll just go to the back of the room and start.
It's a redhead. She's afraid she's going to steal her soul.
She did it yesterday too. I was like, why does she? I thought that too, but I didn't say it. I'm like, why does she walk to the back of the room every time?
Is this a dig at us? It is boring. Most are boring unless you have a good channel host. But she's saying it's boring, so we're not good hosts.
You know what? We're pretty dang special, so.
No, I think she means the trial is boring.
Oh yeah, we know. I'm just messing around.
Yeah. Stop genderphobia. They're not people too, but they are like no, that they don't have soul. We don't pick on the gender. Well, thank you, Wendy. Even though we do spread a little bit of red hate. It's because I grew up in the Cold War. We don't like the Reds.
I always wanted red. I was kind of mad.
I had red hair. I've told you this before. I dyed it red, and I was way blonde back then, so I had pink hair for like a month.
Oh yeah, I did the same thing. Bleached my hair out and dyed it like fire engine red. Really wasn't a good look for me at all.
No, Barbie doll pink wasn't my color either.
I feel like it could be. I'd like to see
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm too old, and now it's turning dark, so I can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
So I had really blonde hair when I was younger. Now I'm getting blonde again.
These are generally quite complex, especially when you're dealing with an oral medication, because you need to know a lot of information about the pharmacokinetics of that drug. These are used, these are taught in clinical pharmacology courses. I teach it in my pharmacology course. I teach students that these calculations exist. We do a few examples of them, but they are not appropriate to use in postmortem toxicology cases for a wide variety of reasons. And even in clinical toxicology, there's not really a lot of practical use of doing the calculations. It's a lot of just helping you understand how drugs are absorbed and distributed and showing those processes. They're population based. There's a lot of individual differences that would make it inappropriate to do on a specific person.
And everything that you just testified about, does that kind of fit under the number 1 on the screen that the jury is looking at?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the number 2, it looks like you formed an opinion about the level in Ms. Hernan's case, right?
Yes.
The
What's
salt and
that
pepper is
opinion?
already there.
So there has been
It's
one
just the
study
lighting.
done on therapeutic use of.
Right now, please answer the question that's asked, and then Attorney Nikolai will follow up. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
What is your opinion that you came to in this case regarding Ms. Hernan's concentration level?
The concentration found in the blood specimen collected at autopsy was over 400 times higher than the highest concentration that's been reported following the use of tetrahydrozoline as an eye drop.
And you began to explain to the jury about how that level was obtained, right?
Yes.
And is that a study?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe
What was that
she got
study
bored
about?
yesterday as well,
There
because
was
someone
a study
talked more
done
than
where
her.
they gave people Visine eye drops following the directions on the Visine eye drop package and measured their plasma concentrations at different time points throughout the study.
Okay. In terms of your opinion regarding Ms. Hernan's level, does that also flow into the number 3 that the jury's seeing on the screen?
Yes.
Is that also based on the study that you've described now?
Well,
No.
the lawyer
Okay, could you
is
explain
allowed
the
to
jury
have
how that
cliff
piece
notes
of
to
your
ask her
opinion,
questions.
differs?
So this piece of my opinion is based on case studies that have been published in the scientific literature on individuals who had oral ingestion
think
or
it's
oral
Jamie
exposure
Stocks
to
flopping their ears.
tetrahydrozoline
Yeah.
and the concentrations that were reported in those patients.
But I thought you said that we couldn't study that, right?
Yes, these are not studies. This is a case series. So these are accidental ingestions, primarily in children. So not, they weren't given the tetrahydrozoline solution. It was ingested incidentally.
Okay. And were those case studies fatalities?
No.
Then why were they helpful to you in this case?
It showed concentrations that were present when different symptoms of tetrahydrozoline were reported. So it gives some information on what concentrations can be reached when someone ingests tetrahydrozoline. So when you swallow it, what type of concentrations might appear in the plasma, and also what type of symptoms the individuals were experiencing.
In terms of the 2 cases that had a known dose of 7.5 milliliters, I'd like you to compare that number for the jury to what's commonly in a Visine bottle or an Eyedrop bottle in terms of volume?
I believe that's about half of a bottle. I think a bottle of Visine is 15 milliliters.
Okay. And in terms of those cases where there are symptoms,
I'm sorry, what's the question?
in those two cases referred to with the known dosing, what were the levels reported?
39 and 24 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, you testified before that in this case, you did one calculation, right?
That is correct.
Why did you do that?
So I wanted to see approximately how much of the Visine solution was in the decedent's stomach,
Why?
just to get an estimate of how if ingestion occurred. So if I had done this calculation and there was very little, there's something called hepatic
has bad breath.
recirculation where drugs can get into the stomach even if they weren't ingested. But those would be very, very low levels. So I wanted to confirm that this concentration that was found in the stomach was consistent with an oral ingestion.
And was it?
Yes.
What was the concentration, the result of your calculation? If we can scroll down a bit, please.
So assuming that the stomach contents that I tested were homogeneous, so that means that the sample I received was a well-mixed representation of the total stomach contents, and based on a total stomach content.
Judge, she just asked her what the number was, and she's going into a narrative again.
Sustained.
Yeah, please
Wait for a question.
give
Can
her
you
the
please
naughty stick
explain to
and
the
just
jury what
answer
assumptions you
the
had to make
questions.
when you did this calculation?
So whenever you do a calculation, you have to make certain assumptions. And in this case, the assumptions I made were that the stomach contents were homogeneous. As I explained, I mean, they were well mixed, and the sample is representative of the entire stomach contents.
Yeah, they're supposed to remember and only refresh, but again, Judge Mommy runs a strange trial because now she has admonished this expert 4 times, only answer the questions. And she starts again by not answering the question. And she don't step in until the defense does it. Shouldn't she whack out the naughty stick and slap her over the nose and said, no, bad expert? And again, this is very important because this is to prove she had way too much Visine in her to get that level of tetrahydrosalicylate in her blood. And she's going to make it so goddamn long and boring by doing math in the middle of it that experts and lawyers should have a communications course.
I don't
Yeah,
like I'm
there's
listening and I don't know half the crap she's been saying because it's just so boring.
yeah, because she can't keep. If you ask how much was in her system, we measured 0.05 milligrams per fluid ounce. What does that equate? Well, if we use this formula to have that level, you would have had to ingest this amount of Visine because it's a diluted substance. It isn't pure tetrahydrosalicylate, whatever the name is. So you would have had to use this and this amount. And this is so many bottles you would have to ingest. But
Yeah.
no, she's going to talk about how much the fluid ounces and how much the body weight and how much the wind speed is on an unladen swallow. It just takes too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, she can do whatever. It's just like the law. It's only illegal if you get caught. Because you can speed not legal advice. You can drive 100 miles an hour every time you sit in your car. It's not illegal until someone stops you. Because until then, it's kind of like a wood falling in the forest. If no one's around to hear it, doesn't make a sound. So the big problem is you might hit someone, and then you get in real trouble.
And that the volume of 300
Yeah,
milliliters.
they're
which was
already
provided
losing
to
the
me
jury,
by
and
the
we have
medical
only been going
examiner.
for 30 minutes
And
with this
so those are
expert,
the
and it
assumptions
feels
that I
like
made prior
2
to doing the
hours.
calculation.
Okay.
Mhm.
Ultimately, did that calculation allow you to see the
European.
volume of tetrahydrozoline within that fluid?
Yes,
And what was the result?
5 milliliters.
Okay. Ultimately, doctor, in this case, the jury was told that you can't die from drinking tetrahydrozoline. Would you agree with that?
No,
Why not?
there are cases of deaths from tetrahydrozoline.
In fact, have those cases come through your lab?
Some of them, yes.
Okay.
The ones I am aware of, yes.
Are you trying to compile that information right now?
I am.
Why?
As I started looking at our
Good morning,
data on
Nikki.
tetrahydrozoline, I saw that there were quite a few cases with these concentrations that were higher than could be explained from eyedrop use. So I became interested in those cases, and I started reaching out to the clients who submitted those cases to gather more information to see if these are cases that, or to gather information on what concentrations might be consistent with fatalities or significant adverse effects.
Good morning, Anne.
Isn't there any publication or articles that already have that kind of information in it?
At this time, there are no publications on fatalities from tetrahydrozoline in the scientific literature.
Why is that?
Someone has to write the first paper, and writing a paper is hard and a lot of work, and you need a lot of time and information, and it's just something that most people working as medical examiners or toxicologists are doing when they have time, which is not a lot. So it takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of time.
Okay. In this case, were you actually asked by the defense team for the raw data of some of these instances of high levels of tetrahydrozoline in your lab?
Yes.
Did you provide that to the defense?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 217. And just the witness, please. Doctor, this is a multi-page exhibit, and let me know when you can see it.
I can see it.
Great. If we could just go through these 20 pages. Doctor, do you recognize Exhibit 217?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is just a subset of cases that have been tested at NMS labs that include tetrahydrozoline. And I had some type of information either from the requisition or from a discussion with the client indicating these were fatalities.
Okay. Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of that data set?
Yes.
Are there some things blacked out?
Yes.
Why?
We redacted client information and patient information for privacy concerns.
Okay. I'd move Exhibit 217 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
I do object. I'd like to have be heard at sidebar.
All right, we'll see the parties at sidebar.
How can they be this low energy within the first hour of court?
I know.
I do object. I would like a sidebar.
I really would
I
like
would
it.
like a strong drink and a.
All right, the objection's been, or the request for sidebar, obviously I had, there was an objection, it's overruled. Exhibit 217 is received.
And Judge, if we could please publish this.
Go ahead.
Doctor, I'm not going to go through each page of this with you, but I would like to ask you some questions about a few of them, starting with page 1. if we could just scroll to the bottom of page 1 and zoom in a bit. Doctor, do you see the exhibit sticker that says 217 at the bottom?
Yes.
And then there's an entry from your lab NMS below that.
Yes.
Under that, is there actually a new page number that you didn't put on there?
Yes.
And if we go to the bottom of page 2, is there also the subsequent number 002 at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
Okay, so not only can we see the page.
It's
there on the
430.
tablet, this has also been numbered in order, is that true?
It looks like it, yes.
Okay, so starting with page 1, I want to ask you about the tetrahydrozoline level. Is this a lab report that
Hey, Steph.
NMS produced?
Yes.
It looks a lot like the report that the jury saw of Ms. Hernan, right?
All of our reports have the same format.
Okay, so the things in that box are results in terms of what was tested?
These are the positive findings. So at the end of the report, there's a list of everything that was tested for, and we only report positive findings.
Got it. What sample was tested in this case?
Cardiac blood.
Okay. Was tetrahydrozoline a positive finding in this case?
Yes, it was.
And what was the level?
68 nanograms.
You
per
do look like
milliliter.
your business.
She does.
Did the subject in this case die?
Yes.
And remind the jury again why you chose the cases included in Exhibit 217.
These were cases where I was able to obtain some type of case history, either through the requisition that was submitted, conversations with the client, or
Yeah,
in some cases,
again,
publicly available.
You're having a
information.
jury sitting. We are sitting in the
What made you
comfort of our
decide
own
to
home.
include these
I have a
five
glass of
versus
OJ.
all
I
other
can look
ones?
at Jamie.
The concentrations.
I can
and
look on Twitter.
There was
They
some
have to
sort
listen
of
to this
indication
already
in
drawn.
one of those things I mentioned, the case history, discussions with the medical examiner, or publicly available information that tetrahydrozoline played a role in the death.
Thank you, Doctor. I'd like to move now to, sorry, page 7 of Exhibit 217. Doctor, are we at a new set of lab findings for a new client on page 7?
Yes.
How do you know?
So I can see the client ID. I don't know who that client is off the top of my head, but that's a different client ID than was on the first report.
Okay.
It also has a different work order number.
Okay. So are pages 1 through 6 all for the same person?
I would need to see them.
Yeah, I might be
Yeah,
starting
to be
earlier
sure.
today. I just fall asleep. I have a bed right
Okay.
next to me. Jamie can run the show.
No, I can't do it without you.
With or without you.
We'll have fun, I promise. Just let this lady.
Yes.
Bore us to death.
So that lab report was 6
I think that's the way
pages
genders
long,
suck your
is that
soul.
True?
That is correct.
By
Okay,
being
so
so
what is the
boring.
jury looking at on
You
page
did that,
7?
yeah.
So this is a case where the only test that we were requested to run was the tetrahydrozoline.
And was that done at your lab?
Yes.
And what was the result?
130 nanograms per milliliter.
Is this another case where you were able to get some information about cause of death?
Yes, I do want to be clear though that I do not know what was listed as cause of death on the death certificates for most of these cases. This is just information from the requisition or a discussion with the medical examiner. And I don't recall specifically which cases I talked to the medical
Yeah,
examiner.
but I forgot
about.
to make him a co-host, so I have to sit
But
here and push the
In
buttons.
terms of whether the
Happy
person that
Halloween,
gave the sample
expert.
of Gilead blood is alive or not? Can
Welcome
you
to
answer
the
that?
Redhead Show.
This person was not alive.
Okay. And then if we can just slowly scroll through pages 8 and then to 9. Is page 9 a new report now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Again, did your lab do testing in this case for tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
And again, was that from a post-mortem sample?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the result in this incident?
280 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. I'd like to scroll through page 10 and 11 and 12. And then on page 13, doctor, is this a new report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, of a different person who died?
Yes.
Did your lab run a tetrahydrozoline screen in this case?
Yes.
And what was the result?
150 nanograms per milliliter. I think that's a 5.
Roll that up a little bit. Thank you.
Yes, 150 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. Could you remind the jury again what Ms. Hernan's level was?
Was 160 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. If we could please scroll through page 14 and 15 and 16. And then ultimately on page 17, doctor, is this now another new report?
It is a new report.
Okay. Was this patient also deceased?
Yes. However, can you scroll back to page 1?
Sure.
I apologize. Yes. So this is actually the same patient on page 1. So we did testing twice at different time points on different samples for the same case.
Okay. So on page 1, the result is listed at
It is 68 nanograms per milliliter in cardiac blood. And that was done in July, August of 2018.
okay. Then on page 17, you're saying this is results for the same patient or decedent?
Yes.
And
it
explain
just,
to the jury how this.
Mom,
test
please
changed
turn
the
off this
patient.
case. Mom, come play.
This was also a cardiac blood sample, and the concentration was 37 nanograms per milliliter.
Were these tests done at the same time?
I do not know. I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you. I'm finished with exhibit 217. Doctor, did this data from within your lab help you form your opinions in this case?
Yes, it did.
One moment, please. Now, if I could please put the publish down, I'd like to just show the witness exhibit 216. Doctor, do you see exhibit 216 on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Is that a 2-page document?
Yes, it is.
We'll go to page 2. Do you recognize exhibit 216?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a abstract that I wrote for a presentation at the International Association of Forensic Toxicologists annual meeting.
Where was that? If you know.
It was in Versailles. It was in Versailles, France. Sorry,
Okay.
I was trying to remember what year it was.
What is an abstract?
So an abstract is a short research summary indicating the research that was
It's in Versailles,
performed,
France.
the reason the
That's a
research was
castle.
being performed, and the results of that research.
Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of your abstract?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't checked my mail.
I move exhibit
Well, I will.
216 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish.
Hey, Geocryptic. Welcome, welcome.
Received.
Doctor, did you present the information in this abstract in France at that event?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain to the jury what information you presented generally?
So generally, it was the information from those cases that we just looked at, where I had gathered some information about the cases. I talked about what tetrahydrozoline is, what it's generally used for, and then talked about these potential fatalities. In this set of data, there was one case that was not a fatality, but had an elevated concentration. but basically presenting the information that I had available at the time on these cases, just to make the forensic toxicology community aware of tetrahydrozoline as a potentially harmful substance when orally ingested.
When you presented this in France, what year was that?
That was last year, 2022.
Okay. Did part of that presentation include whether or not tetrahydrozoline can be fatal?
Yes,
And is that also included in your abstract?
yes.
And what's your opinion about that?
Tetrahydrozoline can be fatal.
Since that abstract and since 2018, have there been more cases through NMS labs that you've seen involving tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
Have any of those cases changed your opinion about the lethality of tetrahydrozoline?
No.
In fact, have they reinforced it?
Yes.
One moment. That's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Oh, thank God in heaven.
Right, cross.
Oh, giggity. Val.
Just switching microphones here.
Of course, thank you.
You're testing, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, good.
Can you hear me?
So you have this database of cases at NMS labs that you spoke about today.
Yes, I keep an ongoing list of tetrahydrozoline cases. So I regularly look at the new cases, the new results, and add to my list of cases that I want to further investigate.
So you're a private company, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and no one outside of your company has access to your database, is that true?
I can, no one can just log in and pull the data. We do provide data to a wide variety of different entities upon request.
If somebody wants data from your lab, they can't just have it if they want it. You have to give permission. You'd have to authorize it, right?
Well, not me personally, but the laboratory does maintain and control the data. So there would have to be a request for the data. And depending on what the request is, sometimes they do require a subpoena or a non-disclosure agreement to protect the information.
What's the National Poison Data System, NPDS?
That is a, to the best of my knowledge, it is a record of calls to poison control centers.
So your database is, well, strike that. Would the data that is in the NPDS be available to you if you wanted to look at it?
I've never tried to just pull data from it, but I believe that that information is accessible. I don't know if you have to register or anything to get it, but I believe it's available.
You have a particular interest in THC, don't you?
I find it.
I do.
He's going to be dressed up as Adam.
Adam.
Yeah.
Oh, like Adam and Eve?
First man.
Is he really? You're lying.
Yeah. Before Eve ruined heaven for us. That was sans close.
Is it true? No,
Yeah.
he isn't. No, he's not.
The expert will be dressed as Adam tonight. No fig leaf. It's before Eve started eating fruits. Before that, there was no reason to cover up because we were pure. Another
What do you
thing
guys-
women ruined.
Interesting, because of the information I've gathered over the years.
I didn't ask
Yes.
you why. I just asked you if you had a special interest in it.
I yes.
Okay. Have you tried to get onto that system to see what cases you might be able to look at?
No, I have not.
You could do that if you wanted to, right?
Yes, I believe so. I'm not certain.
You only rely upon the cases that come through your lab.
At this point, I've only looked at cases that have come through NMS. Yes.
Does the federal government and the CDC, they would go to the National Poison Data System for information, true?
I do not know.
They don't come to you, do they?
We certainly get requests for information from CDC, but I don't know what the relationship is directly now.
Do you know that they have more than 2 million cases a year that go through their lab, their agency?
Which agency? I'm sorry.
National Poison Data System.
I do not know what their source of their data is or how much data is in there. Like I said, I believe it's from poison control centers, but I don't know if they have other sources.
You were telling the jury just now about having, and you showed us an abstract, right?
Yes,
216, Exhibit 216.
that is correct.
And that's something that you showed at a conference you went to in Versailles, France. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that's because you can go to conferences. You can choose which conferences you want to go to. True?
I don't have free reign. There's a process of getting approved to go to conferences, but yes, I get to go to conferences, typically 2 a year.
But what I mean is you look at the conferences that are available and you make a personal decision where you might want to go.
Yes, but I don't always get to go to the places we put down a list of where we want to go, and then managers decide who goes to each conference ultimately.
The point being, Versailles, France didn't invite you to come to the conference. You requested from your NMS labs to go to that conference.
Yes, it's a conference that I wanted to go to and got approval to attend.
And when you're going to go to a conference, isn't it?
That's why
true
everyone has to
that you
watch
get
the experts
a letter or you
Halloween
get an email
stream
saying, hey,
tonight.
anybody
I
who's
almost
going to be
coughed up a
attending
lung.
this conference, if you have an abstract that you'd like to show at the conference, please submit it in advance and we'll consider that. Isn't that true?
That is how the process works.
Okay.
Yes.
So it was just a general request, as usual, for anyone who had an idea and you submitted
I love
yours,
you.
hoping that maybe you could show your abstract.
That is correct.
You're funny.
And so this abstract that you've shown in court today, this is not published, right?
I have not yet published this as a complete paper. No.
To have a paper published, it's a process, true?
It's a process.
You got to put a lot of information together.
That is correct.
Right. Put it in a format to be published, right?
That is correct.
Then you have to pick a journal that you personally might like it to be published in.
Yes, you submit to a specific journal.
A journal that you choose. You decide the journal you're going to submit it to, right?
Yes,
Okay, and then you submit it, and then it's got to go through a peer review process, right?
that is correct.
And the peer review process is where your information, once you finish the paper, is reviewed by other people in your field and critiqued.
That is correct. Yes.
And you haven't gotten to that yet.
The abstract was reviewed before it was accepted, but I have not published a paper yet. Correct.
Well, you haven't even submitted it to a journal yet for publication.
Correct.
Okay, so you're just writing it now.
I am working on. I haven't even started writing, but I am working on gathering and doing the research and putting the research together to be able to write the paper.
So hopefully someday you'll be able to get that published.
That is my goal.
To get it published though, like I said, it has to go through this peer review process.
Yes, there's a peer review process for scientific publications.
And by members in your field, they'll take a look at what you've written and they'll critique it in some way and probably go back to you with questions or clarifications. Is that true?
Yes, there's usually response from the reviewers with questions to address.
And then you might have to, and then you probably have to revise your paper or answer the questions for them to look at it yet again.
That is correct.
And that can be a process that can take several backs and forth.
In my experience, there's usually just one, but I do know that there can be more than that.
Okay. So you haven't done any of that yet with this tetrahydrozoline one-page paper that you brought in here today.
That went through the review process for acceptance at the conference where it was reviewed by other toxicologists, but I have not published a scientific paper in the journals, the complete review paper.
Good morning, genitals.
Look who it is.
Well, it was reviewed by other scientists. It's just not peer reviewed in the normal way. She wrote two pieces of paper, and it's really great. Yeah, she's a great crack at parties.
Paper, yeah, correct.
As to the cases that you talked about today, these the cases
Young
that were
kids.
just presented to us in Exhibit 217.
Well,
I'm gonna talk about that.
that's exciting.
Yeah,
Did
I
you have
remember when my
any
kids
of
were 18.
these cases in 217 peer reviewed? Have this been reviewed by anybody but you?
I did not issue all of those reports. I don't know that I issued any of those reports. They may have been issued by another toxicologist at the lab. I can't remember, but I'm not sure what having a report peer reviewed would look like.
Okay, so you brought in Exhibit 217, and these are not cases where you issued the report.
I do not recall, to be honest. I don't believe that any of those were my original reports, but I can't say for certain.
When I look at Exhibit 217, patient's name and age and gender is all blacked out. Is that true?
That is correct.
So you hand this into us in court today.
Objection, that's not what happens.
Sustained.
You present this in court today, excuse me, presenting this in court today without any details that we could take a look at who these people are, right?
These documents were,
Yes or no?
I can't answer that question, yes or no.
Is there a way that I can tell from looking at this who these people are?
No.
Is there any way I can tell from looking at this what their age is?
No.
Or their gender?
No.
Can I even tell from looking
This
at
is
this
good
where
questioning by
where
the defense
these,
again, but she just have a tone of
samples
voice
came
that
from,
makes
like
me
what
fall
city
asleep.
or state or anything like that?
Yeah,
No.
she's not like, I don't know, she's not hard
And
hitting.
as you presented Exhibit 217 today, is it fair to say that you can't say as you're sitting here that any of these people died from THZ poisoning?
I am aware of one case
Go
where
get some
the cause
sleep,
of death
Farrell.
was determined to
Thank
be
you for helping out
hydroxyl
Val.
poisoning.
And not the others, you don't?
Yeah.
Um,
Hi, Farrell, love you.
I don't know what the cause of death on the death certificates were, no.
It doesn't work.
You don't know what these people's medical histories are?
In some of
No.
those, I have collected some of that information, but I can't tell you which one specifically. No.
No, I mean, let's just take the page 1 of Exhibit 217. Tell me a little bit about that person's medical history.
I have not reviewed their medical history.
Medical history is important in determining a cause of death, isn't it?
You would need to talk to a medical examiner about information used to determine cause of death. That is outside of my scope.
You've got cases in here of people with alcohol in their systems and marijuana in their systems, right?
I would need to see the reports to know what the other toxicology were, but yes, I believe some of them
Yeah,
had, I know one had a low
she
amount
she
of
should get on
alcohol,
some uppers
and we
instead of
see
some
cannabis
downers,
in a lot of
because it's great
toxicology cases.
questioning.
you included a case where the person had fentanyl in their system.
Yes, there was a low concentration of fentanyl.
Fentanyl is also, can be deadly, true?
Absolutely.
You don't mess with fentanyl. I don't feel like you can.
In some of these cases, people
We just begun to see fentanyl. I haven't seen anything in cases yet, but in the papers, and that's the devil's drug because you don't need that much to really get whacked.
You can just get skin contact of it and overdose from
Yeah.
it.
And again, these are really good questions. Can you answer anything about these examples you bring in, what they have to do with anything? And she can't because she's just a toxicologist. She's gonna say if you have a certain amount of tetrahydrochloroquine in your bloodstream, you will die from it. But to the jury, she sounds weak and like she doesn't know what she's talking about. This is good work by the defense. Let's hope the state don't pull them down again. But if this lady could just feign a little bit of enthusiasm, it's weekend. Let's go at it. You have the nice necklace on. Let's go out with a bang.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, she's so passive aggressive. I don't like it.
Well, yeah, it's not like, I don't know. I just love Rosemary. I love her style. And no, I know not everybody can do that style, but like, that's what I like in a defense attorney. So,
Yeah, and you might not need to yell at people, but just say this report, this report, this report. You don't know anything about the people in this report. How can you compare to this report? Well, I don't. I just talk about how many toxics you need in your bloodstream. Yeah, but if you get the fentanyl in a hospital, hopefully they know how much you can handle.
yeah.
Yeah, let's just do that. No, on this channel we tend to wait till the channel is the case is gone all the way through, and then we judge people.
people have other drugs in their system that if used incorrectly or combined with other drugs can be toxic or even deadly.
That is correct, yes.
People can die from a polydrug overdose, a combination of drugs.
Yes, polydrug overdoses are very common.
What does that mean when you say a polydrug overdose? What is that? Can you explain that to the jury?
It means that there are a combination of drugs that are present, and the combination of drugs is responsible for
Because
the
they have to
overdose,
prove that the
um,
amount of
toxicity or
Visine
overdose death.
active
Sometimes due to drug-drug
ingredients she had in
interactions
her
or,
body
just,
is higher than the
having
one
so
you would
many
get
drugs
if you just
present,
dropped it in the eyes.
resulted in the death.
How common is, you said polydrug overdose is common. When you say common, what do you mean?
It's difficult. I probably shouldn't have used that word. I broke my own rule by using the word common because it's hard to define. But it's a lot of the cases, and I can't give you a percent of the cases. Sitting here, I could figure it out. I have the data, but a lot of overdose death has involved multiple drugs.
In the cases presented in Exhibit 217, do you know if any of these are suicides?
I believe there are 2 cases in that set that were death by suicide.
Do you think that, do you believe that baclofen is a dangerous drug?
All drugs have potential toxicity. I don't know that I would
You're
classify
pure
it as a
entertainment.
dangerous drug. It depends on how it's used.
Can be.
Pure
We need to
entertainment
get you that.
expert is pure entertainment to me.
Yeah, the expert is pure
All drugs can
entertainment.
be dangerous drugs, yes.
Well, I'm asking about baclofen.
Yes, baclofen can be a dangerous drug.
What about nifedipine?
Yes, nifedipine can be a dangerous drug.
There's in fact fatalities in the literature for overdoses with baclofen and nifedipine. Isn't that true?
Yes, that is correct.
Those are prescription drugs, aren't they?
Yes, they are prescription medications.
You can't buy baclofen or nifedipine, for example, over the counter.
No, they're not available over the counter.
But tetrahydrozoline, you can buy over the counter,
Yes.
but it's in Visine, for example.
Yes.
When you received the gastric samples here, were they frozen?
No, they were not.
Were they on dry ice?
I do not know.
Isn't it standard to ship gastric samples on dry ice?
Our samples are often received cold. I don't know that it's standard.
What do you mean? They're often received cold.
Yes.
Cold meaning on dry ice?
Or ice packs.
Okay. And for Lynn Hernan, you don't know?
I do not know.
Because you didn't receive the samples.
I did not receive the samples.
Okay, because you didn't actually do the testing in this case.
I do not do any laboratory testing at this point in my career.
Is one of the cases that you're writing about or including in the unknown names of Exhibit 217, the case from Aurora, Colorado with the dentist?
No, that case is more recent. It's on my list of cases, but it is not included in this because it happened fairly recently.
Are you following that case?
I am.
And you know that the wife of the dentist in that case had a THC level of 95 ng per ml. Do you know that?
All the hours.
I do not.
Expert,
I
all the hours.
I was unable to find the toxicology results in the public record. So I am aware of them because we did the testing. But if the information is not in public record, then I cannot share it.
So you don't really have much information about that particular case at this point?
I have information from discussions in the laboratory, and I have the same information that is available to everyone through media reports.
Well, you know that despite having her high THC level, she was actually fine at the hospital, drowsy, blood pressure was normal, heart rate was normal, respiration was normal. Her Glasgow Coma scale was 15. That's the highest, right?
I do not know.
But so she had a level of 95 and she's awake and talking. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Please make something exciting.
You gave
It's
us
not
this,
THC.
literature here. So two of them in here are
like zebra.
duplicate cases.
That is correct.
Is that right? So do we have 4 cases here?
It's not the fun
I
stuff.
don't recall.
Well, then let me bring it up and let's see how many cases you have.
Well, the defense is actually doing the right things. They point out that she's just using some report they can't really verify, and her stuff isn't really peer reviewed. The problem is it's consistently delivered in a tone so monotone that you will be falling asleep in the jury box. She's making some good points, but it's just so forgettable because she has this absolutely boring voice. Yeah, it's better just to sit and watch the paint dry on the wall. Let this lady talk to the wall. It would dry in seconds. Just like her female partner in high school. I can't see that. I'm sorry, Val. I'm sorry.
So this is Exhibit 217. I don't have it on. Can I have my copy? Judge, because
Just gonna
this was
blow my
new
nose
today,
again.
not on the drive, could I just approach the witness with a copy? Never take a look at it and see how many cases she has.
Sure. We also have a document camera, but it's not set up, but in the future, if that arises.
Excuse me.
But go ahead.
Okay, approach the witness. I'm just going to give you what's marked as 217. No,
Thank you.
you're welcome. You take a look at it and tell us how many cases are in that packet.
There are 4 cases.
Can I take that back from you? Thank you. So you sent us you showed today Exhibit 217, which consists of 4 cases that have THC levels that you wanted to discuss, but 2 out of the 4 are suicides. True?
I believe so. I would need to review my notes
Well, that's
to be certain, but
we testified earlier that 2 of them were suicides.
yes, I believe so.
Okay. And when you prepare this abstract that you've introduced as Exhibit 216, many of the cases that you refer to were cases involving children.
I believe you're referring to the cases that have previously been published in the scientific literature.
Yes.
Yes, the cases presented or that have been published in peer-reviewed scientific literature are generally involving children.
And then you did mention earlier that there was one study where levels were checked with voluntary subjects who were putting Visine drops in their eye sacs, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then those levels were tested at certain periods of time,
That is correct.
just to see how the level was progressing.
Yes,
That study though only involved 10 people, right?
it was a very small study.
That's the totality of that kind of research, 10 people.
That is correct.
What's the general rate of metabolism for THC?
Are you asking for the half-life?
Yes, I have like.
Okay. So there are 2 published half-lives for tetrahydrozoline. The study that was done in volunteers, they calculated the half-life to be 6 hours. And in one of the case reports where they had multiple measurements, they estimated the tetrahydrozoline half-life to be 4.5 hours.
How would that apply to Lynn? Do you know specifically as to the person involved in this case, what the half-life of THC would be for her?
You've been working
No,
hard.
you cannot determine the half-life in an individual without studying that specific individual.
Now, if you're, when a person takes a substance, they metabolize it, is that right?
Most drugs are metabolized, some drugs are not.
And then that process eventually results in.
Whenever you have the
substance being,
time,
becoming part of
problem.
a person's bloodstream, is that right? Does it get in your blood?
It gets into your blood, and the parent compound or the drug you actually take typically gets into the blood.
Brandon,
and
you
then
are
also
better
metabolites
witness
are
than
in the
this
blood
woman.
as the body metabolizes the drug.
Because I noticed that there were blood samples sent to your lab to be tested here, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now when a person takes in a substance in a generally, you take it orally. Let's say something we're taking orally, it goes into your stomach first. Is that right?
Yes.
And then would it go through your intestines and then work its way into the bloodstream?
Some drugs are absorbed from the stomach. Some drugs are absorbed in the small intestine.
If a person has a liver impairment, does that affect how they might metabolize a substance?
Yes, it can.
And
Can't wait to see your costume.
in this particular case, were you shared the autopsy for Lynn showing that she has an impairment that was found in her liver at her death? Did you know that?
I saw the autopsy report and I noticed it mentioned, I believe, hepatic steatosis, or I'm going to butcher that word, which I know is some liver impairment.
So after a certain dose, if a person has a liver impairment, they might get a higher concentration because they're not able to eliminate the drug like the normal population does. Wouldn't that be true?
Yes, if someone, I believe you mean metabolize, not eliminate.
Metabolize, yes.
So if someone is unable to metabolize the drug as well as the general population, then that parent drug can accumulate over multiple doses because metabolism is part of the process of eliminating the drug from the system. So you can get an accumulation of drug over time with repeated dosing.
All right, I'm going to bring up an exhibit that is already in the record. It states
He's an
exhibit-
expert in toxicology.
I'm not sure if it's in the record. I'll bring up the Defense Exhibit 536. And I'd like to show it to this witness.
Is your computer plugged in
It is.
to the AV?
Oh, get the shoulder guys back from yesterday.
Is it front, middle, or rear?
Front, middle, or rear. That's the bonus one.
Looks like his shoulders are like this high. They're like sitting at his ears.
Yeah, but with his tie, and it looked like he
Why
had
don't we
no
do this?
shoulders.
It's 10:02, be a good time for a mid-morning break, and then we can figure that out, and we'll.
Yeah,
Oh,
let's
great.
have a break. She's essentially just writing a paper. Yeah, she looked at other reports that other people died with Visine in their blood, and she determined that the lethal amount in the stomach should be this and this, because she had a formula, how many milligrams per nanoliter or whatever it was.
Yep.
I tried to follow along. I can't grasp this. And let's just say it's boring. I'm not sure that the jury finds this half as interesting as we do, because at least we have the expert to entertain us in chat, and we have yeah, always cheat. Rules are for losers.
That.
Good. Hey, Money G. I'm not pulling that one up. So
Can I make it a little more boring for you?
Jesus.
What happened?
Oh my God.
she
both
gave
of
him a
you.
scare.
Can I make it a little more boring for you?
No.
I don't think
Yeah.
it's possible.
Is
All
it
right. So
okay?
you said what's interesting about this is she's attacking essentially the medical studies and stuff that kind of that the expert is testifying regarding this the chemical in the Visine and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And she's doing it's not peer reviewed and all this good stuff. But since she's qualified as an expert, she's allowed to testify as to the opinion in other treatises, medical studies, and things like that, and that's admissible. Now you can impeach with other treatises and medical research and things like that, but it's not just the fact that this particular witness didn't actually conduct the studies and analyze the results herself. Because she's qualified as an expert, she's allowed to testify to it, and it's supposed to be considered reliable testimony unless it goes challenged. So that even makes it, I mean, they're just treading water, and they're just trying to do something to attack the credibility of it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't.
No, but you're a lawyer. You're not a jury.
And that's true.
And that's again what I say all the time in these cases. I don't care what the judge knows or what the lawyer knows. It's the 12 people who's sitting in the jury box. And each and every one of those are sitting right now and thinking, how much Visine do I need to get out of this trial?
Well, they definitely are, I'm sure. I've been kind of deliberately ignoring your trial.
No, you've been ignoring me and Jamie. We know that.
Yeah.
It's because we have Val on.
I pop in every once in a while. I'm like, oh, this looks so boring. I'm gonna go watch something else.
I mean, I'm ready for some like gossip and some little biddies coming on the stand and telling us that she side-eyed them one time, and
I know, that's what I want. Yeah. They're like, she interrupted our bridge club, and
so we knew she was a murderer. That's what I want.
We needed, like we had in the Las Vegas case. Well, he was getting a haircut and he didn't answer me. Did you know he was wearing hearing aids? No. Could it be because he didn't hear you? I don't think so. He didn't like me.
He didn't like me. That's
yeah,
what I
want the whole pity gossip. But the problem is, it sounds like this woman was like on her deathbed in the middle of death throes, and she didn't have friends, and she didn't leave the house, and this was the only woman that had contact with her was the defendant.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're going to get those little stories.
No, and again, that's why they have to make all the experts kind of sus to kind of Well, maybe she was just a good Samaritan who helped her
I mean,
the last step over the
it
the
is
dick.
interesting from a legal standpoint. If they don't have, now at the time, in 2018, do they have any recorded deaths due to Visine in 2018? Now, remember, I remember the defense attorney said that in his opening statement, and everyone's like, well, last year they had a trial on this, but was that a death that occurred after 2018? I mean, this is 2023, and this death happened in 2018. So,
Yeah.
I feel like that might be a true statement that there's been no recorded deaths due to Visine by the time 2018 rolled around. And so that's an actual interesting issue because, and maybe that's why it took so long. There's got to be a lot of moving parts. And that's probably why this is so technically boring of a case, is they've got to be able to make the connection that this is a novel thing, right? It's be like, she died of balloon animal poisoning. Okay, well, now we need to prove that balloon animals are deadly and that this person, ingested it or whatever. I don't know. It's just, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, but
It
again,
makes it really technical.
But again, to people like you and I, and Jamie and Val, who follow a lot of criminal stuff, we know that, oh, this could be why and this, but there's 12 people deciding this case, and each and every one of those are sitting there thinking, they didn't even detail why they had that formula up there, how they got to the number she needed in her system to die from it, and that's why I think the more technical you get, as I said yesterday,
they need Bill Nye.
Yeah, they need this.
God, that would be great. I would love a Bill Nye.
Bill Nye is a comedian. He's not a scientist.
No, but you need somebody like Bill Nye. You need somebody like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Those guys talk intricate scientific stuff in a technical way, but in a very entertaining way. That's what you need.
Yeah, and that's what every lawyer should have. A semester where you learn everything you need to say, cut it down to 30 minutes.
Well, you guys have seen Mike, the social worker that I've had on my channel a couple of times. I don't know if you've all seen him. But I used him as an expert, not because he's the best in the world in the mental health field, but because he can convey ideas in a compelling way, So
I absolutely.
Sorry, Mike.
He is.
I mean, he probably is the first to admit that he is not the absolute best. The world doesn't look to him for all of the psychological problems. No, but I mean, he can convey it in a great way, and I think you guys were entertained by him, and that's kind of the idea that I'm going for in court.
He's very he talks in like layman's terms, like he actually breaks it down, and he's fun to listen to because he's got a personality.
Yeah.
Not just like some boring person who feels like they've never spoken to humans ever in their life.
I got another guy. I won't give his name out because I haven't done anything publicly with him. But his first of all, his name is absolutely awesome. His name is the same as a historical figure, but he comes off as
it's not Adolf, is it?
No. I don't even know how to describe it. Pretentious, but in a fun way where you want to know him. It's really weird. It's a really weird personality that he has, and I absolutely love it. And he does great work with judges. I usually use him on probate stuff, so I'm only arguing the judges, but the judges eat him up and love him.
Yeah, and that's what you need. And that's what you got in that's what Johnny Depp's defense team understood.
Yep.
You need great experts. Putting Dr. Smeagol on the stand, looking like a vulture, ready to pounce with all of his weird face movements. There's 12 people sitting there, and we know people. You make your decision within the first, 5 seconds of meeting a person, if you like him or don't.
Yep. Really, the only reason why I go to a bunch of functions, I'll go to like, I don't know, whatever, chamber events, or I'm the president of the bar association now, which means I'm captain of the party planning committee. But the reason I set these things up is to meet people. I invite people like that because if I'm immediately drawn to them and I find them interesting, I will remember them, and if I need somebody in that field, try to grab them. But I'm not going off of credentials. I'm going off of personality. They need the credentials to be qualified in the first place. But after that, what's their personality like? And are they going to be entertaining to the judge, to the jury? Are they going to be informative?
Absolutely.
These people are just dull. And
You
in
right.
their defense, the attorneys are also very dull.
Yeah, and that's the problem because she hitting the right notes in front of the jury, saying, "But can you prove this? Can you prove this? Can you prove this? Did anyone do this before? Did anyone?" But she's doing in a way where she's talking like this, and this is so. Oh, it's a Friday. We have to go home early. Oh, it's gonna be a nice weekend. I'm probably gonna play with my cats. Yeah. And tomorrow I'm probably gonna play some more with my cats. Oh, it's Halloween. I'm gonna dress up Mr. Fluffus as a pumpkin. Mr. Snuzzles is gonna be a ghost.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
That's so much kiddie play. Oh goodness.
Yeah.
I will say this too. So I didn't watch Nicholas's trial, the opening arguments, except I saw the states a little bit, and it seemed to be kind of like drawing strings, murder board kind of thing. You know, there's a lot of conspiracy stuff that they try to connect. And then I listened to about maybe a minute and a half of the defense's opening statement. Afterwards, I talked with Nick about it. He said that the defense opening statement was really bad because the state's opening statement left a lot of holes and the defense kind of filled them in. So that's not really a good thing. But I said it didn't matter to me because I found him extremely compelling and I wanted to believe everything that he had to say because he was just the manner in which he spoke was very compelling. And as a trained attorney, I kind of fell trapped to that.
Yep,
I was like half listening.
And that's the thing we learn when we get into politics. That I think a lot of other professions should learn as well is you have to seem personable, and you can be like me, and still seem like people and make people care for you, if you just know how to seem relatable. And we have a guy, and he uses a very colorful language, not regularly something you see with politicians. And he just sees into it, and people love him for it because he's truthful. Well, he's not
like
any
Brewster's
more
Millions.
truthful than I am.
Brewster's Millions, if you ever watch that show, or that movie rather, it's a great movie, by the way. But at one point he runs for office and his campaign is literally where everyone is a crook, vote for none of the above, and he wins the election.
Yeah.
He literally said, don't vote for me, don't vote for any of them. They're all assholes, and he won the election.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump off real quick. Nick is calling for me because there's a double hearsay issue in his case.
Oh.
Ooh, I'm going to go jump over there real quick. You guys have fun now.
Oh yeah.
No, we won't.
Later, brother.
Okay.
Oh, he's great, ain't he?
Yeah.
He is something. That's what he is. I'm kidding. I love him.
No, but again, and he understands what we're talking about. Please speed it up. Please get to the point. I watched him doing his trial, and he does what I ask for. Ask the questions. Make sure that it's easy to understand. And it was a bench trial. It wasn't even a jury trial. You just want to hammer home what is it you want the jury to remember, because I know there's a lot of technical stuff and there's a lot of mumbo jumbo and the law says this and the law says that. But the law doesn't mean anything to the 12 people sitting in the jury stand, because none of them understand any word of what the judge is going to read them in the end. No. They're just going to sit there and say, she looks like a crook. She probably did it. Oh, there's 250K missing. She's guilty.
Yeah, I think this chick's probably screwed, no matter what the actual course of events were.
Yeah, and again, the best opportunity for her is to get out of murder too, and she's not doing it with these experts because it's just way too slow.
I'm quite it's very questionable. I mean, unless she starts making statements to the contrary, I mean, very questionable that this woman was poisoned by her on purpose.
Yeah, and again, it's not sure she's guilty of theft because she had a will saying she was to inherit it, so she can say, "Well, I'm just stupid. I thought I could do it because I knew I was going to inherit everything."
Huh.
But yeah, the big problem in this case is no part of it is good. And how they can do a 5-week trial, I really don't understand. Because now we have the toxicology, we have the medical examiner, we have the police at the scene. So this is the level that made us think she was poisoned. We found this in her body and it wasn't indicative of suicide. And we found the body in this and this state. So we have the body, we have the reason of the way she died and an explanation why she died in that way. What else do you need to prove the murder? You have to say, well, if they're gonna play the interviews where she admits that she did pour Visine in bottles for the deceased, so at least it's assisted suicide. So yeah, Val, you need to go and get some French fries or something.
I ate a Jimmy Dean breakfast sandwich thing. We're working on it. It's a slow process, y'all.
Yeah. Or we have
I think we're good.
next
Pat
Friday
over.
we have
The jury come out.
it's always the first Friday in November is the day we release the Christmas beer. So that's a big party night because the breweries go around and hand out free beers and stuff like that.
Oh boy.
I so have to stock up on electrolytes because I'm too old for this mumbo jumbo. So, but we're going. Our local boxing club is having a fight night and going to watch that, and then going out. And there's always something happening on that night. The town will be packed with people. It's gonna be fun.
Sounds fun.
It doesn't
Yeah.
sound
The problem is it's the first night, so everyone has forgotten how strong they are, and they just drink them as normal beer. So everyone's just gonna get so wasted. It's fun.
Oh,
And we'll go back on the record. Oh, we need our Dr. Kasinko back on the stand.
Dr. Kevorkian.
Kasinko? Why do they have the weirdest last names?
it's Wisconsin.
Everyone is Polish.
Pretty much.
It is a big Polish area. A bunch of them Poles went up by the Chicagoland area when they came over. True story.
They worked as butchers or something.
Lots of delis, lots of Polish delis.
I love a good Polish deli.
There's nothing better than a good pierogi.
Yeah.
Is it paused?
Oh.
Oh. So they just stopped altogether.
Those ongoing studies.
There we go.
And
Back to the good stuff.
Continue with your cross.
very good. Now, this ongoing tetrahydrozoline study that you're doing.
Why is she
you
wearing
agree with
hammer
me
pants?
that our office requested your
Because it's
notes
Friday.
from
It's hammer time.
those ongoing studies and
Can't
you were
touch this.
subjected to giving over your work product and mental impressions.
Yes.
And then with regard to these 4 studies or cases that you brought in here today, was looking at them a little closer. And I noticed that all of the matrix sources weren't the same.
I believe that is correct.
So in our case, you've been talking about cardiac blood. when you're talking about Ms. Vernon's THC level, is that right?
I believe it was iliac blood.
Oh, iliac blood. And so you've got cardiac blood as your first example here in your packet.
I don't have it in front of me, but if that's what it says on the report, then yes, it was cardiac blood.
I see peripheral blood on one of them,
Yes, probably.
heart blood on another.
Heart blood and cardiac blood are the same thing.
Okay, well, one says cardiac blood, one says heart blood.
It depends how the client labels them when they submit them to us. We use whatever labeling they supply.
So that's blood from, heart blood isn't the same as the blood that you received in Lynn Hernan's case.
They were both blood samples. It's just a difference in the location that the blood sample was taken.
Well, you didn't receive heart blood from Lynn Hernan,
No, the sample was iliac blood.
and you didn't receive the peripheral blood from Lynn Hernan.
That is correct.
And I don't believe you ever got a vitreous sample from Lynn Hernan either, true?
That is correct.
I want to show you what, do you see on your screen an exhibit?
I do.
And if I scroll down a little, do you see an exhibit 536 sticker on there?
Yes, I do.
And this is a 2-page document?
Yes.
Okay. Is this is a report from NMS Labs, right?
Yes, it is.
And you've seen this report before?
I have.
You're familiar with it?
Yes, I am.
And this report is true and accurate?
To the best of my knowledge.
You believe your lab's information is good, right?
I am not involved in the drug chemistry section of the laboratory at all, so I am not involved in the testing or the production of this lab report.
Would that be the same for any of the lab reports that we've been talking about in this case?
No, just for this one. That came from the drug
Thank you,
chemistry
Sissy.
section of the laboratory, not
Go
the
out there and chase the
toxicology
cloud.
Okay,
testing section.
Get it.
thank you. Your Honor, move for admission of 536 and request to publish.
Exhibit 536 is received. Request to publish granted.
What we're looking at here is a
I'm thinking
report
MLS labs. I'm
from
thinking
your-
that guy has a
and
finger in
from
everything.
NMS Labs, right?
Yes.
Related
I
to
thought they
Lynn
were saying
Hernan.
MLS too, to be completely honest.
Yes.
I'm scrolling down a little, and your lab received a colorless plastic container with a white lid containing multicolored solid materials.
That is what it says on this report, yes.
Oh, and I think it may not be on the screens yet. Sorry. I moved ahead a little. Okay, apologies, I forget about that delay. So in the case of Lynn Hernan, we heard from the medical examiner that some substances were gathered up and sent to your lab. Would that be what is reflected here?
I cannot speak to that. I am not involved in the section of the laboratory that performed this testing.
Were you aware that this happened in the case?
I became aware when I was made aware that this report existed, yes.
Okay, so you know about this.
I know that a report was generated from material was submitted. I know nothing about how it was received or collected or anything.
Okay. And this was, whatever was received at your lab was tested by the lab and results were put into this report. True?
Yes.
And what was found in the sample?
The substance that was tested contained acetaminophen, alprazolam, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine, triumphrin.
Okay, and that's a diuretic, that last one, isn't it?
Yes.
And when you did the original testing on Lynn's blood, you wouldn't have tested for that. That wouldn't have been part of your original panel, would it have?
Yes, it was part of the original panel.
Okay. And were all of these drugs that are on here part of the original panel?
Yes.
And the drugs that are found here mirror the drugs that were found in Lynn's blood sample, true?
There are some similarities.
and can take this exhibit down.
I know. Get to the point. Get to the point, lady.
Welcome, Stray. We've been doing this for 2 days now, so glad to find out we're dual streaming.
I'm showing you what
He's
has been
adorable.
previously been introduced as exhibit 35. Do you see that in front of you?
I appreciate it.
There's nothing on my screen right now.
I'm not sure.
There it is.
Okay. Do you see
We're
that?
Yes.
And the state introduced this as exhibit 35. Do you see the number there?
I do.
Okay, and this is a lab report involving the testing of Lynn's iliac blood, gastric fluid, and liver tissue. Is that right?
That is correct.
And this is, I guess, what you would call the final report.
Yes, this is the final toxicology report.
Is
there
his
another
mouth
report?
crooked?
There's that drug chemistry report that we were just looking at.
It's like at an angle.
This is the final toxicology report.
That is correct.
Now, you put the lab, when they tested her blood, they gave results for everything they found in her. Is that right? Any compound they found in her that at least reached a threshold level in your testing equipment was listed here.
That is correct.
And so as we look at this list, these are all the drugs that were found in Lynn Hernan, right?
That is correct.
Including baclofen, ropinirole, triamterene, alprazolam, hydrocodone, nifedipine, tetrahydrozoline, cyclobenzapine, baclofen. Is that right?
Those are some of the drugs that are listed, yes.
Now, when we talk about drug toxicity, that refers to the level of damage that a compound can cause, right?
I don't know if I would describe it as the level of damage, but toxicity is referring to the adverse or unwanted effects and potentially harmful effects of drugs.
And the effects depend on the dose that a person took.
That is one factor, yes.
There's several factors.
Yes.
Okay, but the dose that a person is taken is one of the factors.
Yes.
And the taking of a drug compound, it can affect your entire system, like the CNS, the central nervous system.
Certain drugs affect the central nervous system, yes.
Some affect a specific organ, or can affect a certain organ, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And would you agree that acute drug toxicity deaths can be called an overdose death?
Yeah, and that's what we went through.
Yes,
yesterday.
I believe so.
She had a lot more drugs in her system than just the Visine, and it could have been toxic, but they said no, it's not.
Drug toxicity. If the person died, you can have acute drug toxicity without a death.
Vegas.
Did Lynn have
Thank you so much,
benzos and
Cheryl.
opioids
Hi, Cheryl.
positive findings?
Appreciate you.
Would you agree with me that people can die from a combination of benzos and opioids?
Depending on the circumstances of the dosing and the combinations, yes, that is possible.
And you know of deaths from you've heard of deaths from a combination of benzos and opioids, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Now, Judge, if we can show, this is already admitted into evidence, so if we can just display Exhibit 35 to the jury.
Sure, go ahead.
We have something on the edge that needs to come off.
His mouth is totally
So
crooked.
when you prepare your
It looks like
report,
he had a stroke or something.
or
Oh.
prepare the report, because
Well,
in
now
this
I feel
case,
like a
you
jerk.
didn't prepare the NMS report,
Well, he
right?
could just have a
I
crooked
prepared
mouth.
this report.
Okay, you prepared this report,
Yes.
even though you hadn't done the testing yourself?
It is my job to prepare the report. The people who do the testing do
We're
not
looking
prepare
at the same stuff as
And
yesterday.
then as part
now.
of preparing this 14-page report, you included pages that explain the different compounds that were found in Lynn Hernan, true?
Those are included in some of our reports. It's dependent upon the client, but yes, we often include what we call reference comments.
I don't think I asked, generally I asked in this case, in your 14-page report, in this case, you included pages about the specific compounds that were found in Miss Hernan, true?
Yes, that is included in this report.
Okay, and you call those reference comments, right?
Yes.
And those explain what the possible consequences can be from the use of or the ingestion of certain drugs, right?
Yes.
And so, for example, we see arsenic first, but this is just organic arsenic. There's no concern with this level of arsenic. And
We went through this
sure.
yesterday.
To the best of my knowledge, there was no concern
Phew.
about this arsenic concentration.
She's
It can
not,
be from just environmentally.
I wouldn't want to drink a beer with her.
From
You know what I mean?
eating food.
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
you
So
would
the first
go looking
drug
for
that
a
I'd
rope
like to draw your
in the
attention
woods
to is
afterwards.
baclofen.
Yep.
And if I go to your page 5, I can see that number 9 talks about baclofen. Is that how we would look it up?
Yes, the reference comment number 9 is referring to baclofen in iliac blood.
And according to the information that you provided to us, the adverse effects of baclofen overdose may include vomiting, drowsiness, seizures, and death. Is that true?
That is what is in the reference comment, yes.
And Lynn's level was 1.1. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you have toxic blood concentrations from 1.1 to 3.5. True?
That is what it says, yes. That is what's in there.
Well, and you prepared this report, right?
I prepared the report. I did not write this reference comment. But I agree with the reference comment.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
It's correct.
It is correct, yes.
All right. And when we look at page 1, we see with respect to ropenolol, is that how you say that?
Her husband
how
has
I
never
pronounce
won
it,
an
yes.
argument in his entire life.
We can look
Guaranteed.
at page 7 of
No,
your.
Even when
report
he's
to
right,
see
he's
what you
just
have to
ending up
say
saying,
about
no,
that
honey, yeah, I know.
drug.
I did that when you were sleeping and I was
Ropenolol.
wrong.
You see that number 23?
Yes.
Oh no.
And there are also adverse effects potentially from this drug, including nausea, somnolence, insomnia, dizziness, hallucinations, tremors. Is that true?
That is true.
And you have also in Lynn's positive findings, alprazolam. Do you see that one listed?
Yes, I do.
And when we look at page 4 of your reference materials that you provided, here's 4. Would we look at number we'd look at number 5 on here, right? Because it's the iliac blood.
That is correct, yes.
Because you sometimes list a drug more than once, like you have number 5, alprazolam, the blood, alprazolam, the gastric fluid, and alprazolam from the liver.
Yes, there's a reference comment for each one.
And that's because you found the alprazolam in all 3 of those places.
That is correct.
Okay, it was in her liver tissue.
Yes, alprazolam was detected in liver tissue.
Okay. And when we look at your footnote or reference comment number 5, you note that it is a DEA Schedule 4 benzo. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
What does that mean, DEA Schedule 4?
The Drug Enforcement Administration, I think that's administration agency. I think it's
Agency.
administration, schedules drugs based on their use and pharmacology. So Schedule 4 is, I believe it goes down to Schedule 5 is the lowest schedule. So this means it's a commonly prescribed medication that has some potential for misuse.
Well, all drugs have a potential for misuse, don't they?
The DEA is specifically saying, like, that's what Schedule 4 means. But yes, I imagine they all have the potential for it.
But that's where the DEA says that we've seen that this drug has been misused.
Yes.
All right. And you'd agree that in combination with other other drugs,
When you jumped out the window, they would think maybe
other
we should change
central
the
nervous
strategy.
system drugs, it can be toxic at low concentrations.
Yes, that is correct.
And then on your first page of the exhibit, I see
Oh my God.
hydrocodone free. You have it listed in there twice. You have dihydrocodone and then hydrocodone. Those are different, right?
Yes, they are different.
So hydrocodone, that was in her system. And if we then go to page 6 of your report, we can see the reference to that particular drug. Do you see that on your screen at number 17?
Yes, I do.
Now, this one is a DEA Schedule 2
Can anybody
narcotic
tell
and
me?
analgesic.
That is
Can
correct.
anybody what?
More dangerous of misuse.
Can anybody tell me what
Schedule
she's
4.
getting at here? Like, what is she
That's
really?
it.
Like, what has she nailed down? Because I literally has
That
not
she,
read
had,
any of this testimony.
she has drugs in her system.
Lots
I
of
mean,
them.
that's the gist, but like,
That's all
why?
she's trying to do, I think.
I know.
Look at
Yeah.
all these. Look at all these crazy amounts of lethal drugs that this woman had in her system.
But
Drugs,
wouldn't
the
you have
DE
done it and said, "Oh, you have the hydrocodone free in the iliac blood, and it says here that between X and Y is deadly." She had X plus 2.
That's
Why do
exactly
you
what she
say-
should be doing.
Yeah, and put it together instead of going back to the numbers and said, "Oh, did you remember half an hour ago when I talked about nothing? Was it X or Y? I don't know, but was it deadly? It could be." Yeah, I don't get the strategy.
Yes, that is what the scheduling refers to,
narrow
both the
it down.
effects of the drug and its risk of misuse.
And it indicates that, you indicate when you put this together that the compound is reported to be highly addictive.
Yes, that is, there are reports of that, yes.
And in your last sentence in that paragraph, you indicate that it's more toxic.
It's
than
okay. It's
cocaine.
5:45
In
right now,
overdose,
so you
it
can drink.
produces the same manifestations as other opiates, including drowsiness, sedation, respiratory depression, coma, and death. Is that right?
Yes.
Also,
It's a curse.
one
It's a curse.
other substance in Lynn. Her name
Entertaining
was
enough to keep
amphetamine.
Brandon around,
You
though.
see that?
Yes.
And then
Yeah, he hasn't been in my chat,
see that you,
so you
have
know
a
who
reference about amphetamine.
attracts
And
Brandon.
you put this together so that people who are receiving these drug results have a little more information about the dangers of the drugs, or what important information that they might need, right?
Yes, it's there to aid in interpretation.
Because that's something you might know more about, but maybe a person who's requested the lab to run a test might not have as much knowledge as you would as a toxicologist.
That is correct.
So in the nifedipine, you indicate that
I'll take it.
this is a channel blocker, is that right?
It is a calcium channel blocker, yes.
And it
Gotta toot my
produces,
horn
it also
again.
has side effects, is that right?
Yes.
Vertigo, headaches, weakness. Is that right?
Yes.
And there were 2 fatalities at 150 ng, right?
That is correct.
Lynn didn't have that level. She was at 22, right?
I believe that was the concentration, yes.
But you don't know in the 2 fatalities what else those particular people might have had in their blood in conjunction with the nifedipine? True?
I do not. I would have to look at the paper.
Okay. We can't find it on here. At least I couldn't find it.
Correct. It's not on this report.
All right, just a minute. I lost my mouse again. There we go. Oh, I go back to page 1. Just a couple more I want to talk about. Not everything on here. Cyclobenzapine. Do you see that on here?
Yes.
Is that when we talk about benzos? Is that what that is?
No.
Which ones on here are the benzos?
The alprazolam.
Okay. Cyclobenzapine, we can look at page 5.
You notice she's doing a lot of research herself.
Here we go.
She's like always
And
looking at the
we would
computer.
look at number 12. Is that true?
Yes.
She's probably watching us.
Like, give this lady some uppers, please.
It acts on the central nervous system, apparently. Is that right?
Yes.
Relaxes muscles.
It is used as a muscle relaxant. Yes.
Like if you have a bad back or something, might you be prescribed that?
I believe that is one of the indications. Yes.
It says its mechanism of action is not well understood. What do you mean by that when you say that?
So mechanism of action refers to how a drug causes its effects. And for a lot of drugs, we know very much about how that happens. But for other drugs, it hasn't been well established from studies yet. So there's continuing research to see what receptor, and that's something in the brain that the drug acts on, and what chemical effects happen.
Shouldn't we maybe
so the drug
figure
can
that
have its
out before we start prescribing all these
Okay.
meds to people?
And
Like
this,
what they
if
do
you
and how
have
they
an
work?
overdose of cyclobenzapine, apparently some of the side effects are drowsiness, tachycardia, nausea, paresthesia, hypotension, convulsions, cardiac arrhythmias, and coma. Is that true?
That is correct.
You could take that off the screen, Madam Clerk, please. I would like to show you what,
She is doing an awful lot of
just a
research.
witness, please.
Yeah.
What the defense has marked as exhibit 580. Do you see 580 on there on your screen?
Not
You
yet.
better believe I would be.
Hell yeah.
Something shows.
That's why I like
See
line.
580?
I do.
I'm showing you package insert from alprazolam Xanax. Are you familiar with that drug?
I am familiar with the drug. Yes.
And can you see at the top, I put it at the top, or I'm highlighting at the top that it's for alprazolam.
Yes.
I sent in the flash drive. It's 580. When you receive drugs at a pharmacy, oftentimes they have a package insert in them, right?
They should always have a package insert in them.
Okay, and that is so that the patient can understand.
That's my problem as well.
How they should use it, and the proper dosage, and possible
Right.
side effects, right?
That is correct.
There's enough hydrocodone alone probably could have
Yeah.
done the job.
There are
Yeah.
lots of warnings for this drug. Would you agree?
There are warnings.
He's a lawyer.
I
That's,
don't know if it's
that's
lots
lawyer
compared
math.
to other drugs, but there are warnings listed.
And
yes.
he will bill you $800 for doing the math.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Nikki.
Now, do you see the black box that's highlighted with the warning risks from concomitant use with opioids, abuse, misuse, and addiction,
Yes.
dependence and withdrawal reactions?
Yes, I do.
Can you just look at that yourself and let me know if that is accurate information
I never really liked that MLS guy.
from your knowledge of the drug?
stupid.
I'm not involved in writing of the black box.
It's a little too
warnings,
short
but I have
to really
no
be
reason
considered a
to
man, in my
agree
humble
with what's
opinion.
in this warning.
Yeah, he gets
And
pedicures.
with that, Judge,
And
I
manicures.
He does get
I'm
pedicures.
jealous.
But you're a woman.
He
I
gets
will
more
receive
than I got.
580
580.
Hey, Alan.
and permission to
Hey, Alan, how you
publish.
doing, buddy?
I think that was Irish, the nice lady.
So you use the term black box warning. That's, what does that mean when a particular drug has a black box warning?
I did not use the term black box warning. I'm not quite. I mean, a black box, I can tell you what it is. I just don't recall having mentioned it. So a black box warning is just a highlight of some of the information that prescribers and patients need to be made aware of regarding a drug.
And in the case of alprazolam, also known as Xanax, right? Is that true?
Yes, Xanax is one trade name for the drug alprazolam.
All right. Is it true that, so if they say concomitant use of benzodiazepines and opioids,
She's a toxicologist.
is that what we call benzos when we say
She's a
benzos?
doctor, right?
Yes, benzos.
Yeah, but I do think she's only doing that work.
It's just benzos.
Can you read that first sentence in that warning, starting with the concomitant use?
Concomitant use of benzodiazepines and opioids may result in profound sedation, respiratory depression, coma, and death.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a way for the medical companies to stay out of lawsuits.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. I said, give me some of your
You see
pedicures
the next exhibit, Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
appointments.
Go over to her house and give her a
You see the
pedicure.
Sticker 578.
Me,
I do.
I want
Go to
his
the top.
appointment. Flip my name in there, you know.
Do you see
and I'll-
over in the left by the,
You guys can go together
By
and
that
get those little
scanning
fish
bar
that we
over
can
there.
skin off your feet.
Underneath. This is for
Mochas,
back
get a
fun
little
tablets.
PT scrub.
Yes.
okay, so we're looking at the pack. Would you agree this looks like a package insert
Gay.
for baclofen?
It's either a package insert or provider prescription,
First of all-
provider information. There's two different forms that come with prescription drugs.
You
So I
should
don't know
all
if this
have
is the package insert or the provider information.
I'm good.
They typically contain the same general
to be
information.
like,
And again, this information,
You could have two birds with one stone.
Yeah.
When you go get a pedicure, then you can get his computer. It works out fine.
no, all of you boys should be like mandated to get pedicures ever so often. It would be a nicer world.
You mean ma'am dated?
Man dated.
It's ma'am.
you need it. You need a toe clipping and get that rough skin off your feet. Ugh.
They make things you can just use in the shower. Pumice stones, little
Mhm.
cheese grater looking things.
Yeah.
Good to go.
Yeah, but then you just have somebody doing it for you. It's so amazing.
Yeah, I'm good. Nobody needs to
Yeah.
be touching on my feet. And that's
Whatever.
weird. It's weird.
And Sheninogram, if you bounce around, it'd be better if you stay over at Val's. You can still participate in everything, but he gets a little more watch time, and he needs that. I like, and if you're new on my channel, please a subscription and thank you. But go help Val out and get his numbers pumped.
I appreciate it. And if there's anybody in my chat who is not subscribed to Baker, his link is pinned to the top of chat, and you should absolutely go give him a like and a sub because Baker is awesome.
Yeah, we're dual streaming in hopes that we can get Val up so he can get all the super likes and all the memberships and all the funny things. So that's why we're doing this. We're growing together.
Yay, because we love him.
Aw,
And y'all
thanks, y'all.
This is Val's stream, yes. But because he was hanging out with some nasty guy yesterday who got him drunk, he needs a little help.
It was this trial yesterday. Started me drinking at 5 o'clock. I was on this stream all day yesterday and forgot to eat. And that is an important part of drinking when you start at 5, to make sure you eat something, apparently.
Yeah, we are trying to get Val up in the numbers.
Yeah.
And they're doing an amazing job.
Been quiet all day, and then he comes in for that kind.
I met Valehammer last night for the first time, apparently. I thought I was on stream with him before somewhere, but I apparently was not. He's
a good one. He's funny.
He's like, nice to finally meet you. I was like, haven't we met like dozens of times? I don't I thought we had. My bad.
Yeah, and Vinosaur, she's funny that way. She'll like a toe diddler over a new PC.
I think you did that one on the wrong
Oh my God.
on the wrong channel. Dave. Oh, it's funny.
Yeah.
John Smith.
The 2 V's. I should be doing the scissoring sign. At least not until Flux gets on sometime.
I have it on good authority from Flux herself that scissoring is not a thing. And
Yes,
then Luna
that's
disagreed.
I have watched a lot of documentaries about female on female love stories, and I can tell you it's a thing. There's a lot of documentaries out there about it.
Oh
Luna
God.
says
Where
it's a
did that
thing.
conversation come up? Did you just straight out ask her?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was just blunt as hell.
Well, good to know. I'm glad
Yeah.
y'all learned something today. Scissoring is
It
not
tells the patient how much they should take, how it should be used, and what potential
Sal was probably
complications
drunk
can be
if
from the drug, right?
he gets fun
The
when he's
package
drunk.
insert doesn't tell a patient how much
He
to
is
take.
fun, but
The
he is
prescriber
very
tells
fun.
the patient how much
He's
to take.
hilarious.
But
Yeah.
yes, this includes information on doses
Drunk
that are
Salbert's
available,
one of my favorite
the type
people
of
on
pills that are
YouTube.
available. It's a little bit of information on its pharmacology.
He says some funny
and,
stuff when he's drunk as
potential
well.
adverse effects.
Move for admission of 578.
His filter stopped.
Yeah, I don't like
578 is
women.
received.
Oh, Sal.
You know, we tried to sprinkle in a little entertainment because this court didn't do it.
Oh, we needed some shenanigans, is what we needed.
Mm-hmm. David.
How many accounts do you have, man? I thought Brandon had a lot of accounts.
So overdose signs and symptoms over on the right.
He must have
Overdose, which I
one
guess
of
is where
those
it's called. You see where I have
password
mouse
remember
hi-
things.
highlighting right over
Yeah.
there?
I have 2
Yes.
YouTube's account and
What
I
are the
can't
signs and
remember my
symptoms of
passwords.
overdosage?
He just puts the same
Vomiting,
password for everything.
muscular hypotonia,
Yeah.
drowsiness,
Password 1, 2, 3.
accommodation disorders,
It's the same
coma,
password on his
respiratory
debit card,
depression, and
too.
seizures.
Guaranteed.
We can take this down. Now, when we talk about possible side effects with respect to compounds, somebody could have one of the side effects. If there's 10 possible side effects listed, somebody could have all 10 or 8 or 4 or 2 or 1,
Or
Or
0.
not.
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So when they list the possible ones, it doesn't, if you're having an adverse reaction to the drug, it could just be that you have one of those
Jesus.
adverse possibilities present in your own body.
Yes, of course.
But you have to do Google accounts for each of those.
So you indicated earlier that
It's so annoying.
you were originally contacted because you were the on-duty person. So you got
Duty.
your office got a call from our medical examiner here. And because you were the on-duty person, you handled the call. Is that right?
That is correct.
So I'm showing what's marked as Exhibit 562. Do you see that in front of you?
I do.
Are you familiar with this?
Yes, I am.
This is an NMS communication history report. Is that right?
That is correct.
And does that tell us the communication between your lab and for this case between your lab and other people.
Yeah, rather have
And this
an
is
entertaining and
562.
blunt
Do you see that?
attorney
562 there?
than
Yes.
the
And it
bestest
looks to
ever.
be 2 pages. Would you agree with that?
That is correct.
Okay, I would like to move for admission, Your Honor, 562.
No objection to admission. I do object to being published.
So I'd like to be heard about that. It's a report in the normal course of business. It's a business record.
Not pulling
You're
that
not
one up.
offering it for the truth of the matter then, just as to
Business
why
record.
perhaps this witness did something. She was given.
That's right.
All right, 562 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Before I go through it in great detail, just a couple of questions. Who hired you in this case?
Well,
Don't look at the
I'm not sure.
Just
I know the Spiffing Brit did an
No,
experiment with
no,
that, and it
nobody
worked,
hired
but
me.
okay.
I don't know if they changed that.
The original client in the for the lab was the medical examiner's office.
I don't, Alan.
Medical examiner's office.
Yes.
Has that
I
changed?
need to set it up. People keep
They're
asking
still the
me
client
to.
for the toxicology report. At some point, the district attorney's office
You
contacted
just make
the
a gold one and
laboratory
put all your videos
and,
into that one so people can
retained
run it.
NMS.
Do one with
to,
all the Legos
and
and-
myself as a representative of NMS
Yeah.
to talk about this matter.
I need to.
So
I'm
you have
slacking.
Two clients in this case. You have the medical examiner's
She's a
office
public
and the
defender.
district attorney. They're both your client.
Yes.
Okay.
I hate that smile
you-
she does at the end of every
Testifying
question.
here today.
Yes,
part of
she's
your
so
regular
passive
salary
aggressive.
that
It
you
drives me
receive through
nuts.
NMS.
Yes, it's just my regular salary.
And you said that when you testify, somebody observes you. Is somebody here observing you from NMS Labs?
No, they did not send someone with me to observe this time. It doesn't. It only happens once every couple of years at most. It's not like every time we testify.
I see. And do you know what the medical examiner has paid your office?
No, I do not.
Do you know what the district attorney's office has paid your office?
No, I do not.
It doesn't matter
don't have
how
that
much an
information?
expert is paid.
I
Get
don't even
over
know
it.
how
They
to
do a
access- I
job.
maybe know where to find a report with that information, but it's not something I look at. It's not my job.
So you don't have a fee schedule or anything like that that we could see.
A fee schedule exists. I don't have it.
So it's fair to say that your lab is being paid some money from the district attorney's office to testify.
Yes,
You just don't know how much it is.
I don't know how much they're being paid. No.
I don't know how many.
Would you agree with me? I'll put the exhibit.
I'm going with
of
3.
Your Honor, of
Yeah.
562.
Three is a good
When you
one.
look at
That's
page
about
2 of
accurate.
562, would you
It's
agree
all of our
with me?
burner
Can you
accounts
see
for
it?
love, Valhalla.
I can,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, great. 72822, or I'm sorry, 72919. We're going back in time. You were asked by Dr. Kurzewski here in Waukesha to add arsenic testing.
Yes.
She didn't ask you to speciate it in any way. Did she determine whether it was like organic or not?
No, she did not.
Oh boy.
And then on 72822, you received a call from Randy Sitzberger of the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office. Is that right?
Yes.
And he wanted to speak with you regarding your tox report.
Yes.
And have you met Mr. Sitzberger since you've been in town?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so he's at the state table, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
Mr.
do you
what?
have to get authorization from
Sitzberger?
Dr. B before you would speak with him?
Yes, we get authorization from our client before we speak to anyone about their case.
No, they
And
went
she gave
late
you that permission,
yesterday.
Is that true?
It didn't break until
And he
One-
wanted to, at least you
12:30,
understood, they were looking
1:30.
for an expert opinion. Is that
remember
right?
this is Central
Yes.
Time.
Yeah, it's only 11 for
Then
them.
it looks like you received additional documents from the district attorney's office to review. Is that right?
That is correct.
What additional documents? Is that the ones you listed in that letter, the criminal complaint and the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. Did they send you anything else?
At that time, no, there was no additional documents.
Later on, did they send you something else?
Yes, I've received additional documents over time regarding this case.
Like what?
I received an opinion written by Henry Spiller. I received
That's
the
pretty funny, actually.
report written by another medical examiner. I apologize, I don't recall the name.
Okay.
Those are the two I can remember off the top of my head. I would need to look in our log to see what other documents were received.
All right. And once the medical examiner gave you authority to speak with Randy Sitzberger at the DA's office, did their office then become a client?
Yes,
So then you were able to have three-way conversations between your lab the DA's office and the medical examiner to talk about the case. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that happened, right?
Yes, it did.
I see a note from 12/2/22. Do you see that one?
Yes.
It looks to me from that note, at the end of that note, that you were going to provide information on a fee schedule with a breakdown of additional testimony expenses. Is that right?
That was not me,
That was somebody
but that
else.
was someone else at NMS Labs who
All right.
made that note.
Would you agree with me that while this case was pending, you got additional requests from Waukesha's medical examiner to add
Waukesha.
additional testing?
Yes.
Did you make those suggestions to the medical examiner?
I don't recall specifically. I had consultations where we discussed what testing was available. I don't remember if I specifically suggested any test or if just during those phone calls and discussing the case, we came to the decision that it would be useful information.
And you said that Waukesha's medical examiner requested the normal panel initially.
That is correct.
And you said that panel includes THC testing.
Yes, it does.
I want to be clear, the medical examiner didn't say to you, please test for THC.
No, she did not. The request was just to run our expanded postmortem panel.
Are you
Since
playing with
when
crickets?
has your NMS Labs been testing for THC?
I have been to 2010.
Jesus Christ.
I don't recall when it was added.
I had it turned up way loud because I was listening to the crickets.
If the testing existed before 2010.
When did it get added to your?
Oh, goodness.
I don't know.
Oh,
Take this.
I just blew out my eardrums.
oh.
Oh.
I just wondered how long it would take.
This
Before
morning,
people started to-
showed your opinion letter,
What?
Exhibit 48. You agreed that you can't tell the.
I found a
amount
picture of our
tetrahydrozoline
defense
that
attorney
is,
at her
was
previous
ingested.
job at Bob's Burgers.
And you don't know how she ingested
He
it.
does.
Just that it was an oral exposure.
You don't know if she put it in, or if she even put it in. or not,
Morning,
right?
Dave.
There's no way toxicology could tell you that. No.
Morning, Dave.
And you said that you
Hey, Dave. How you doing, buddy?
received.
I'm sorry,
that
Irish.
You took her stomach contents and you determined that there was
Yeah.
5 milliliters.
Getting
of
ready
THC
for
in her
lunch.
Stomach contents, right?
5 milliliters of the Visine solution. Yes.
Of the tetrahydrozoline. Right?
Oh,
It's tetrahydrozoline hydrochloride in the Visine solution, and other stuff. There's other stuff in Visine, like the liquid. So 5 milliliters of Visine.
5 milliliters of Visine. Does it
Oh my
mean
God.
5 milliliters?
It means 5 milliliters. You know what? I would need to look at the report. I can't remember what conversion I did there. I believe it's 5 milliliters of tetrahydrozoline HCl solution, a 0.05% solution.
Which would not be the same as how much just tetrahydrozoline is in her, true?
Well, no, that would be a weight, not a volume.
5 milliliters is a teaspoon, is that right?
It's about a teaspoon, yes.
It's a third of a bottle. Right.
Of a standard, yeah, I believe Visine comes as a 15 milliliter bottle.
Right. So that would be a third of a bottle.
Yes.
One teaspoon.
Yes, that is correct.
Oh my God.
are you in Discord?
And so as you sit here, I want to be clear, you don't know when Lynn took the Visine.
No, I do not.
You don't know
Oh,
if she
that's
mixed it with
funny, too.
anything.
No, I do not.
When you talk about the amount in her stomach, in her gastric
Oh,
contents that were sent, were the entirety of the gastric contents sent to your lab?
No.
Or just a little bit of it?
The volume is listed on the report, so yes, a portion of it was sent.
Generino.
So when you say that there was in your report that her stomach contents contained 300 ml of an tan opaque liquid, you actually don't personally know that.
That came from the medical examiner report.
I see. What I want to be clear about is your lab.
My
didn't receive
interpretation of
any
ASL,
No, they did not.
it's all
Receive
just
a little
different
something.
gang signs.
I didn't see what
That's
was
all.
received, but yes, typically it would come in like a urine cup that you would
Why
give
does
a
this
urine
guy keep
sample
flashing
at the
gang
doctor's
signs
in.
at
That's
me?
typically what's used to submit gastric fluid.
You don't know on that 300 milliliters that was at the ME's office if it was mixed up and shaken and definitely evenly distributed.
Well, I have
before
wide
a sample was
shoulders, so
taken and
I
sent to
compare
you,
it.
do you?
I do not.
Because you made an assumption that the drugs that you're going to find or that you found were
Thank you,
equally
Irish.
distributed within the 300 ml.
Yes, I made that assumption.
But you don't have any actual knowledge of that.
I do not.
40
Did you ask
hours.
Dr. B how, if she mixed them?
I don't believe I did.
When you prepare this opinion letter, and I'm going to bring this up, it's already been admitted as Exhibit 48. 1 minute, please. Okay, this is already in evidence, so Madam Clerk, I asked to have this on everyone's screen.
That's 48, right?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
We have a little delay in the courtroom while we wait for things to appear on the jury's
Yeah,
screens.
we
That's
have a
why.
delay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
we know she's been
This
there
is
all
that
morning.
opinion letter that you
We
spoke
know.
about earlier this morning, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And when I scroll to the very bottom of this report, I see to date, at least when you wrote this report, October 21st of 22, there are no reports of tetrahydrozoline overdose resulting in death in the scientific literature. Is that right?
That is correct.
That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Thanks, Judge. If we could please publish the same screen.
Sure. I guess I was premature in turning that off.
Doctor, can you read the next line from that paragraph, please?
But I don't think it's going to be any better.
A review of internal NMS data revealed multiple cases where the cause of death was ultimately determined to be tetrahydrozoline overdose.
Great, thank you. That can come down. So I just want to ask you a few things to clarify, Dr. Kosenko. The exhibit that we went through, 217, that we paged through with the jury with the redacted patient name, do you recall that exhibit?
Yes.
Do you remember it being suggested that Attorney Kugler has never seen this before until today?
I
Object, that's mischaracterization.
I don't think it is.
It is.
The state may ask the question based on my recollection of how it was phrased earlier.
Would you agree with the suggestion that Attorney Kugler has never seen this document before today?
I don't know if she has or not.
Why did you make exhibit 217?
Why?
It was requested by the defense.
And who is the defense attorneys in this case?
I apologize. I've heard your name multiple times, so I'm afraid I'll butcher it if I try to pronounce it. But the attorney who has been questioning me.
Judge, the state did prepare a new exhibit based on this line of questioning that I'd like to just show the witness. It's exhibit 218.
Has this been provided to us?
Nope,
This is a rebuttal witness, I mean, a rebuttal exhibit.
correct.
Do you have a copy for the court? Right. Can you hand that to Madam Clerk, please?
Dr. Kosenko, do you recognize exhibit 218?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a letter that I drafted in response to a request for documents from Donna Kugler and at Kugler and Cotton SC.
Did you sign this letter?
Yes, I did.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the letter that you wrote in this case?
Yes, it is.
I move exhibit 218 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish it.
Exhibit 218 is received.
Does that letter remind you of the specific date that Attorney Kugler asked you for this information that's contained in exhibit 217?
Yes, it does.
What's that date?
Object and
Overruled.
sidebar.
Overruled.
What's that date?
January 18th, 2023.
January 18th, 2023 was the request?
That is when we received the request from your office. I don't know when they requested it from your office. The
Okay.
request came through your office.
Does this letter indicate when you sent the response out, including exhibit 217?
January 26th, 2023.
And that response was in response to the request made by Attorney Kugler.
That's my understanding. The request came through the district attorney's office, but it was a request from the defense attorney's office for these documents.
So these documents were provided to both parties way back in January. Is that fair?
I can say that we provided the documents to the district attorney's office. I do not know how those documents then got to the defense attorney's office.
Okay.
Yeah, because the defense said, well, we didn't see it. And all of a
You were
sudden,
asked some
well, you
questions
did.
about a case, a poisoning case from Aurora, Colorado. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
And in fact, were you able to hear some of those questions being asked yesterday of Dr. Budritsky?
Yes.
Do you follow that case?
I've been following it in the media. Like I said, it's a high profile case that was tested at NMS Labs. So there's internal discussion about cases. And I've been following the media like a lot of people.
Okay. Do you recall it being suggested that the victim in that case actually died from a cyanide poisoning?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that happened yesterday?
Yes.
And there was a discussion that the husband had a failed attempt with eye drops and then used cyanide in the hospital. Do you remember those questions?
Oh, that's your
Yes, that is
face.
my recollection of
I think
yesterday's.
that's the
Has
gist of
cyanide
that.
poisoning been reported as a cause of death for that victim?
There are media reports regarding the coroner's testimony in a preliminary trial where the cause of death was mentioned.
Yeah, she's
Did it include tetrahydrozoline
going through it
poisoning?
Yes, it
fast.
did.
Okay.
Just keep it up.
You were asked a lot of questions about our office being a client of yours. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And you were even showed the entire communication log that your office keeps in this case. Is that right?
That was the communication log through the end of, I believe, 2022 that was generated for the request. There would be additional documentation in that log now because additional communication has happened
Okay.
since then.
Do you know whether you finalized the toxicology in this case before you had any discussions with our office?
Yes, I did.
Did anything that we talked about or Dr. Budritsky talked to you about cause you to change the toxicology results in this case?
No.
The defense walked you through your report that states Exhibit 35, and that's the
This is
toxicology in this case, and asked you multiple
prosecutor
questions about
redirect.
specific substances. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And there was a lot of discussion about what toxic
Wolfram.
levels are for those substances. Do you remember that?
Snuggle up and
Yes.
follow along.
If someone has a toxic level of a substance, does it mean that they're going to die?
No.
Is toxic and fatal different things?
Yes.
When you signed this report, States Exhibit 35, did you compare those reference notes included with Ms. Hernan's results in this case?
Not at the time I signed the report. No.
Have you since?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the reference notes in that report include fatal levels for all these substances except tetrahydrozoline?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know whether Ms. Hernan had any level consistent with a fatal level as reported in those reference notes?
None of the individual drug concentrations are consistent with what has been reported in fatalities.
You were asked some questions about the calculation that you did regarding what was in Ms. Hernan's stomach. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
If there is a compound or a substance in someone's stomach, has it been absorbed into the blood yet?
No, it has not.
That's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
One last question.
If it's on Exhibit 218, you may. Otherwise, you may not.
It is on.
218 is the additional exhibit that was received, the letter. If that's what it's on, you may. Not under 90611, you may not.
It's not on that exhibit.
All right, then, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
I guess the doctor released from her subpoena, which I believe is just from
I
our
like
office.
this. Mommy is
All right,
trying
then,
to
Dr.
keep it
Sievers,
together
you're
today.
released from your subpoena. You're welcome. All right, the statement calls next witness.
The state by Attorney Sitzberger is going to call Corinne Poza.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Poza. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is all the way up to the front of the courtroom. There is a riser. Please come up on that riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah. Skip lunch
Thank you.
break and
Please
get
have a seat.
done by 2:00.
The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Corrine Poza, Koreen,
My last name is Pozza, Pozza. Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Sitzberger, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Ms. Bosa, how are you?
I'm okay, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Ms. Bosa, what is it you do for a living?
I work at a financial,
In what capacity? What kind of work do you do?
so I do administrative work.
Okay. And let's cut right to the chase. You're here because you knew Lynn Hernan, is that correct?
Correct.
Tell us, how long did you know Lynn Hernan?
I probably have known Lynn about 35 years.
And how did you first meet Lynn Hernan?
I met Lynn through my
Why didn't they
brother
tell her to take her
and,
gum out of her mouth?
Some of his friends at the time that we went, they were working at a bar years and years ago doing security, and I met her there.
You put a rough estimate on how many years ago?
That would probably have been about 35-ish years ago.
Okay. So sometime in the 80s, it sounds like.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Bosa, do you know what kind of work Lynn did when you met her?
Yes,
And what was that?
she was a hairstylist. She did hair.
Did she work for?
She-
I'm sorry, let me just ask. Did she work for a company, or was she kind of doing her own thing
Lynn
out of her house? What
Hair-
sort of?
I don't recall at that time if she was working for a
What was that, Jamie?
She was working
I
on her
said-
own.
Did they just say
Did there
that?
come a time where she worked on her own as a hairdresser?
Yes.
Okay. And how many years do you think she did
I
that?
have no idea what you said. Sorry.
What I remember is that was really kind of on and off. Sometimes she worked at a salon, and then sometimes she just worked on her own. So,
Okay. And you said you knew her for about 35 years through your brother, correct?
right,
Who is your brother that you met her through?
Keith Lang.
And as you got to know her, would you and her hang out socially?
Yes,
And how often would you say you did that?
a lot. We hung out, all the whole group of us hung out together a lot. They both also worked, they had their other jobs, but they also worked at a bar that we liked to go to. So we'd hang out there in those early days. And then after I got married and started a family, we still hung out all the time. She come over, she took a massive love for my son and just always wanted to be around us, said we were her family, that she didn't, have kids of her own or was married. So she had a real,
She found a
ton of
style
fun
and
just
she
hanging
stuck
out
with
with-
it.
with
I've
us,
had this hair
since
I shouldn't have said that now to shut down. I've had this hair since the mid-aughts.
I've had this hairstyle for at least 6 years.
Yeah.
not in so much the party scene, but more in a family scene.
Sure. So less going out to the bars, maybe kind of going to each other's homes.
Right.
Okay.
Alan, please
You said that was sort of the
please
early
go
days you
over
were
and
out all the time,
support
right?
Val.
Right.
He
Are you
needs
talking
the hours, and I can
multiple
always
times
get
a
them some
week,
other
multiple
time.
times a month?
And
What
please,
time?
by all means, don't feel
Probably
bad.
multiple
This is
times a month.
Did that stay consistent sort of from
We're
the
having
early
fun,
days
y'all.
as
We're having
you
fun.
progressed?
This is we're dual streaming with Valhalla to try and help his memberships go, not memberships go up.
Watch
Talking
out.
about memberships, I should mention that Wicked Psych became a member. Thank you so much for joining us, Wicked. And that's what we're trying to get Valhalla up so he can get some memberships and some super chats and help out with the little goatees.
Yes, the goats need grain, y'all. The goats need grain.
Yeah, so I'm more than happy to see people run over to Valhalla and support him. If
And
you
I
just
appreciate
leave
it.
me a little tickle on the like button before you go, then I'm happy.
To having a family of your own?
Y'all are awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, thank all
I was
54 of
always
you for showing
having
up.
Parties for my son, and she's the first one there, first one wanting to make food. She loved to cook. So she would come over with tons of things that she'd made.
Best of
tons
both worlds
things
is a
for
Hannah
him.
Montana song, not Underworld.
And when was your son born that you've been referencing?
He was born in September of 90.
Do you know a whole lot of Hannah Montana songs, Baker?
What is his name?
Anthony Pozza.
My daughters are 20 and 22.
Now,
What do you think?
You said that Lynn never started
Fair,
a family of her own
fair.
kids, correct?
Correct.
And
Thank you so much,
she took
Wicked.
an interest in Anthony then?
Right.
How was that relationship? How would you describe
Thank
it?
you, Wicked.
They were very close. I mean, she and I were close, and she always wanted to know how he was.
Every one of
I mean,
you
from
are
birth
awesome.
on up
Thank you
to
so much for
his
showing up for this
adulthood.
boring trial.
She just treated him really like
family. She
got
always
it.
called her Auntie Lenny.
I've been trying so
There
hard
wasn't
not
one
to
little tiny
not
holiday
to.
that went by that
I've been
she
trying
wasn't
so hard, y'all.
showering him with gifts and cards. And
We should
food
change
and,
hair because I
you
got
name
the
it. She
widow's
was just
peak
like
and
having, that special aunt or another
Jeez.
mom or whatever. She just did a lot of things for him.
She got the same hairline as
That
David.
just showed me, really how much she loved him. Not just that things make you love somebody, but she just always went above and beyond.
Oh,
and
Jamie
always
isn't
thinking about
listening.
him and about us.
Oh, she missed
So you
it.
said Lynn was a hairdresser and worked at a bar
She hates us.
here and there, correct?
Correct.
Any other
Mhm.
jobs that she had that you knew of?
The hairdressing and the bartending was the only thing I knew of.
Okay. And you said
Hey,
basically
Holly.
every holiday that
Welcome.
came, every birthday, significant life
Holly.
event, she was giving Anthony gifts and things like that, right?
Right.
Was Lynn a person you knew to come from a lot of money?
No,
Did she have a lot of money?
no.
So when you say she was buying Anthony gifts, what kind of gifts was she giving him?
Well, when they're little, when kids are little, they don't, it could be any little thing, Hot Wheel cars, Lego, whatever. But she was
Jamie,
Some-
when you're not texting with your dad to talk about the lawnmower, don't you agree that?
Actually, happy birthday today, everybody.
Oh, happy birthday!
So,
Buy him some extra gas so he can fill up your lawnmower. But do you agree with Val that this lady has the same hair line as David?
I don't agree.
Oh,
You don't agree?
I don't agree to anything.
take a second look.
I know. I know.
If they've just made a little comb over, that would be exactly the same.
I'm sorry, lady. If you ever see this, I'm sorry. I'm sure you're a sweet person.
Yeah.
I say stupid things sometimes. Don't be mad at me. Or you
Yeah.
can. I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame you at all.
God strikes us all in different ways. And he smacked dab right in the forehead. I shouldn't say stuff like that.
what I have known about her whole life is that she was really kind of the queen of bargains. She loved to shop rummage sales and estate sales and thrift stores. She even would pick things up off the side of the road, refinish them, make beautiful pieces of furniture, fix things up. So on occasions there were gifts like that, but as he got older, it was maybe some things like that. But when he was smaller, you know, I think you can entertain a kid with very inexpensive
things. How you
things.
doing, buddy?
And he, you
No
know,
D.
he loved that
The
just
D is
as much
silent.
because he just, you know, loved being with her. So
Okay.
It's only
So
mess.
small things, and then if I understand, as Anthony got older,
Mess,
maybe she
yeah.
was
I should know it's
sort
my
of
name as well. So.
refurbishing things or making things from these thrift stores and things like that.
For real?
that and things that
Yeah.
she had.
Oh.
Maybe
I'm not.
that
I'm
she
not
had that he liked.
baptized
They
the
had
broken
a similar
baker.
passion for
I knew
different kinds of
that.
movies, and if she had a poster or something in her house and he admired it, she'd be like, well, then you should take that, you know, you should have that in your room. So he
No,
sometimes
no
he'd
T.
take
Just
that or
say
whatever, just to
MAS.
enjoy, you
Pronounce
know,
that.
what they had shared in common.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
As Anthony started to get older, did Lynn ever, you know, just lavish him with thousands of dollars of cash or anything like that that you knew of?
No,
Was she writing him checks to that effect?
no,
Putting $100 bills in birthday cards?
no.
Okay. So that's Anthony. Did she do the same for you on birthdays and things like that?
I haven't seen
As far as
anything from
gifts
that
or
case.
recognizing your birthday, things like that?
Oh, sure.
And how did she recognize it?
Mess.
Well,
Kinda like that.
she knew kind of what my whole family loved as far as like baked treats, things like that. So she'd
Oh,
make
big treats.
my favorite things like Rice Krispie bars, and she'd bring stuff like that over. Or she and I had a passion for shoes. Sometimes she would, you know, had shoes. She and I wore the same size shoes, so sometimes she would, you know, would give me a pair of her shoes, like just whatever, like she would find. She just would find things. Again, probably thrift stores, rummage sales, things like that.
Did you ever go thrift store shopping
fan.
with her, for example?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, we're finally having a witness that's interesting
And
because
You said
there's a
that was
connection
sort
here.
of the constant.
Yeah.
Was that up until her death in October of 2018 that you maintained that level of contact with Lynn?
I would say probably the last year of her life, I didn't have as much contact with her.
Yeah.
There were times that I would call her and say, hey, I'm in the area. I'm going to stop by and say hi. I haven't seen you in a long time. And she would tell me not to come, that she was not feeling well. So up until that time, I mean, I have
Well,
St.
can't
Patrick's Day was
sing,
always a
but
big deal in my family, and
I do
she
it
loved that as well.
sometimes.
And so the 2017, she came out
Yeah.
for
Kid
St. Patrick's Day with a
cases
whole
is
group
never
of
fun.
us and had a ton of fun. And so
Yeah, we were
it was
talking about that
probably
yesterday.
sometime
Actually,
shortly after that
couldn't get it.
that
Couldn't
I
do
wasn't
it.
seeing her as much.
Nope.
Talked to her a
Another
little bit,
case
trying
coming
to
out that's really brutal,
connect with
but
her.
I did it.
But
The
she
first part of
was
it, I'm gonna
she just
finish
told
it.
me she
It's
was not
gonna be
feeling well.
bad.
Okay,
Real bad.
so that would have been about March of 2017 until her death in October of 2018.
That's probably roughly. It might have been after the St. Patrick's Day when we were out, but yes, it was probably some in that time.
Okay.
Timeframe.
In my understanding, that's sort of when the coming to each other's homes and sharing personal time in person together stopped?
Right.
You still talk to her by phone though?
Mm-hmm. Not as frequently because she just sometimes maybe she wouldn't answer the phone, and I would just think that maybe she wasn't feeling good still, and then sometimes she would call me back, if she was feeling well.
Okay, and she would tell you that she's not feeling well, correct?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was taking steps to try and address her not feeling well?
I don't know if she told me that she took steps. I think
Sorry, Holly.
out of caring
Sorry.
and worrying was like trying to help her understand, we could go to a specialist or go to a doctor. She had certain whatever it was that was bothering her, and she just said, oh no, I've already done that. And so I just kind of left it alone and just thought maybe she wanted to be private about it.
Okay. In those phone conversations though, when you and Lynn
She's
were
got that
discussing
Jada Pinkett Smith
her health
hairline.
problems that last year and a half or so, did you ever get the feeling that Lynn was just giving up?
Oh God.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think she just felt like she wanted to get better. I mean, how it was presented to me was like, let me just, get myself better and we'll connect. So I didn't feel that.
So there are plans for the future to hang out again.
Right.
Did you ever get off the phone with Lynn one time and say, well, I'm worried that she's going to commit suicide?
Oh no.
Not once?
No.
Did you talk to her by phone pretty regularly up until that October 3rd, 2018 date?
I'm not sure if I would say regularly, like as in weekly or anything like that. I know from February when I had seen her up till October, we had, I would say, minimal conversations. Again, going back to her, either her calling and talking for just one real quick minute, and then she'd have to go because she didn't feel well, or my calling and her saying I can't talk, or just her not answering.
For 8 months.
All that time, did you ever send
Yeah.
Lynn an email to see how she's doing?
Email? No,
Yes.
Lynn didn't have an email.
Didn't have an email.
No.
Did you go on
I bet she
Facebook and try
did.
to send her a message on Facebook?
Lynn was not even a little bit technical. She didn't want to have anything to do with any of it. She had a flip phone. She was always looking at my phone because I'd have a lot of pictures of Anthony, and she'd point out the ones she wanted, and then she'd tell me to print them, and she'd go pick them up. And I remember one time saying to her, I could show you like that. I could still send probably these pictures. You might still be able to see them on your flip phone. And she was like, I don't know. This is an emergency phone. I don't want it for nothing but that. And we just giggled because we thought it was funny. And I know that I know one of the salons that she worked at, there was a computer that she was required to use for like scheduling appointments, where previously she had always done her scheduling in like in an appointment book, handwriting. And when she had to do it in this computer, she was fit to be tied and didn't want to learn it. And so she wanted to have nothing to do with any of that. She did not have an email. She did not have anything on social media. And we communicated via phone. And that was usually her house phone.
Oh, so she still had a landline.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Did she have a computer at all?
No,
Did she have a laptop hidden away somewhere?
no.
When you would show her photos on your phone, were you able to just kind of hand over your phone and she could go from there and look at photos?
No, I would show her the photos. And then, if she wanted to look at a group of photos, I would tell her, you can swipe, or I can like make it so you can see a whole bunch at one time. And then she would look at it. She would like not even want to hold the phone because she just didn't know what to do with it. So I would just show her one by one a lot of photos, and they were 9 out of 10 times of Anthony, or Anthony with one of her cats, or just, you know, Anthony put his sunglasses on her cat. We took a picture. She wanted that. So she would just tell me what she wanted, and then I would print it at Walgreens from my phone, and then she would go pick it up.
Okay, so she didn't even know how to scroll through photos on a smartphone.
No.
She was the one person still using 1 hour photo, basically.
Right.
Okay. Now, in all this time that you were just communicating with Lynn through that landline at her house, do you know if Anthony was still seeing her?
Anthony would go to see her if he was in the area. And when Anthony started college, he started out at UW Waukesha, and that was quite close to her condo. And so there were many times he would just go over there in between his classes and just hang out with her and visit her.
Okay, and was that during that time frame where you maybe weren't seeing her in person yourself, but still in communication with her?
Correct.
Was there ever a time that you and Lynn had some sort of falling out or a feud that you thought she was mad at you for?
Never.
I hope it was
And
green.
you said she would send birthday cards or come over in person and give birthday treats and cards and things like that.
Mm-hmm. She didn't miss a beat ever.
Was that true on your birthday in 2018?
In 2018, oh boy.
Yes, Anthony, her son. This lady's
honestly
son, not
don't
the
remember.
victim's son.
Okay.
I remember seeing her in probably February of 2018. I believe Anthony and I had gone over there to deliver the Christmas present because we hadn't seen her. She had delivered a whole bunch of stuff to our back porch, and we didn't get to see her. And then it just, you know, life happens, and all of a sudden it was February, like, we got to get over by Auntie Lenny. We got all this stuff for her, and, you know, drop that off. So it was sometime in February.
I believe this
saw
is
her.
the nephew,
But as far as
but I'm not sure.
did I receive like a gift or a card, I want to say yes, but I honestly don't remember.
Okay, I'm gonna show you, and just the witness, please, Madam Clerk, Exhibit 49, please. There's a screen in front of you. Just let me know. I think I see a light. Is that up in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, and if Mr. Vulcaneer could just scroll through the 4 pages, please. All right, and back to page 1, please. Ms. Boza, did you have a chance to look through those 4 pages?
Yes.
Do you recognize what those are?
Those are birthday wishes
And birthday wishes to whom, ma'am?
to me.
And who are they from?
They're from Lynn. Lenny. She called me Corini. I called her Lenny.
And Ms. Boza, if you do need some, there's water in front of you and there's tissues in front of you.
I say no.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Boza,
I don't
wanna,
know.
Start with page 1.
I don't know.
There's quite a bit of writing from Lynn.
Jamie,
in
do you
those
think she will
files there.
testify?
Yes.
Any one of them describing any falling out or anything like that?
If they get up there and start, you know, the detective tells the jury that she admitted to giving her Visine or whatever, she might have to kind of either lie or justify what she was doing.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, if she's got, well, they can bring up a lot of her past though, and that's the scary part, right?
Yeah, and can they go into all of her different testimonies?
I believe it leaves her wide open for all kinds of.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
at this point, Your
Giggity.
Honor, I would move Exhibit 49 into evidence, please.
All kinds of fun.
Did you say objection?
No.
Oh, thank you. All right, Exhibit 49 is received permission to publish is
She
granted.
seems like the weirdo who can.
And
Who would
Mr. Vulcaneer,
go
would you
against her
page 2,
attorneys.
Please.
She might. He might.
I'll just, is it up on the juror screens? Oh, it's going fast.
Well, they do have police interviews
Now,
with her
Ms. Posa,
about all her
you could
time
just
to
look
change
at the writing
stories.
from Lynn, not the pre-printed message on the card. Towards the middle lower section, what is Lynn writing to you, referencing Christmas, it looks like?
Yeah. This is the
I'm sorry,
part
will you repeat the question
that
you
they
just asked
really
me?
want to keep out.
Sure. Do you see a reference
they
to
can't.
Lynn thanking you for a Christmas in January?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what she was referencing there in that card?
I really don't remember. Maybe we got together. Maybe she came over. I don't remember. I'll be honest.
Is that sort of like you were describing
Why
earlier, where
does the
sometimes life
handwriting change so
happens,
much?
but you would still get together with Lynn
Correct.
at some point for Christmas?
Correct.
Okay. And if we go to page 3, please. And if you want to take a chance to just sort of read through this one as well, let me know when you had a chance to read through it, please.
How's that say? Can't believe I didn't get
Can't
your.
believe
Oh. Why is this coming into evidence?
to show that they had a connection and she wasn't all alone and the other one lied when she said she was the only one taking care of her. Maybe. I don't know.
Have you had a chance to look
Yes.
at that? Okay. In fact, in that card, Ms. Hernan was referencing how you and your family were her adopted family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If we scroll the page.
Oh, that's
forward,
why. Oh, I do care. I do care. I don't know what I care about, but I do care. I care a lot about you, Irish.
I just can't today.
I love it.
Man.
Shoes what shoes didn't even not always have the best. Have a blessed day, and
Yes.
I will
Sorry for me to read. I'm sorry.
That's
something
okay. Something made you laugh.
Hope
when
you get
first started
this
reading.
with-
Is that true?
to you
Yes.
in time.
The shoes. She said shoes, what shoes? Because she and I had a crazy passion for shoes, and we just were always buying shoes and comparing shoes and telling each other about the new shoes we bought.
Irish, not Irish.
And in fact, right after that line, she says, "I will never forget February 4th," right?
Right.
What's the significance?
No, it's
These are
That's my
birthday
birthday.
cards.
Okay.
yeah.
So these are 4 birthday
Birthday
cards
cards.
sent over multiple years, true?
Correct.
So if somebody were to claim that you
No,
stopped
you're
caring
Irish.
about Lynn
The
at
other one
some
is
point
Irish.
and just didn't care about her towards the end, would you agree with that?
No.
Now, moving on, you know your son
Hi,
Anthony
Ellie.
Post was named as a
How you doing, babe?
beneficiary as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Now,
Elephant.
in 2018, specifically October, how old was Anthony?
Hey, David. How you doing, buddy?
21.
Okay.
Welcome.
To your knowledge, did he have any
Welcome.
experience with wills and estates and things of that nature?
I think that I took care of my parents for 13 years before they both passed, and that would have been the experience that he had. He wasn't part of dealing with anything financially with my parents.
But you're
he
not
works
Spanish,
with
you're
me, so he
Irish.
saw all
Hey,
the things that I
lady.
was doing.
Okay. Did he at times come to you and ask you questions about the process of being a beneficiary in an estate of Lynn's?
Facts not in evidence.
Did he ask me about that? No.
Okay. He never came to you and said, "What do you think about all this?" or "Am I doing the right thing?" or anything like that?
Do you mean after at any time or just in particular? I guess I don't remember him really asking me anything. He always, Lynn would say things to him.
She was like
during their
60
visits
something.
and
Yeah,
he
mid late
shared that with
60s,
me,
and
so
she
I
had
wasn't
every disease in the
on
book
those
and a few they
conversations
haven't
personally,
discovered
but
yet.
Yeah,
You
pretty
know,
much
she
her
would have a
entire body was
tendency
shutting
to
down.
tell him where certain things were in her home and just things like that. And he would just, and if, you know, if anything, you know, ever happened, you know, you take this, you know, I know you this, you would appreciate this, whatever.
Okay.
And his remarks would just always be like, I just want, you know, I just want you to be here and not talk about that. Like we're, you know, we're family. And so.
Understood. Let me ask you this way. After Lynn's death, on October
Good luck
3rd,
with the
Anthony
opera
found
stuff,
out he was a
Ellie. Good
beneficiary,
luck.
correct?
Oh, yes.
And there is a whole legal process to that. Is that true?
Correct.
During that time frame, after Lynn was gone,
Okay.
did he come to you and ask you questions about that legal process?
I know that we talked about it. I know that, you know, that he had been told on numerous occasions, about just different things prior to Lynn passing away that she wanted him to have. And it was our understanding that she had a will that reflected that. So if I can be specific, I know that she talked on many, many occasions about,
Let me stop you there for a second.
okay.
Okay. What I more want to get at is through the legal process that Anthony was going through as a beneficiary of Lynn's estate, did there come a time where you learned of reported debt of Lynn's?
Well, yes. I mean, it just kind of came to us all. We were provided with like a copy of a will after Lynn had passed away, and we were, you know, looking at that, and you know.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. And what I'm asking is, did there come a time where you and Anthony learned that Lynn was reported to have a lot of debt at the time of her death, specifically credit card debt?
Yes.
Okay. Did that strike you as unusual knowing Lynn?
Yes.
Why?
Because she never had any money, and she didn't really have credit cards. She, I think at one point when she had inherited some money, had gotten a credit card, and she would use, what she told me was that she would use that and then pay it off so she could build credit, because she never had credit in like her whole life.
You said earlier that she was not a woman of great money, right?
Correct.
She would go thrift store shopping, things like that.
Correct.
Times you went thrift store shopping with her, would she use credit card or how would she pay?
Cash. Or a check. She still wrote checks out.
Okay. Was Lynn somebody that constantly had cash with her?
Not a lot, you know, a little bit, and then she'd have her checkbook.
Okay. In times she didn't have cash, did you ever see her go to an ATM to get cash out?
No.
How would you see Lynn get cash out?
She would go to a bank and take money out.
Okay.
Or she sometimes would write a check out someplace where she could like write it for cash and then get cash that way as well.
Okay. At some point around 2013 or 2014, did you learn of Lynn's mother passing away?
Yes.
And did you learn if Lynn got any inheritance from that?
Yes.
And that was from Lynn who told you that?
Yes.
And was that a fairly large sum of money to your knowledge?
Lynn never told me an amount of money, just that, you know, that her, you know, that she had inheritance and that, you know. That
Nobody's killing me for money. I promise you that much.
So that would have been in roughly 2013 or 2014, you think?
Yes.
From that date, 2013 or 2014, up until her death in October of 2018, did you personally witness any of her spending habits change?
Although
Her
this
spending
lady might
habits
come after
didn't
me about the
change
hairline
in terms of
comments.
just how she liked
We'll
to
see how that
shop.
goes.
Her getting a good bargain was,
But it still won't be
thrill
for
of the
money.
chase for her. She
No,
loved
sure
to be able to
won't.
get something really cool in her eyes for cheap. But she did explain to me that there were two things that she explained to me that she just had never been able to have or buy her on her own. And she did tell me that she was going to, I believe, get a new vehicle. And she bought a vehicle, and I'm assuming that she paid cash, but
You don't know, to be fair.
but so you're correct.
Okay. What was the
I
other
don't
big
think a
item?
hairbrush is going to help out.
It was a
that
bracelet, it was a piece of
situation.
jewelry.
Okay. Beyond those two things that you were aware
shit.
of, did you see her start buying
I
lavish
can
things?
help her out
No.
so
Did she start
much.
changing birthdays and Christmas to
I'm
big
fixing. Like, I could give her some advice. I used to do hair too, so I could give her so much advice. It's driving me crazy. I want to fix it. She could
But
easily cover
just
that
do
up.
like men do. Just accept it and
Oh,
bzz,
well,
bzz.
and stuff too. But like a lot of women have a lot of like products that can help. If I was going to be on camera in court, you better believe if I was her, I would be making sure.
In my veterans union, we had a guy. He had a comb over from down here that he pulled all the way over and across.
No way.
Oh boy.
He had no hair above this line, and he would just pull it all the way up and across. And
Just shave your head, man.
yeah, and then when he got older, and if we were out, we attend parades and stuff like that for at memorials and stuff like that. So if it got a bit windy, he just got the fluffer.
Yeah.
It's not a good look.
Just take some and like you can do so much, and she's like pulling it back, and it's not a good look. Anyways, whatever.
Talking about not a good look, the court reporter, she's really contemplating what she should be doing this weekend, involving a 38 and a bottle of booze.
Like she doesn't get to say a word all day, and she just types. Like, oh my god,
Yeah, she's just.
I don't know how you do that job. Yeah, that would drive me crazy.
Oh, you had a school seat. There's nothing better than a good comb over, and then when it's get windy, they get the fluffer. Yeah, what's wrong with her hair? Yeah, Dave has the same hair.
No, it's terrible. It's just needs a little placement.
All right.
Little.
If you say so.
I'm being nice. I'm being the adult.
Yeah, I know I can't say anything because I went for from a 4 head to a 5 head, so I shouldn't say anything. But
oh my god!
But just don't have the widow's peak coming down, so it really emphasizes how little hair you have around it. Oh.
She's got that George Costanza hair.
No.
She started offering to just give Anthony hundreds or thousands of dollars.
No.
Did she start writing you checks for hundreds or thousands of dollars?
Oh.
So her spending habits stayed the same despite
I'm
the
such
nice
an
marriage
ass.
she told you about.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Posa. That's all the questions I have.
Cross.
Way to catch up, Brandon. Way to catch up.
I can.
Why don't, yeah, we had to turn the microphones off because of the typing on both tables. We'll turn them back on. Do you want the lapel?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
is
Or
it
if
short?
you can't hear me, just tell me.
Hey, Rossman.
Look at how
For sure.
pointy it
Thank you
is,
for being
guys.
here.
Like, Jesus. Like, it's
Now
like
you,
So the typing is interfering. I can hear it.
I'm trying to get an exhibit together.
I know. Move away a little bit from the,
maybe I'll.
move the microphone over or where the lapel. It really helps.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
Thanks. Sorry. It was both sides in all fairness. I had Teresa turn off microphones at both tables. So go ahead. My apologies for the interruption of Tranquility.
that's why I use as an excuse.
what?
Hey, Murph.
You indicated that you know Lynn for
Hey,
about
Murph.
30, 35 years.
Correct.
And you met her, while you were at a bar? Or she worked at a bar?
She worked at a bar. I mean, the day that I met her, I actually believe I met her at my brother's apartment.
And that's Keith Lane?
Correct. No,
They're just friends?
correct.
Keith
Sorry.
worked at the bar too?
My bad.
Yes. He worked there as well.
Oh, they were both bartenders.
No, he was security there.
What's the name of that bar, if you can remember?
It was called Billy's Old Mill.
How long did Lynn work there?
Oh shit.
I
Expert.
honestly don't know.
And she did that and also as a hairstylist?
I'm so looking forward to this stream
At
tonight.
that time too?
Me
No.
too.
Yeah,
Why did you meet Jennifer? Do you know who Jennifer Flower
I have
is?
to
I
get some
did meet
sleep.
Jennifer Flower. I
before.
believe Jennifer Flower was.
Oh yeah, this is
So
gonna
no
go
two-
till like
in
midnight
the
for you,
apartment
isn't it?
complex that Lynn
Yeah,
lived
no
in,
2-hour wind down stream tonight.
at one point.
Yeah.
So Lynn lived in an apartment and Jennifer Flower also lived in the same building.
It was the same complex. I couldn't tell if it was the same building.
You know when you met Jennifer Flower?
I don't remember when that was.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you knew Lynn for 30, 35 years, how long had you known Jennifer Flower?
I had met her when she lived there. I had probably seen her, I don't even think a handful of times, like throughout my relationship with Lynn or my knowing Lynn. It was if they were together then and I was there, then I would see her.
So when you saw Lynn, you'd see Jennifer Flower?
If she was there, if she was at Lynn's house
Thank you,
or
Ellie.
by the pool or whatever.
Do you know if when you met?
We had some viewers coming over from Vices. I can see we have grown a bit. So everyone, welcome. This is a trial about JESSY KURCZEWSKI, who is charged with murder of her friend, someone she was a caregiver for. She might have unalived her with Vicine and also stolen quite a significant amount of money.
Almost $150,000.
Yeah.
Or was given. That's what we'll find
Jamie,
out.
you know, I give the state first and then I give the defense
Okay,
afterwards.
fine.
Pipe
Know
down,
your
you.
role. Stop talking, woman. Men are speaking.
Oh, get out of here. What do you got? Let's do it.
But those hoops are coming off in a minute. But she's charged with those those 3 crimes, and the defense says, well, this lady, because she was in the palliative state of every disease known to man, plus a few not known to man. So she wanted to unalive herself. She might have helped her pour Vicine into the bottles. They have spent all trial to say, well, she died of all the drugs she took instead of the Vicine. And the money was just a gift because she was such a nice lady. We have heard from the people who saw it at the scene. They believed it to be a suicide on the first go around. Then I believe it's this lady's son who contacted the police, said, well, I was supposed to inherit her truck. Do you think she killed herself? And then they tested her one more time and found out she had lethal amounts of Vicine, the active ingredients in Vicine in her stomach. And that's why JESSY is on trial today. JESSY has prior convictions of fraud. She might have told us a few stories through the interrogations. I don't know how much will be brought into this trial, but apparently at some point she asked for a few days out of prison so she could go and dig up evidence that she wasn't guilty in a park. She seems like a nice lady, but it's not been the most interesting case so far. This is the first witness that's kind of relatable because all the other people have just been super boring. So I really hope it picks up. But thank you all for coming over from Vices. Please do all the YouTube thing. You know how it is. You know how we do. I don't like the grift. And we're dual streaming in the hope that we can boost Valhalla's view hours so he can get to the monetization. So if you go and give him a few eyes, it's very much appreciated. And I would
make sure
appreciate
you go over to Baker's and like and subscribe over there as well, please.
Yeah. And Jamie, listen to the expert.
No.
No.
I don't listen to any of you guys.
Her,
Oh, Jesus.
Jennifer Flower, was your son born at that time?
No,
So you met her even before your son was born.
correct.
And your son is how old today?
26.
Yeah. Vice Squad.
Did you hang around with Jennifer Flower too, or was just
No, I did
Lynn?
not.
So you just hung around with Lynn.
Correct.
But you would hang around with Lynn.
Jennifer Flower is the mother of
If she was at the
the
house,
defendant.
we would be all together, yes.
Really?
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's what they
The
said.
mother, she tried
There
to
was a pool in the complex,
to,
so oftentimes I
fake
would go
a
by Lynn and
payday
hang out by
loan
her pool, and then
twice
sometimes Jennifer
with her
would
pink slip.
come over.
Is that the same Jennifer Flowers that
Fair to
had
say
an
that
affair with Bill Clinton?
Lynn was a very generous person.
Yes.
Jamie, where'd you go?
Gave Anthony gifts. correct?
That's when it's a big break. She
Would
goes
give
off
you
camera.
gifts. And she was like that all the time.
All the time,
And as far as you know, she never changed. She was always a generous person.
correct,
If she had it, she gave
You're
it
not
to you.
wrong, David.
correct.
Oh.
And did she do that with people that she did not know, or just people that were close to her, as far as you know?
As far as I know, it was her circle of friends and family.
So the closer the person is, the more she's probably going to share that person with gifts, correct?
I think, I don't know if I can say yes or no to that question. She had a passion for certain things, and then she could be very giving, very generous with gifts during special occasions. It wasn't typically like for no reason at all, other than
so
maybe
funny.
like food things that she made or whatever.
Did she give your brother gifts, Keith?
Yes,
So she would give you gifts, Anthony gifts, Keith gifts. Would she give a person named James Kelleher gifts?
at some point for sure.
Do you know who James Kelleher is?
Yes,
Who's James Kelleher?
that was a boyfriend that she went out with for a long time.
And you say she gave him a gift or gifts for sure. Why are you so positive of that?
Because they dated for many, many years. So Lynn was one to make a very big deal out about birthdays and special days like that. She made a big deal about those days. So when I say that I'm referring to specifically like holidays and birthdays, not just for no reason.
As far as you know, holidays.
Well, they'll
but-
both
but
pump
she
you
could
full
have
of
given-
lead,
she
if
could
you know
have
what I'm
given
saying.
gifts for other reasons, right?
Sure.
Well, these
Maybe
days,
because she loved them.
his lead
Right.
shooter isn't that dangerous, I believe.
Just got to watch out for those cigars.
But you also indicated that.
You
as far
ladies
as you know,
wanted
she only gave
the nosy
Anthony,
pity
like,
talking
physical
about her
gifts
friends, so you got her.
And money? Was that the other kind of gift she gave him?
I don't recall her giving him money. I do recall her giving him some gift cards.
Did
It's
she ever,
money as well.
send him checks, like if it was his graduation,
I don't remember that.
so she could have done it, but you just don't remember.
It's possible.
She could have been giving Anthony gifts of money or checks, but you just don't know about it, correct?
If Anthony was getting gifts that weren't for a special occasion, he would have shared that with me, and no, he never did bring that to my attention.
So your son shares everything with you.
I would say that's fair, yes.
Your son live with you?
He does,
Has he always
At
lived with you?
26?
yes,
You say he's 26?
correct.
Come on, young man. Do better.
And when.
Well, he's
Lynn's
a good boy. He
mother
stays at
died,
home with his
do
mom.
You know Lynn's mother's name?
Take care of her.
Lorraine,
Did you attend Lorraine's funeral?
I did not.
Did you know Lynn's father's name?
Robert,
Did you attend his funeral?
I did.
When did he die?
I
I'd say
don't- I
vindicated.
could not recall that date. I do remember my son and I driving up to Madison for the funeral, though.
So Robert, as far as Lynn's father, lived in Madison.
Correct.
When Lynn's mother died, did you help Lynn? Well, strike that. Lynn's mother, Lorraine, and Robert lived together, correct, in Madison?
Correct.
And when her mother died, did you go to Madison to help Lynn clear out the house?
Anthony and I did go up there. I remember one time for sure that we were trying to offer to help bring things back because I had a bigger car and I figured we could help her because she was pretty distressed about all the stuff in the house. And, you know, we were trying to help, but I think she communicated to us that she just will figure it out. And I know during that time she was pretty stressed out by all of that, what had been going on.
So you wanted to help her bring things out of the house, but she told you no?
Right. I said if she needed help moving them back to her place, that we would be happy to help her.
Did she tell you who helped her bring things out of the house?
No.
When Lynn moved into her, well, when Lynn passed away, she was living in a condo in Pewaukee, correct?
Pewaukee. Is that what you said?
Pewaukee,
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
Did you help her move into that condo?
No.
Zip
Did
it.
Anthony help, as far as you know?
I don't recall.
But if he helped you, he would have told you. If he would have helped, he would have told you, correct?
Right.
Yeah, as far as you know, Anthony didn't tell you he helped Lynn move into the condo, correct?
That's correct.
Prior to living in the condo, where did Lynn live somewhere else in Waukesha?
Yes, she lived in an apartment building.
Did you and Anthony go visit her then at that
Yeah.
place too?
Yes.
So you and Anthony visited her at the apartment in Waukesha and the condo in Pewaukee.
Correct.
How often did you go visit her at the condo in Pewaukee?
In Pewaukee?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the
I would
problem
say
is he talks
really
you
as
to
often
death
as-
before she
as
answers.
She would let us. If she was not feeling well, obviously we just had the respect to say, okay, well, we'll see you soon and get better. And so there were not a lot of times she didn't live there super long. I know she had, I remember having conversations with her about the place and things that she had to have fixed and different things, but it was not as frequent just because she would ask us not to come.
Well, approximately how many times, if you could put it in a number?
I'm sorry, I couldn't give you a number.
She's cosplaying as Gallagher. That's all.
Correct.
How often did that happen?
In the year, maybe year plus
I thought you were
before she
trying to go to
passed,
bed.
that happened pretty frequently.
So in 2017 and 2018, she told you not to come over a lot.
Correct.
Well,
And she told you not
it's
to come
just
over
bad
because
manners.
she was not feeling well.
That's correct.
I yelled at her for that when she first got on the stand.
When was the last time you went over there? In 2018?
In 2018,
Yes, we did.
it was early in the year, January or February.
And when you went over there in February 2018,
Is it one of your
Was it
goats
just
that's
you or
knocking
just
onto
you
something,
or
or is it
Anthony?
It
Jamie's
was
dogs?
myself and Anthony.
It might have been my table.
is it six to
Oh,
say every
I
time
thought it
you
was a
went over
goat
there,
slamming
Anthony
into something
went with you?
outside.
I hope not.
Often,
Little
I mean,
bastards.
I'm sure that I went at times without him, but I knew she always wanted to see him. So if we were in the area or if we were going to be out and about, we do a lot of stuff together. So
And prior to this time in around February 2018, before that, she would tell you not to come over because she's not feeling well, correct?
correct.
And the day you visited her in 2018, what was she like, her demeanor?
2018,
Yes, ma'am.
that early. We talked a little bit about, her health, and I tried to offer some suggestions of what she might be able to do
Let me stop you there. Why did you talk to her about her health?
because she was always telling me that she was so sick and we couldn't come over and visit.
So even when you went over in February 2018, she's talking about being sick.
Correct.
Did you see anything in the house that would affirm that she's not feeling well?
No,
Did you see a walker or anything like that?
no,
You see any prescription bottles laying around?
no,
Did you go into the kitchen and see any prescription bottles?
no,
Did you ever go into her bathroom and see prescription bottles?
Headaches are
no,
no fun.
nothing out that would be out just for anybody to view. No.
Would she let you go into the bathroom? Did you ever have to go?
I went to the bathroom. Yeah, sure. But I didn't go in her drawers or cabinets.
But when you went over there, as far as you can remember, you didn't see any prescription bottles out.
Nothing out, no.
But you remember her complaining about being sick.
Correct.
Did she tell you what she was sick? What was causing her to be sick?
She said she didn't know, and she just would tell me what would happen to her because she's been so sick. And so
What did she tell you was happening to her because she was sick?
she told me she just had really bad stomach problems and she just had diarrhea all the time.
Did you ask her, are you taking anything for this? Are you going to the doctor for this?
I did ask her if she'd been to a doctor because I was going to try to help
so
her
much,
find
Holly. Go and get
perhaps a
better.
stomach doctor.
We're
and
all
she said
sick right
she had
now.
already seen somebody, but
Did she tell you it wasn't working with these doctors?
she said nothing seemed to be helping.
Did she appear to be depressed because of that?
That calls for speculation and a medical conclusion.
Did she?
No, she said I didn't
lack
go
of
through her drawers.
foundation, but I think you can ask anything about her appearance that she knew or sound.
How did Linda
Expert.
appear to you when she was talking about her health?
At that time, she appeared not overly out of the ordinary, maybe a little exhausted, a little
What?
tired maybe.
Did she appear to be happy that she was sick?
She wasn't happy that she was sick, but she had a fair demeanor where I wouldn't have thought that she was in despair or anything like that.
Did she, when you were meeting with her, was she sitting down or was she standing up?
Well, she came to the
Hopefully
door
not.
and
It's been a long
and
time
let
since I
us
was in the military.
Did you watch her walk to the door?
Well, I mean, I wasn't inside, but I mean, she came to the door to let us in.
When she let you in, did you watch her walk back into her residence or to the house?
Yes.
Did she seem to have any problem walking?
No,
You didn't see her with a cane or a walker?
I did not.
If he wasn't so boring, he could land
Did she
some
ever tell
hits.
you that she had eye problems?
I
Her eyes
know.
were sore? Or
His voice is
No.
so
did she
sleep-inducing.
tell you
It
that she had
is.
been to a lot of doctor's visits?
Well, one of the arguments she and I had was her going to the ER when she was sick versus having established doctors. And so I was always trying to encourage her to connect with either a specialist or a doctor, like a primary doctor. I said, because if you go to the ER, they're just going to try to deal with your immediate issue and then they're going to send you home. So I think she had a lot of frustration that she wasn't getting help, but she also didn't have herself established with doctors, and I don't think she could afford to go to the doctors or, to go to a doctor.
So when you were speaking with her in 2018, as far as you know, she couldn't afford to go to a doctor.
Her whole life, she didn't really go to doctors because she couldn't afford it. So
And that's what she was telling you.
I can't tell you that she told me that day or the day that she confided in me about her, because the conversations she and I had with regard to her health, whether they were in person or over the phone, were still relating to my hoping she would get established with a doctor versus going to the ER, because I thought she would get better help if she was so sick.
So because you last visited her in February 2018, I take it you didn't go visit her on her birthday.
I did not.
Did you send her a card?
We did not.
Did you call her?
I believe we probably called her around that time, told her we'd connect, and that was probably all.
When you say we, I mean, did you call her as far as you
I called her.
called her on
Yes.
her birthday?
hmm
Is that a yes?
I can't tell you if it was exactly on her birthday. I mean, it might have been the end of June or the early part of July. I can't confirm if it was exactly on her birthday.
No, he used to work in a
Do you know when her
hospital
birthday is?
before we had anesthesia.
June
He just talked to people for half an hour,
You
and
don't
they
remember
slept
if you
through
called
every
exactly on her
operation.
I do not remember that, no.
Do you recall how long that conversation took? When you spoke with her?
I do not recall.
Do you know if she was still complaining about being sick?
Oh my God.
I don't know if in that conversation that was even discussed. I'm being fair when I say I just don't really remember that.
When she, do you know she was in the hospital, correct?
I did not know she was in the hospital.
So when she was in the hospital in September, you were unaware of that?
Correct. And it wasn't until after she, I believe, was out of the hospital and we had a conversation, realized that both she and I were in the hospital at the same time and never knew it. So it was.
Your wish is my command.
So, I had been sick and she had been sick, but we never knew each other was sick at that time.
Did you know if Anthony knew she was in the hospital?
I do not know if he knew that.
So it's safe to say you didn't visit her when she was in the hospital.
Very safe to say that, since I was in the hospital as well and didn't know she was there.
Yeah. Oh, you were in the same hospital.
We were in the same hospital.
So I take when she was in the hospital, she never called your house to let anybody know she was in the hospital.
I could not tell you, confirm that.
I mean, nobody
Is that
from the
better,
house
Eileen?
told you, hey, Lynn's in the same hospital you're in.
No, but my family was with me because I was in the hospital.
I forgot, again, when was Lynn's birthday?
Her birthday's at the end
Oh,
of
it
June.
fits on the
know what they-
defendant as well.
Probably June 30th,
If I told you June 26th, would you
26th. Okay.
refresh
end
your
of June.
memory?
Yep, that refreshes my memory.
So stupid.
But it fits so well.
It works. I even have.
Were you aware that Jennifer Flower was a joint account holder? in Lynn's
I'm such a bad
bank?
person. This is a murder trial.
No.
Oh my
So Lynn
god.
didn't tell you in January 2016 that
Oof.
she and Jennifer Flower were joint account holders on her checking account
No, she did not.
or a market account. She didn't tell you that.
No, she did not tell me that.
And around August 12th, 2019, according to the police report, you were interviewed by Detective Hoppy in this case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say, I mean, to strike
I'm
it,
so,
and
I'm
today's
so sorry, all.
about October 27, 2023, correct?
Keep it.
Correct.
Keep it. The rest of
And
this
you were
cross.
interviewed by Detective
Oh
Hoppy
my
on August 12th, 2019. Would it be safe to say your memory of Lynn and what was happening during this time is fresher when you were interviewed by Detective Hoppy in 2019?
I would say that that's fair.
And according to the police reports, he interviewed you at your home. And when he told you what during the interview that he was recording you, correct?
I believe so.
And in the recording, because I listened to it, you said that Lynn had a lot of demons, no secret about that. What did you mean by that?
And vagueness.
Yeah, he gets a little je ne sais quoi when he gets the fedora on.
Sustained.
Yeah, I followed some Photoshop classes. I do
Well-
graphics on the side.
You also said that
I'm so sorry to
We
all the
really
new
didn't
people
hang
who
around with her
normally follow
at the
Valhalla. I
last part
am
of her
kind
life.
of a
That's safe to say?
idiot.
We didn't see each other as often. Correct.
I had to blow my
You were
nose. I
sick,
better
as
take
you
this
just
off while
told the
I'm
jury,
away.
correct?
Correct.
You were
No.
dealing with sickness in your own family?
Myself, my family.
It's just
So
spicy.
that caused you not to be in connection with Lynn, correct?
I would say that our connections, our visits were less than they had been. I was taking care of my parents. I had my own health issues. So life happens and you take care of things and you prioritize.
You said that Lynn, in your interview, appeared to have mental breakdowns. Is that true?
Oh god.
Mental breakdowns. I don't remember saying that. Mental breakdowns.
Did she have mental breakdowns?
Not that I recall. I don't know really what specifically that means.
You said that you would have to tell Anthony to go visit her because she was going to school by UW Waukesha.
I didn't tell him to go visit her. He would just go visit her.
Yeah, I don't know what you told him. I'm just telling you what I heard on your interview with
Mhm.
the detective.
At this point, I'm going to object. She stated she doesn't remember anything or needs her.
Sustained.
Oh, that was good.
Sorry.
I mean, you know, it says you knew Lynn from the time she was.
That's so
in
funny.
Tennessee.
Correct.
Do you know
The
when
worst part
she-
is
when she
she's
was living in
actually
Milwaukee, would she
putting
frequent
something
out there?
into evidence, but he's just so boring. So
Not that I'm aware of.
he's just zooming out.
Hi, baby.
Did you ever
Hey,
meet
Sean Bird,
Hi, Sean.
Jesse at all? Jennifer.
I can
Flowers'
boost it
daughter?
for you.
I don't recall ever having met her until after this, until after Lynn had passed.
So you weren't really close with Jennifer Flower at all.
Correct.
It says that Lynn always wanted to talk about the will, but you didn't want to talk about it. Is that true?
Again, I object. He's referencing.
Found an
something
old
that
photo of the
she can't
witness.
remember.
Sustained.
Oh my God.
Let me tell you something, brother.
Oh
She
shit.
had told me
Not two people
on different
that should be
occasions
left
that
alone.
she was
Probably not.
handwriting things and she was calling it her will. I honestly didn't pay a lot of attention to it just because I've been through things with my parents and I just thought that what she was doing was just kind of what her wishes were more than like an actual will.
So she would tell you this when you met with her in person or over the phone?
In person.
Oh,
So when you would meet with her in person, she was telling you she was writing things on paper and calling it her will.
Correct.
That was the court reporter.
And she would tell you that she's writing
shit.
these things down on paper because this is what she wants done after she passes away.
She would say, yeah, if anything ever happened, find these whatever wherever she was going to put it. It was
Hey,
always
Sal.
on her table, like her notebook paper or whatever.
So she was keeping these documents.
Albert.
We were
that
talking
she was
about you
telling
earlier.
you about her will
In a
there in
good
her
way.
home.
Yes.
Did you ever get to look at them?
I never did look at them. I just felt like it was inappropriate and I didn't feel that it was my place to pick it up and read it. She would tell me things that she was putting on it or putting in it or whatever, but I didn't ever make it my business to dig through it.
Was she putting it on like notepads?
Right. It was just like on loose leaf paper or notebook paper or something.
And you saw that laying around in her living room area, or what part of the house did you see those?
Sometimes like on her coffee table, or she had a box, a file box, like a plastic file box. Sometimes she had things that she kept things in there.
When you saw these wills laying around, was Anthony with you?
I would have to believe that there may have been times that he was with me when she would talk about that.
Hopefully the mic's not quite as hot anymore. Bellhammer.
I don't know if it's because I put the boost on so we could hear this.
Oh.
Tiny man.
Did she ever tell you that Jesse was taking care of her?
I don't recall that.
Did she mention anybody was taking care of her?
No.
Oh, shit.
Did she ever mention to you that her neighbor would come over and help her?
I know that she told me she didn't know a lot of people in the condo complex, but I vaguely remember her telling me something about one of her neighbors. Whether that was that she was helping her, I don't remember.
Mhm. Mhm.
Stop doing that.
It's bored too.
Yeah. But,
Hey, baby. Yeah, here.
When you would talk to her on the phone or visit with her, did her medical issues seem to increase as far as the problems that she would bring up?
When I would talk to her on the phone, did it increase? Is that what you just asked
Yeah,
me?
yes.
I
They
don't
might
really
ask
think that
him
it
later.
increased. I mean,
So she would talk about the same problems over and over again.
it was typically the same symptoms that she would talk to me about.
Judge, I'm gonna have about another 20 minutes of this. You want to take lunch or?
How's my jury doing? Would you like lunch?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Or would you like to? They seem a little indifferent, so let's keep going.
He said he's only got 20 minutes left. Just get it done, man.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
What does he need to keep going for?
He doesn't know.
Oh, and they're gonna have a sidebar as well.
Oh, great.
But it says you had an opinion about Lynn's illness, that you thought it was more drinking rather than eating food. Is that true?
And I object to the form of the question.
Sustained.
Did you have an opinion as to what was causing Lynn's illness?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
Sustained.
But you were aware that Lynn was in and out of the hospital, correct?
Not until after she was out of the hospital. I didn't know she was in the hospital. I was aware after she was out of the hospital. At one point, I don't know if this was one occasion. I don't know if there were hospital visits before or after that. I am not aware.
Yeah, Wolfram, watch out. Don't pull the plug on the internet.
Did Lynn ever mention to you that she had put $50,000 in a lockbox in the bank?
She did.
Did she mention to you when she put this $50,000 in the lockbox?
Who has 50K in cash that they can just put in a lockbox?
I believe that she told me this sometime after she had gotten money after her mother passed away, but I couldn't specify
Hairdressers
when.
notoriously have a lot of money.
Did she tell you that she had written checks or had other people, she wrote checks to other people, had cashed them, and they gave her back the cash to put that money in the lockbox?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Rephrase.
So Lynn told you she put $50,000 cash in the lockbox, correct?
Correct.
And did she tell you where that lockbox was located?
You think that's
She did not.
Jesse's parents?
Did she
over
tell
the
you
defense's
how she came
shoulders?
How she got this $50,000 cash?
Oh,
I'm not sure if she
I haven't
really
heard anything
specified how
about
she
her
got
dad,
the money.
but I don't
If
know.
she told me, I don't remember, but I think at the time I probably just would have gathered that it was inherited money from her parents or her mother, because that was all right around the same time.
So if she would have told you, hey, I'm writing these checks out and I'm cashing them and getting the cash, you would remember if she told you that.
Objection, that's not what she just stated.
Sustained is to the form of the question. Seems facts, not in evidence.
She eventually told you she took that money out, correct?
No,
She never told you she had taken the money out?
no, she did not.
So if you told the police in your interview that she told you she took the money out, you just don't remember that?
I don't remember her ever telling me that she took the money out of the safety deposit box.
No, if you told the police that that's what she told you, you don't remember telling the police that.
I object to vagueness. I think there's some confusion. I took the money out of what?
Overruled. You may answer.
I'm
Do
sorry.
you understand the question?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Please rephrase. Or
If,
re-ask.
if you told the police that Lynn told you that she had taken the money out of the lockbox, you don't remember telling the police that.
I do not remember telling the police that.
As far as you know, Lynn, with her finances, was she organized with her finances?
Lynn and I didn't discuss each other's finances, quite frankly. I just know that when she was doing her hairdressing, she lived her, money to money, check to check to survive. And at that time, she would, share lightly things like that, but we didn't really discuss our finances. That wasn't part of our relationship.
Because you weren't really friends.
I mean, you knew that Lynn was on state benefits, correct?
Speculation. Actually, we could have sidebar.
Sure.
Why would that be speculation?
Yeah, you knew that.
If
That
you,
would
yeah.
be
She did or she
speculation.
All
didn't.
she has to say yes, yes or no.
Yeah. I'm not sure he can talk to the judge and make her believe that. She likes to talk so much.
You be seated. The objection is sustained as to the form of the question.
That wasn't what the objection was.
No.
The objection was speculation.
Well, he can ask it again in another way.
Yeah, fair.
Well, they can get a bit dry like the Sahara.
Yeah, did Lynn ever talk about state benefits with you?
She did not.
She ever talk about Social Security with you?
She did not.
Anything about food stamps?
She did not.
She talked about her healthcare insurance?
It appeared to me from conversations that we had that she didn't have insurance.
Hey, Project Metal Music, how you doing?
I mean, you were aware of Lynn's drunk driving offenses, weren't you?
I'm going to object to relevance and ask a straight question.
Sustained. Question is struck. Jurors will disregard it.
Oh.
Oh, drunk driving.
Did Lynn appear to be very happy when she inherited that money from her mother?
I don't know that she really had any different disposition than her usual disposition.
Were you aware when that Lynn got credit cards when she inherited the money from her mother?
I was not aware.
Were you aware that Lynn had any credit cards?
Throughout all the time that I've known her, I know that she had like a Kohl's credit card. She would get like small store credit cards here and there. That was all I was aware of.
Yeah, I always get mad when I have extra money. So annoying.
I am unfamiliar with this term extra money. I don't know what the hell that means. Never once in my life had extra money.
How did you hear about Lynn's passing?
Jesse called me.
Is that the first time you've ever heard from Jesse?
Yes.
So prior to that, Jesse had never made contact with you?
Correct.
Nor you contact with her?
Correct.
And what day did she call you? Strike it. How did she contact you?
She contacted me by my cell phone.
Were you surprised that she knew your cell phone?
Yes.
And do you remember what day that was when she contacted you?
I do not.
Well, Flynn passed away on October 3rd. Do you know when, in relationship to that Jesse called you?
I'm sorry, you say that again?
If Flynn passed away on October 3rd, in relationship to that being October 3rd, when did she contact you? The next day? Next week?
It was fairly, I believe, immediately, if I remember correctly.
And did you eventually go to Lynn's home?
Yes.
Did you go to Lynn's home that day?
No, I believe when Jesse called, I believe it was maybe sometime like maybe after I was working, and then maybe it was, I don't want to say for sure what day it was. I just know it was sometime soon after she had passed. We had gone out there.
Did you go with yourself or with somebody else?
With my son.
And I take it Lynn wasn't there when you went.
Correct.
And what was the reason for you going there?
I believe that Jesse invited us to come over.
Bad expert.
To
Bad.
meet.
No.
I
No.
think talk about what had happened.
Oh God.
Did Jesse allow you to go into the house? Strike that, not allow you. Did you enter the house?
Yes.
The condo? Did Anthony enter the condo?
Yes.
Did you guys remove anything from the condo?
That day, I don't believe so.
Did you come back the next day and remove stuff from the condo?
I can't tell you what day. I do know that Jesse, she was taking care of the estate. She informed us that she was taking care of Lynn's
Because
estate,
she was
and
a
that
good friend and
I think
shoe
that she
collector.
let us know at some point if there was anything memorable that we would like to have, that she would make that happen.
So you went back to the condo and she said, go in and take what you want?
no, not what you want. She said at some point that, if there were things that were there that meant something to us, that, we could have that or whatever. It wasn't anything specifically, or there were certain things that she talked about specifically that were, that were things that we were going to ask her about, but we didn't just go in and take things until sometime later. It would, we took a few little things that
It was her son?
made us.
I believe it was her son, Justin.
Oh.
So you made several trips to the condo to remove things?
We made a couple. We didn't go. I went to the condo at one point. I think Jessie was making bins that she was putting various things in for different people, for those of us who knew Lynn. And then I believe Jessie and I talked about maybe having a little estate sale. I think she told me that she wouldn't be able to do that in the condo. There were condo association issues. And then sometime shortly after that, she was able to coordinate having a sale.
They're
the
not
majority
related.
of the house was
Ellie,
empty,
they're-
other than what she had
they're
displayed that she wanted
friends,
to sell.
family.
And that's what I remember. I do remember
No, it's
when
an
she had these
adopted
bins. I
family.
believe she asked us if there was anything in particular we wanted. For me, it was, maybe some of the shoes and some, it was, I don't want to even say trinkety things. It was things that I had either given her that I knew she loved, or I took those things like back just as memory of her. So, we weren't going in and out of there and like taking out cases of things. First of all, there wasn't a large apartment, was small, and we didn't really want anything. We wanted her back. So it was just our disposition at that time.
So you were taking things, was Anthony taking things too?
He did take some things.
Was any other person with
She's
you
really
taking
into
things?
shoes.
She should have
I
took
know
a hat.
that Jim Kelleher
shoulda
had come
took.
by. My brother Keith had come by.
So Jim Kelleher came by and he was taking things?
Yeah, the bins that Jessie had put together. There were plastic bins that she was putting things in.
And you said Keith was coming by and he was taking things?
I don't remember if Keith had a bin of things or not. I know that Keith questioned Jessie about an item in particular, and I don't remember if Keith had anything or not. I don't remember that.
Did you take any rings of Lynn?
I did take one ring of Lynn's.
If Anthony took any type of jewelry with him?
Jewelry, not to my knowledge, any jewelry, no.
Ask her about a hat, please. Please.
Do you remember how long you were in the house looking for things?
Maybe we were there a couple of hours. It's really, I'm guessing it's been a while.
So you were there for a couple hours looking for things, and Anthony was there for a couple hours looking for things. Is that true?
That's probably fair.
And this was shortly after Lynn's passing.
I'm not
And
sure
per
who
Jessie's,
Keith is, if he is
basically invitation. She wanted to go
Jessie's
through the house
boyfriend.
and
I've read
get
that
things
name
organized
somewhere,
and
but I'm not sure.
sold and whatever.
Per Jessie, she seemed like she wanted to get everything out of the house
Right.
so she could sell the house.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
I find
these birthday cards that you were just shown to the jury, the prosecutor asked
What the hell?
Come on.
you to bring them those, or the detective asked you to bring those birthday cards, correct?
I believe so.
Right, they asked you to bring stuff that had Lynn's handwriting on it, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And that's all you had as far as Lynn's things that had her handwriting on it, those cards.
I had cards. I probably had letters from her. She would write letters occasionally and put those in cards or just write letters.
Right, they asked you, could you bring us everything you have that has Lynn Herndon's handwriting on it, correct?
No, not everything. I think I have kind of a card saver, and I just grabbed the box of cards that I had and I dug through there. There was a handful right on top of the box, and so I just grabbed those and I gave that to them.
They didn't ask you, hey, do you got any more stuff that you can bring for it that has her handwriting on it?
I don't recall that.
It's like calling the butcher and ask, do you have chicken feet? Do you have hams? You must look funny.
Anything else?
Yeah, were you aware that Lynn was taking medication for illnesses?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. She may answer.
I was aware that Lynn, for the majority of her life, had a thyroid problem, and I know she took thyroid medication. I mean, that I know. I just know that that was kind of a lifelong thing. Other medications that she may have taken for different things, I wasn't aware of.
Did she, did she abuse the medications?
Object, speculation, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Yeah, how would she know? It
You
would be
told the police
speculation.
that Lynn abused the medications. Why did you find that relevant?
Object to the form of the question. Move to strike it.
Sustained. The jury will disregard that last question.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Spicy.
Were you aware, if at all, if Lynn took other
That's
type of drugs that
kind of
were
weird
illegal?
that he can't just
No.
impeach her with prior statements.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
Very good.
No.
I suppose I'm not going to stand in the way of anybody's lunch, so I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions, okay?
Okay.
Earlier, Attorney Galaviz made the comment to you that if Lynn had it, she spent it, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Were we talking about literally everything she had?
No, she wasn't, she didn't, in my opinion, I mean, when I say she spent what she had, she didn't have much, but she was generous in that she would
Come on. Not now.
try to make a small amount of money go a long way.
If she had won the lottery, for example, was she going to give every dollar away to people?
I don't believe so, no.
And a lot was made of
Speculation.
this $50,000 in the lockbox conversation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why did Lynn bring that up to you?
She told me that she,
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Wait a second.
Rephrase your question.
Attorney Galaviz asked you if Lynn ever told you about $50,000 in a lockbox, correct?
correct,
Did Lynn tell you why she was giving you that information?
because she wanted Anthony to have a key for the lockbox.
Did she want Anthony to have that money?
She said to me, if anything ever happened, she wanted him to be able to go get that money, and he would have that money for his school or whatever he needed.
To your
Oh,
knowledge,
so
did your son ever get $50,000 from Lynn?
He did not.
but did they have a
Similarly,
will
you talked about an
stating?
item, a singular item for your brother Keith, is that correct?
Correct,
And that's kind of in the discussion of people sort of splitting up Lynn's property after she passed away?
correct.
What was this specific item for your brother?
It was a gold bracelet.
I show you exhibit 46, that's
That's gonna
previously
put it off.
in evidence. And that's what
He talks loud enough.
Mhm.
It's in front of the witness. You want it published or do you just want to, there you go.
Yes, please. And I know it might be a delay in the jury box, but Ms. Posa, can you circle, if you see the bracelet in exhibit 46, can you circle the one you're talking about?
Circle it with my finger.
The bracelet you're referencing with your brother, if you see it.
I do see it.
Okay, could you circle it with your finger on the screen? That's a touch screen in front of you. All right, right in the middle of the picture then.
Correct.
And Madam Clerk, would you mind capturing that annotation, please? And I'd ask that that be labeled 46A and moved into evidence.
So exhibit 46A is received.
Thank you. Ms. Posa, why was that something, well, let me ask you this. Do you know why that was a specific item your brother was interested in?
Because I don't know if he had any part of her buying that. And by that, I only mean like taking her different places. She was,
Hold on. Do you know why that was of significance to your brother? Yes or no?
yes,
All right.
And why was it? Thank you.
You're welcome.
sorry. Yes. Because she had said that would be for Keith if anything ever happened to her.
To your knowledge, did your brother ever receive that bracelet?
He did not.
Now, switching gears one last time, a lot was made of your conversations with Lynn about hospitalizations and illnesses, right?
Correct.
But again, do they have
would
a
have
will
suspected-
stating that
Well, let me back up.
he is
You were
supposed
talking
to
to
have
Lynn
the
about
money
getting
and
treatment and setting up
Keith
a
is
primary
supposed to have the
physician, right?
bracelet?
Correct.
If you had
Or else-
suspected that she was suicidal, would you have sought help for
We
her?
haven't heard anything about a will, have we?
Did you ever think she
No,
was suicidal?
Valhalla told me if
And
anything
there
happens
was
to
one
him,
hospital
I
stay
get
where
the
you
goat
two
farm.
were in the hospital together and you just never knew it.
Correct.
Do you remember roughly what time frame that was?
Now everyone knows. So no matter what Mrs. Valhalla says, it's going to be
I
mine.
don't remember the time frame.
Chat, you better be careful.
If I told you Lynn was in the hospital. and-
Objection, leading.
He didn't even finish the question, but just rephrase, please.
Sure. If I told you that Lynn was in the hospital in September of 2018, does that sound like a
Did you-
similar time frame as you were in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you believe that's around the time frame where after you were both released from the hospital is when you learned you were actually in the same hospital together?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a phone conversation with Lynn after that hospital stay?
Yes.
So would that be just very recent in time before she passed away?
Yes.
Was that your last phone conversation with Lynn?
It may have been.
Did Lynn ever give you an indication that she was suicidal in that phone call?
No.
Did Lynn ever say goodbye to you, her friend of 35 years?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Well, at least it was fast, and they had some evidence put in there. And now she's complaining.
She's released from the state subpoena. You remain under the defense subpoena. They'll let you know when you'll be needed.
She's like wigging out.
They must hate her.
You can, yeah. Step down from there.
She did the mummy thing. Put her hand down.
We'll address that after the jury's out. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the
So
jury,
don't
this will be
point.
an excellent opportunity now to take that lunch break. As you know, while you are on lunch, even though you're back in the jury room, do not research anything, do not discuss this case among yourselves, and don't listen to or review any kind of news reports. I know you've heard that instruction, so I'm just very, very briefly going over it. Enjoy your lunch hour. I'll rise for the jury. We'll probably just take an hour today.
So close to 9 o'clock my time.
Ooh, Judge Mommy's shirt's got a booby window.
Oh,
Lord.
it's Friday, and she's ready to go out with her husband.
Yeah, she is.
Robot.
I think you'd be seated. I do need to put a sidebar on the record. There was a request
Those goddamn
from the
sidebars
state
she has to put on the record.
for the sidebar. This was concerning questioning of this witness regarding benefits or food stamps or things of that nature. I essentially sustained it as to foundation. I was concerned at sidebar about some relevance, but I did indicate that the defense could re-ask and some of the questions which the defense did. Anything either party wants to put on the record about that sidebar from the state,
Nothing additional, thank you.
from the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, and defense indicated that Ms. Posa has been subpoenaed.
Yes.
All right, and you weren't able to ask her all the questions that you had during your cross?
No.
You'll provide her with some more specifics as to when she should return when that is necessary?
As soon as we get excused.
I don't mean this second, but,
Yes.
all right.
She's a
You have
feisty
the
today.
ability
She's
to contact her
Yeah, she
directly, or
is.
you need to work through the state.
She has a dirty margarita waiting for
Maybe
her,
both.
and then she's
Anything
going
on
to put
that
in
particular issue,
the
Commissioner?
extra high
I'd ask for an
heels,
offer
and
proof of why she needs to be called back to the stand.
Mr.
Obviously, the
Judge
person
Mommy
who's
is
working,
gonna
taking time off of work to
have a
be here.
good
I'm not
time
saying she has to
tonight.
remain here.
No, I understand, but it's obviously an inconvenience to come during a workday and get off, and they had an extended amount of time on cross-examination. As I review the police report supplement, we've exhausted the information that the parties are aware of her knowledge around this case. I simply can't understand why we need to call her back to the witness stand.
Well, they've subpoenaed her. That's their right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to unduly interfere with that or require them at this point, even with that police report that you have and the
You can call
information.
whoever you want.
She obviously needs to be advised. She's still subject to the exclusion and may not watch any of the proceedings. So I'll ask the state's victim witness, since she was here on your subpoena, to make sure she understands that. And that's my ruling on that. All right, I'm just giving you an hour for lunch today.
Judge, we just address one more thing.
Sure.
And it's sort of going to be a standing objection, I guess. I'll
High
put it.
fire
I
and
know the court
ice.
doesn't like dealing with hypotheticals, but there's been two completely inappropriate questions asked by Attorney Galaviz related to the victim's criminal record and any abuse of pills with no foundation. And I think he very well knows that they're inappropriate questions. This was our concern in motions in limine when they were just hypothetical, and now they've come out. In front of
that's
the
why
judge.
he's so
It's completely
pissed.
inappropriate. And I guess that's the extent of my objection, but it shouldn't happen anymore. It shouldn't happen the twice that it did this morning. Attorney Galaviz is an experienced attorney, and I think he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's slandering the victim in front of this jury inappropriately.
Attorney Galaviz?
Well, Judge, a lot of these comments are mentioned by the witnesses to the police officers.
That doesn't matter, and you know that. Okay, we had motions in limine. Just because it's in a police report doesn't mean it comes in this trial.
But
There's
a lot-
no relevance to her having OWIs
Ooh,
or
Judge
anything
Mommy.
about any
I need
anything
to
she
keep
may
my
have
hands
done
above
prior
the.
to her date of death. regarding her
But why
substances
is
that she may be
it?
using, alcohol. You've had an ample opportunity to
Why
talk
isn't it?
with
We're going
Why
to
is it
break in a
so?
minute.
both the Dr. Kasinko from NMS Labs, who did the
Oh, she's
toxicology
so
reports
mad.
regarding what was actually in the toxicology
Yeah,
I'm
she's
so
for
forced.
turned on
Ms.
right
Vernon and
now.
the medical examiner.
I want her to
My-
say,
the
"You've
rulings from the
been
motions
a
in limine
naughty
did not
boy,"
evaporate when we started this trial. In fact, that's the
just for
purpose
me,
of them for this
and
trial.
then take the glasses down.
This is about whether Lynn Hernan, right, died as a result of poisoning and right the cause and manner of death as it relates to
This
the
is
homicide
just memory
charge.
from
The
It
fact
the
is.
that there
book
may be
trial.
some history
It
there is
is.
not relevant. They were improper questions. You are warned not to ask any other witnesses about that.
But there's more than just that count. There's count 2 and 3 that deals with Lynn's credibility or character when those were because of her
Well,
state.
if you had
because
watched the
of her
first day, you
history of
wouldn't miss
being
her. She talks too much.
arrested and convicted of drunk driving and how she handled herself when she got out of prison and things that she knew. And
Those they have no relevance. They're not coming in. They're improper under the rules of evidence. I made my rulings with the motions in limine. There's been an additional request here today. You think I need to revisit that, file a motion with specificity, cite to the law that you think is appropriate, and why there should be some exception to allowing inadmissible character evidence about the victim. That's my ruling. You all now have 55 minutes for lunch. Be back here. Thank you. We are in recess.
Oh, mommy got angry.
She's so
I
hot when
like
she's mad.
Yeah. Well, 55 minutes, and I had planned I was going to go out and get me some dinner. Now I have to see if I have anything I can nuke in the freezer. We're going to do what we always do on this channel. We're going to play Word on stream. And
Quick reminder,
when-
to play this game, you have to be in Baker's chat. So everybody
Yeah.
go to Baker's chat to play. It won't work in mine.
And we will be back in about 55 minutes. Valhalla will forget to eat, so he'll be trying to beat you all in the game. And I think we'll have a little night driving today.
I actually might have to go outside for a little while.
Oh,
So I may not be here today in the game. I won't have to time Veilhammer out in order to win. And I still didn't win.
well, and Jamie, you go get some food as well. I'm gonna hit start now. See you all later.
We'll be back in about an hour, y'all.
Okay.
Court is back. This will be the last game. Let's get everything rolling. They are discussing the motion she talked about earlier.
Jesse Kurczewski, 21 CF 885. Appearances are as they were this morning. I want to make an additional record regarding the motions in limine that this
Of course
court
you do.
previously went over on January 6th of this year. Specifically, number 19 in the state's motions in limine stated as follows. It was the request, but it was granted by this court. Prohibiting the introduction of evidence about any alleged general drug or alcohol
Thank you,
use
Rabbit.
by the victim.
And
As such
thank all of
evidence
you
is
for hanging out.
irrelevant, unfairly prejudicial, and as improper character evidence. And there was a citation to sections 904.02 and 904.03.
Hey, C-Swift.
I know as attorneys, all of you know that in order that the general rule on other crimes, wrongs, or acts, whether it's about a witness, a victim, or a defendant, is generally not admissible. This court also entered a very specific scheduling order. It, of course, got extended a bit when the trial was adjourned, but it did not apply. I'll state it this way, primarily applied to the addition of expert witnesses for the defense. And so I dealt with this issue, and to the extent that earlier before the break for lunch that I said, if you think that I'm wrong, file a motion, it would be untimely. Any such motion would be untimely. So that was something that was specifically addressed. I expect the attorneys to follow all of those rulings made as it relates to the motions in limine, and that you all have, right, independent ethical obligations, not only to, for example, for the defense, to the defendant, but to the court, to this jury, to be honest, truthful, and have candor. And questions such as were asked were clearly out of bounds as it relates to the victim's alcohol and drug use prior to and what's reflected in the toxicology reports, or even asking questions that do not have anything to do with or that have to do with irrelevant information. So I just wanted to add that to the record. Those are issues this court previously dealt with. Both parties were at that hearing in January, where I addressed all issues related to the motions in limine that were left open at that time. And I haven't revisited those since for obvious reasons. All right, with that, I know my jury's here because they don't leave. They're ready to go. Anything from the state before we bring the jury in? I presume you have your next witness.
We do have our next witness, but that does lead to one issue, Judge. We sort of anticipated Dr. Kacinko's testimony taking longer than it did. We have tried our best to move witnesses up, but unfortunately, nobody was able to move from next week into today. So we have our next witness, but unfortunately, we have no witnesses. I will say, though it may not seem like it, we are ahead of where we thought we would be at this point already. So I don't know how long he'll take. I would guess based on other witnesses, I would guess he'd be finished around 3 to 3:30 anyway, and we would be requesting a break for the week at that point.
Any comment from the defense?
Early break would be nice, Judge.
Well, we've gone late with them a few nights, so I'm somewhat pleased actually if it ends up being that way, to give them an early start to the weekend. So I have no issue with that at all, but thank you for the heads up.
From her lips to God's ears.
Regarding the past witness, Ms. Posa,
Yes.
when she was testifying, and I asked her whether or not Lynn had told her that she had removed the $50,000 out of the lockbox. In her interview, she says, yes, Lynn had told her that she had taken the money out of the lockbox. Today,
You said she's under your subpoena. You can recall her during the
Correct.
case.
But I did want, okay.
So I don't want to hold up the next witness. If we need to, we can address it after the jury's gone for the day. But as I recall, and you just confirmed, she's under the defense subpoena. So you will have an opportunity to recall her if there is some clarification that needs to be made. There was questioning, of course, regarding that topic.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, very well. Let's have the jurors brought out.
It's because she's making a record. We heard that 1,000 times doing Brooks. She really wanted to do stuff with. Maybe she just doesn't like a court reporter, and she didn't even know her court reporter's name after 3 days. So I don't know what's wrong with this lady. And I want to know what I missed. Jello shots at Cherry. Jello fight is green. There better be videos of this.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Whoa.
State may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls James Kelleher.
Yeah, they have
Right,
great
good
beards
afternoon,
as
Mr.
well.
Kelleher. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to the front of the courtroom, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Suits and running boots doesn't look good, but I like his mullet.
I do.
That's not really a
Thank
mullet.
you, sir. Please have a seat.
And his
First thing
American
I will
tie.
ask you to do when you are seated is to state your first and last names for the record.
Oh,
and
this
spell
could be her old boyfriend.
James Kelleher, James Kelleher, Kelliher.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Keller, the first thing I'm gonna ask you to do is just kind of sit up towards the microphone so we can make sure everybody hears us, okay? Perfect. Sir, are you working?
No, I'm retired.
How long have you been retired?
8 years come November.
Okay. What did you do when you were working?
I was a heavy equipment operator for Local 139.
And how long were you employed in that fashion?
30 years.
Okay. Now, you know you're here to talk about Lynn Hernan, correct?
That's correct.
Did you know Lynn Hernan?
Yes, I did.
When did you meet Lynn Hernan?
Approximately 1983.
And in 1983, then, were you just friends with Ms. Hernan or something more?
What up?
When we started dating.
The former boyfriend is
After
on.
meeting her?
Yes.
And how long were you and Ms. Hernan in a relationship together?
He looks like a retired wrestler.
I was. He looks like.
Oh, you're so loud. You're so loud.
I didn't do anything.
23 when I met her.
You
Okay, so 23 to 33, you dated her?
Correct.
Was Ms. Hernan the same age roughly?
Is
that better? Still loud?
26 to 36 in that time frame.
I'm just gonna.
Was there anything major that caused your relationship to end?
Probably just the amount of hours I was putting in. That working Saturdays, sometimes on Sundays.
Okay,
And I'm
just
trying to
not
finish
enough time
that.
for a relationship.
Correct.
Did you and Ms. Hernan remain friends though?
Yes, we still were friends till this day.
Was there any gap? I mean, did the relationship end in 1993 and tempers had to
No.
cool or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay, just relationship ended for time constraints and you went to being friends.
Correct.
Okay. So when you were dating, that 23 to 33 year period of your life, or I should say age 23 to 33, were you going on dates and things like that?
Correct. We go see bands, go out to dinner, stuff like that.
Okay. Were you discussing financials a lot in your 20s and early 30s?
No.
Okay. And what was
Maybe
Lynn
I'll
doing
just
for a
turn it
job?
that way.
She was a beautician.
Okay, like a
Any
hairstylist?
better?
Hairdresser, yes.
Did you do makeup and stuff
It
too? or
sounds
just
like
hair?
the
Yeah.
gain is way off or something.
Yes, correct.
It picks up your breathing and
She liked to look good herself?
All the time.
Okay. And would it surprise you, in fact, on the day she died,
Turn
you
the
even saw
gain
some
down a
pictures of
little
her
bit?
nails and
Is that
toenails
better?
being painted pink. Would that surprise you at all?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, that was kind of the Lynn you knew?
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't really talking about financials.
I was wondering
in your
if this
20s
was
or early 30s,
Anthony.
right? You know how much money Lynn had, for example?
Maybe he had his
No.
mom's hairline.
In that 10-year time span, was she buying you gifts for, I don't know, year anniversaries and birthdays and things like that?
She would buy stuff, but usually it was
I need
from like
Jamie for
rummage
this.
sales or flea market stuff like that.
Okay,
But there was no expensive gifts. She couldn't afford it.
okay. Wasn't buying like a brand new TV set or a computer or
No.
anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, transitioning then from the relationship being over, but your friendship continuing, did you continue to stay in contact with Miss Hernan?
Yes, I did.
What did that look like after your dating relationship was over?
We would just see each other whenever. She would stop over. We'd stop over at her house. We'd see her on holidays, Christmas, New Year's, whenever.
So major holidays?
Correct. She was more than welcome at our house.
And when you say our house, who are you referring to?
Me and my girlfriend, Linda.
Okay. When did you start seeing Linda?
2003.
Okay. So about 10 years after your relationship with Lynn ends, you start dating Linda, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, are you still with Linda today?
Correct.
Okay. when you started dating Linda, was it awkward at all that your ex-girlfriend is still a friend or anything like that?
No,
How would you describe Lynn's relationship with you and Linda?
they were friends. They would get along, and we would go out. They would have cocktails together.
Okay. And Lynn was friends with both of you at that point then?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so aside from major holidays, you said it was just kind of open that Lynn could stop by your house whenever.
Yep.
If we set aside holidays like Christmas and New Year's and things like that, how many times a year do you think you and Lynn were together at either your house or her house?
I couldn't say for sure. About once a month, maybe once 6 weeks. It would vary. It depends.
But
If
you
I
would
was
see
working,
each other on average once a month.
It's like Mickey Rourke.
probably yes, or at least talk to her. Yes.
Okay. Was that true from 1993 up
More
until
times
her
than
death
that.
in 2018?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were just friends now, so after 1993, did you have any reason to discuss financials with Lynn at that point?
No.
Stop it.
The Danish internet.
No, my internet is great. I have a.
Did you know how much money Lynn was worth?
Nope.
Did you know her spending habits or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Excellent.
You would talk to her pretty regularly though.
Correct.
When you would get together for holidays, were there gifts exchanged?
Yes.
Okay, from both you to her and her
Right.
to you?
Correct. It was nothing expensive.
Okay.
A lot of stuff was Harley Davidson stuff.
Okay.
His lesser known brother, Jim Ventura.
Beat me my next question. I was going to say, did it become more lavish at all or?
Oh, this is so annoying. Is it because I put it up in?
No.
Or less so? It was the same thing basically.
Correct.
You said mostly Harley Davidson stuff, I think I heard?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh,
So-
he's a biker. All right.
And that was consistent from 1993 until 2018 as well?
I remember when
Correct.
every girl wore.
Okay. What about
Harley
with
Davidson
Linda, your new
tights.
girlfriend? Were there cards or gifts exchanged between Lynn and Linda?
I believe just on the holidays like Christmas or New Year's. Stuff
Okay.
like that. Thanksgiving,
Okay.
birthdays.
So in your entire time from 1983 until 2018, that's about 35 years if I'm doing quick math here. Did you know Lynn to be like sick or anything like that all the time, would you say?
Not during that period, no.
Okay. Did there come a period of time when you knew her to be sick?
During 2016, when she stopped at her new house, she had came over and she had mentioned that the hospital or the doctors could not figure out what was wrong with her.
Okay. Is there a reason you can remember that it was a time in 2016? Is there a reason that
That's when we
conversation?
moved into our house.
Maybe YouTube is doing something.
So that
on the
kind of
back
stands
end
out to
again.
you?
Correct.
That could
Did
be.
Lynn come see you at your new house?
More than once, yes.
Okay. The conversation you're talking about where she disclosed kind of being sick to you, was that shortly after you moved into your new house?
Correct.
And you're sure that was in 2016?
Correct.
Prior to that, had you ever heard Lynn talk about being sick or?
No, I did not.
Okay. Was there anything else she said to you at that conversation in 2016 about her health or any other concerns?
She said she doesn't know what's happening to all her money.
Did you know what she meant?
No, I did not.
Did you take that conversation any further?
No, I did not.
Okay. So from 2016 then, was it just through 2018 that she talked about being sick when you would talk?
If she would stop over, we'd invite her over. We'd have a housewarming party, whatever, and she would stay or she would bring some. She's a good cook, so she'd bring treats and stuff, but then she would always leave. She would say she does stomach aches or whatever, and she would always leave. She wouldn't stay for the parties.
And as far as you know, those stomach aches and things started in 2016.
Correct.
Okay.
As far as I know.
Okay. Now, when was the last time you think you saw Lynn in person?
Probably Christmas on 2017.
Okay, so that would be the Christmas before she died.
Correct.
Okay. What do you remember about that, if anything?
Happy we are out of the technical.
We had Christmas
Witnesses.
at her house.
No
She
kidding.
invited you over then?
Correct.
Back to normal
Okay.
people.
That was getting
And
so
did you
painful.
stay for a long time or was she kind of like,
Couple hours maybe.
okay. And did Lynn seem comfortable with that or was she kind of pushing you out the door?
No, she was comfortable. She made like snacks and shrimp and whatever. She was a good cook.
Okay.
Exchanged gifts and
Okay. And was it just you and Linda and Lynn at that time?
correct.
Okay. And so moving forward from Christmas of 2017, did you continue to talk to Lynn on the phone then?
Yes. Yeah.
And was that still on average? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but on average about once a month?
Probably longer than that. It would be every 2 months or so.
Okay.
But she would stop over whenever.
Okay. Do you remember her stopping over after Christmas time, 2017?
Yeah, I don't know exactly when, but yeah, she would stop over.
Just for a quick visit?
Right.
Okay. So aside from those, you maybe talked to her once every 2 months in that sort of start of 2018 till October of 2018?
From 2016 to 2018, correct.
Or going back to 2016 to 2018?
Right.
Okay. And why was the frequency sort of spread out more in that time span? Do you know?
She would always say that she wasn't feeling good.
Okay. And
We'd invite her. We invited her more than that, but she wouldn't come over.
Okay. And to be clear, that was a change from prior to 2016?
Correct.
Okay. In any of that time between 2016, when you moved into your new house, and I'm sorry, when in 2016 was that?
The end of June.
Okay. So end of June 2016 till October 3rd of 2018, did you ever hear Lynn say anything to you about thinking of killing herself?
No, I did not.
Overruled.
And I'm sorry, can you repeat your answer, please?
No, I did not.
Did she say anything that caused you concern?
No, she did not.
If Lynn had ever told you anything that made you think she was suicidal, would you have called somebody on her behalf?
Well, yeah, I would have tried to do something. She never gave me the indication of suicidal. Never.
I am not.
And I'm going to switch gears a little bit.
Be
Mr.
nice
Keller,
about
as you
Ella.
sit there today, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
A couple times.
Okay, how
Why
many
is
times?
she standing with a
Okay.
cup of coffee?
And somewhat in relation, in 2012, did you have to pay fines to the court?
Yes, I did.
Did you pay those fines at the actual clerk's office or did somebody else?
Lynn paid.
Burdens of proof. Yeah, maybe it's a good idea because our view numbers have gone up a bit again. We could just try to give an update. No, she didn't poison her over a couple of years with small amount of Visine. Visine doesn't have the active ingredients in it anymore that made you have the runs. The problem is people still think they do, and people get real sick if you get Visine in you. The theory is she poisoned her to get her money and maybe life insurance payout. I might have slipped that because it was so boring. But they believed it was a suicide, so a life insurance wouldn't pay out anyway because she had all of the
crushed up
pills. Yeah, and they didn't believe it was a murder until about a year later when the lady we saw before lunch, her son contacted the police and said, "I thought I got a truck and $50K in a bank." He never got. But other than that, their theory is she just killed her. And there have been different explanations as why, because she had every disease known to man. So it could have been a mercy unaliving, because she, doing some of the interviews, claimed that she helped her pour Visine into bottles, and she was always drinking vodka with Visine and stuff like that. But it's the idea is murder too, because of her money, and not that it had gone on for years and years. But she was very sick. She was on all kinds of medication. She had tons of medication she shouldn't even be taking anymore. So we don't even, and they don't have to say other than, well, she was poisoned with Visine, and she was the only person near to her. So they don't have to say it was over years or whatever.
Yeah, this lady
we
had
do.
all kinds of problems. She had pretty much all of her organs were falling apart and failing, and they found all kinds of meds in her toxicology, some that she was prescribed, some that were old and no longer prescribed. It's a weird situation.
Well, you have to have a really, really high premium if they're going to pay out in suicides. Or else it's a pretty good deal if you're in a tough spot. Just go kiss a train and your family get loaded. It's kind of like they stopped doing that back in the day because people used it to if they got in financial trouble. Yeah, but they keep talking about the stomach problems because she apparently didn't eat, but she gained a whole lot of weight. She might have been an alcoholic, but they
The
can't
last
talk about
lady-
it. She has a DUI conviction from prior.
The last lady, her friend, said that she had a thyroid issue too, on top of everything else.
She had everything. She is the original place for a certain disease we can't mention on YouTube. If she has just died a little before, no lockdowns.
And do you remember about how much money your fines were?
There were 3 different charges. It was $300 apiece, so it was $900 total.
Okay. And Lynn paid those for you?
She paid them, but I had asked the judge for more time to pay them, and they agreed. And Lynn just went and paid it anyways.
Okay, just hang on. So Lynn paid those for you, that $900?
Correct.
Did Lynn say to you at that time, hey, Jim, don't worry about it. You don't need to worry about that $900?
No, she did not.
It's as soon as we get a little behind it.
And did she want her money back?
She got it back within an hour, but she never said it. No. I gave her money back right away. I told her not even to pay it for me.
Understood.
Yeah,
but she did.
It's a stupid question.
But
did she
ever
tell you
say
she was
don't
going
have
to
to worry
do it?
about this as a gift?
No, because most people will try and stop them if they tell
That
you.
$900 that she essentially loaned you for an hour, we might say, right?
Correct.
Was that the biggest chunk of money Lynn ever?
The tie is awesome.
Yeah, he should just learn to tie it.
Oh my God.
Let's try and put it down.
Gave you at one time?
Correct.
Okay, and again, you paid that back within the hour, you said.
Correct. As soon as it got to the house, my house.
When you were talking earlier about gifts of like Harley Davidson things and rummage sale things, did Lynn ever throw some cash in an envelope for you on top of it?
No.
Did she ever write
Not
you a
that-
check for any amount of money?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. So Christmas gifts were not money related, they were objects.
Correct.
Okay. So moving into September of 2018, I'm switching gears again a little bit. Did you learn that Lynn was in the hospital?
Hi, Donna T.
What year was that?
In September of 2018, sir.
She was in and out of the hospital from 2016, but I don't know the certain dates when she was in and out of the hospital. No.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you know that Lynn died on October 3rd, 2018?
Correct.
Do you know shortly prior to her death whether she was in the hospital for more than one day?
Yes, she was.
Okay, and that's the hospital stay I'm talking about, okay?
Correct.
Okay. How did you find out Lynn was in the hospital that time?
I think it was Jesse or Jesse's mother, Jennifer, that we had talked to on the phone. Because we had called and they answered Lynn's phone.
Okay, hold on a second. I just don't want to get too far ahead. So you think it was JESSY KURCZEWSKI? Is that this woman over here in the white sweater?
That's correct.
Objection. That's not what he said, Judge.
Overruled.
And you said it was her mother as well?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did they call you and say, we just wanted you to know Lynn is in the hospital?
No, they did not.
Okay. How did you come to find out Lynn was in the hospital?
We called Lynn's phone because we still had her birthday present for her from June 26th is her birthday. And we had her present still for her. So we were calling her to see when we could get together to give her a present.
Okay. How in that conversation did you learn Lynn's in the hospital? Did Lynn answer her phone?
No, she did not.
Somebody else answered her phone?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I don't want you to speculate as to who it was, but do you know for certain who the other person on the other end of the phone was?
At that time, no.
Okay. Well, what information was given to you that led you to believe Lynn was in the hospital during that phone call?
Objection.
Overruled, but just phrase it. I think you phrased it fine, so keep going.
Okay, thank you.
What was the question?
Sure, absolutely. What information was relayed during that phone call that led you to believe Lynn was in the hospital?
I don't know if there's any real information. When we had asked, they had said that Lynn was sick, and then why were we talking, or why did we want to get a hold of Lynn? So I don't know exactly, but Lynn was in the hospital for like a week before,
Okay,
so I don't know.
okay. A couple days after that call, where somebody else answered Lynn's cell phone, did you get a call from a hospital?
I got a call from Lynn.
Okay, was it from Lynn's cell phone?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is, and let me ask you this, what kind of phone did you have at the time? Was it a smartphone, a flip phone, something else?
My phone is a flip phone.
Okay, is that what you had back in 2018?
That's what I've always had.
And so when you
Yes,
get a
for the
call on
classic.
that phone, if you have
He has
somebody's
the
number programmed in, a
antenna
name
as
will
well.
pop up, is that right?
Correct.
And if you don't have them programmed in, just a sort of phone number will appear, correct?
Correct.
When you got this phone call from Lynn, was it from Lynn that you had programmed in your phone or a random phone number?
No, it was a different phone number.
Okay, so how did you know it was Lynn?
Lynn called and said that she was going to be getting out of the hospital in a couple of days.
Okay,
She said, "This is Lenny," so that's how I knew it was Lynn.
okay. Do you remember approximately what date that was that she
Yeah,
called you
I'd
to
like
tell
to
you she was
track a beer
getting
with
out
him.
of the hospital?
Probably like September 24th or 25th.
Okay, late September of 2018 still?
Correct.
Okay. So was that the entire purpose of her call? Just to tell you she was getting out of the hospital in a couple days?
Yeah, and I asked her like when we could get together to give her a birthday gift.
And what did she say when you said you wanted to give her this birthday gift?
Oh, I'm willing to bet he rocks a ponytail.
Are you
most
offering
days.
it for the truth of the matter, or sort of for some other reason?
I'm not, it's just
He
to
has
show why
a
he did
ponytail
what
and
he did
he
next.
hasn't
Overruled, he may.
seen a man bun. He hasn't made
Do you need
fun
me to
of
repeat
yet.
it?
Please.
Sure.
Facts.
So you told her you had this birthday gift for her still, right?
Correct.
And you wanted to give it to her.
Correct.
And I want to know, what was her response to that?
That she was going to be getting out of the hospital a couple of days, which would be, she thought by Friday, the 28th, she'd be getting out of the hospital.
Go.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about Lynn's birthday, do you remember when Lynn's birthday was?
June 26th.
Okay. And at the end of September, 2 full months later, you still had a birthday gift that you hadn't gotten to her?
I still have it in the basement. It's still wrapped.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Why was it
don't
that
say,
between
"Oh my
June
gosh."
of 2018 and
Prejudicial.
September of 2018, you
Yeah,
hadn't been
lawyers
able to
don't have
give Lynn her
emotions.
birthday gift?
Lynn was sick. I believe she was in and out of the hospital.
Okay.
Somebody should tell this guy.
Have you
she's
been
probably
trying
not
in
gonna
those 2
open it
months
either.
to deliver this
We could
birthday
probably
gift?
do something with that.
And it just wasn't working out because of her health?
Correct.
In any of that time, did you think, boy, Lynn's just given up, I gotta do something?
No.
And she in fact said she was getting out in a couple days, referencing this birthday gift you were trying to get.
Correct.
Okay. Is that the last time you talked to Lynn directly?
Correct.
Was there ever another message that Lynn left on your phone?
Yeah, there was another message after that.
Okay.
But there was, during that phone call with Lynn, I mentioned when we tried to get a hold of Lynn a couple of days earlier on that Sunday, that a couple ladies had answered Lynn's phone. And they were telling us not to call this number ever again. Don't worry about Lynn. And they hung up on
Guaranteed.
us. And a couple minutes later, another female called back.
So hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
It's to say that Lynn's death came totally out of the blue. They didn't know she was going to die. And when they called, they lied to him, said she was in the hospitals. And again, he just said, well, they called her back and said, just leave her alone. They never told him she had died.
A narrative and hearsay. Next question.
Okay. That was the same call that Lynn said she was getting out of the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And that's the last time you talked to her directly, right?
Correct.
But she said a few days later, she left you a message of some sort?
Judge asked this answer.
Overruled.
Is that right, sir?
Correct. She left me a message, a voicemail.
Do you remember how many days after?
I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay. In that voice message, though, did she ever say, Jim, I'm sorry, I'm leaving, I'm gone?
No,
Anything like
she
that?
apologized for the way that
Judge,
those.
here's the-
Sustained.
Anything in that voicemail message that caused you concern that Lynn was going to kill herself?
No.
Speculation.
Overruled. His answer may stand. If there is an objection, wait till I rule on it, okay?
Okay.
Just to be clear, you said no?
No.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
All right, Cross.
Thank you, Judge.
There's a little blend in it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kelleher. Can you hear me?
Yes.
If you can't, let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Lynn paid for a ticket of yours on April 3rd, 2015, correct?
Correct.
And that was $195.
Not that I recall, no.
She also paid for well, that ticket was $67.30 on April 1st, 2015, correct?
Not that I recall, no.
She also paid for your property account for $195 on April 3rd, 2015, correct?
No, sir.
If I was to show you a copy of some checks that I received from the bank, would it refresh your memory?
Sure.
He looks like a former wrestler who might have gotten off the sauce and on the sauce.
On the juice.
His shoulder went away, but I bet he has a power stomach.
Mhm.
Do you remember her paying for your tax preparation
Wasn't he
on
going to
April
show the
3rd,
witness
2015
checks?
for $195?
I don't recall.
If I showed you a copy of the tickets, would that refresh your memory?
Show me, please.
I believe we're up to 590 for the defense. If you want to mark
Yeah,
that,
kinda
please, for
like Kurt Angle.
identification purposes.
91, Judge.
Oh, all right, 591. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's why the
What
shoulders
is it
doesn't
with the
fit.
pointy shoulders?
And I think it's not a tie. It's his old bandana from when he tag teamed with Hacksaw.
Hey-oh.
You may.
I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan was awesome.
Yeah. That was back when wrestling was fun.
Which one are you talking about?
The ones that are highlighted, sir.
I don't believe this the 67 one.
Does it have your,
Rush.
does it
That
refresh
could
your
be.
memory? Does it refresh your memory, sir?
That's my tax preparation, so maybe she did for that.
So again, in 2015, Lynn was paying for things for you, correct?
Apparently, I didn't ask her to.
Well, she'd have to know about it for her to pay for it.
No, it's
You
totally
indicated
normal
you
that you
met
just go
Lynn-
around and pay other people's bills.
At
Well, it's
Summerfest,
totally
correct?
normal to write an
Correct.
exact
And you
check.
dated for about 10 years,
exact amount
correct?
And say,
Correct.
hey, just for, just
Did you
'cause.
frequent any bars during that time too?
Yes, we did.
Did you frequent a lot of bars during that time?
A few.
That's a lot of bars. It's the same as an alcoholic said. I had two,
And
officer.
eventually you guys broke up in 1993, give or take a year or so?
I believe so.
The only thing she's guilty of is having a killer perm a cool boyfriend who may or may not be a former wrestler, and a slight drinking problem. Other than that, it's the deceased I talk about. Yeah, the other one, she's pretty much guilty, I think. But she had a killer perm.
So
And you kept in contact, correct, with Lynn?
I don't watch the
Did
product
you
anymore.
get together with
haven't
Lynn
in
at
a long
bars?
time.
could have, yes.
I'm not right now. By God.
When did your get together with Lynn at bars? Did it ever stop?
I quit drinking in 2015, so I never went out to the bars after 2015.
So around 2015, did your get-togethers with Lynn at bars stop?
We wouldn't get together anymore after we had broke up. We would see each other here and there, but we weren't ever going out. We weren't calling each other and said, let's go to the bar.
Come on, guy.
Yeah, keep it up. You were doing fine. Just keep it up.
Did Lynn help you when you lost your grandma's house to foreclosure?
Not that I know of.
You don't remember her helping you when your grandma's house was foreclosed?
Financial wise or helping out?
Jude's writing us a theme song.
Helping
There.
out.
She might have been there to help move and stuff. There were a lot of people that were there moving.
That's good.
Did she help you pay some of your bills so you wouldn't lose your home?
No, she did not.
Isn't it true that she gave you a down payment for your home?
No, she did not.
I hope they have evidence of all of this.
I do too.
Because then
Isn't it
he's
true that
lying.
Lynn borrowed you money?
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear the question.
Isn't it true that Lynn borrowed you money?
Not that I know of, no.
You just don't remember.
The 900 when she paid that ticket for me, but I told her not even to pay that because I'd got an extension on that. And then we went right to my house and I paid her back because I had the money at home.
Well, didn't she borrow you money for your pool?
No, she did not.
Is this
We had a
questions?
home
Oh,
line
this
of
is
credit
questions
for her, and we had
the defendant have written.
payment book for that, sir.
So they don't have any evidence of that. I think it's just the defendant who wrote down. Look at that smug face. She should be a contestant in slap fights. Just to see her get the smile knocked off her face.
Did you and Lynn ever go out to
Irish.
dinner together with your new girlfriend?
I couldn't say for sure. We may have.
So you don't remember if you, Lynn, and your girlfriend went out to dinner where she would pay for the dinner?
No, sir.
You don't remember that? Or it did happen, you just can't remember it.
I
Lenny,
can't. I
come on.
don't believe it happened.
But you indicated that in 2016 to about 2018, Lynn became very sick.
Correct.
Became very, very sick where she would not want you to come around her anymore. Is that true?
She didn't want to come over to our house. It wasn't.
So you would invite her to your house and she refused to come over.
She would come over and she would bring us treats or snacks or whatever if we were having a cookout or whatever. And then she wouldn't stay. She would go back home.
And she wouldn't say because she was sick.
She said she always had stomach aches.
Did she tell you about her back problems?
She had health issues, yeah, but
Reindeer, I don't think they have any previous testimony, because he was reading off the yellow legal pad, and the defendant was writing like crazy when he was testifying. So I think that's why he didn't follow up. She just wrote down a lot of things she believed happened, but if they can't prove it, they can't prove it.
But
So
like,
why would you ask then, though?
well,
Yeah, because
to
she's
show his
probably been.
credibility, though. because like if they don't really like believe him and then they're asking those questions, getting it out there like, hey,
Hi, Food
she
Fair.
gave you money for this, she gave you money for this. You're
Yeah,
kind of like,
and
oh,
he seems a little shifty when he answers. But again, if you wanted to take away his credibility, you need that piece of paper that said, well,
Here's a check with the note, a
Well-
memo on it that says for the pool or for down
well, they
payment of a
did it
house.
with the first one. He said, no, I don't remember. Oh yeah, maybe she did.
yeah,
So then
but
it kind of looks
then
shifty going about all these other things too.
yeah, but then he had the piece of paper, the white piece of paper, and then he had a yellow notepad. So
Yeah.
yeah, Reindeer, Jessie is she should have been pro se. She's way better than her defense team.
She
We had
probably
a-
would have done a lot better, honestly.
Yeah, she will have more energy, I bet. But we had a moment earlier where her lawyer just pushed her hand away because she was trying to reach over and say something with the previous witness.
Did she tell you about her foot problems?
No,
Did she tell you about her eye problems?
no, she did not.
But you said that she was in and out of the hospital for
Valhalla
from
has a
2016
Scandinavian
to
name, but he's not
2015.
from
Strike it from
Scandinavia.
2016 to 2018. Is that true?
Correct.
How do you know that she had been in and out of the hospital during the 2-year period? She was telling you this?
Yes, I would talk to her. I'd still talk to her.
Did she tell you what hospital that she was going to and what she was being treated for?
No,
Did she tell you that she had to been taken by ambulance to hospitals?
excuse me. What was
Did
that?
she tell you that she was taken to hospitals by ambulance?
No, she did not.
Yeah, she would have gotten the state to show up.
You
this
were aware
time.
that when you went over there to Lynn's house, I think you said the last time was December of
I can only
2017?
dream.
Correct.
Did
To
she have
fire
a
her
cat?
defense team.
Did she have a cat?
Correct.
Yes.
I knew it.
The cat did
Did
it.
she tell you who would take care of her cat when she was in the hospital?
No, she did not.
Did you offer to go over there and take care of her cat when she was in the hospital?
No, I did not. I didn't know when she would always go into the hospital. She'd go in and she'd be back out and said she was in the hospital. I wouldn't know.
So you
How
were
would
not
I know
that
to go
close.
take care of the cat?
That's
Yeah.
what he was trying
So
to
she
get
wasn't
at.
telling you at all when she was going to hospitals, correct?
No,
When Lynn moved to her condo in Pewaukee, did you help her move?
no, I did not.
Did she know she was even moving?
I heard she had bought a condo, but I didn't know when she was moving. She never wanted help when she moved.
She never wanted your help when she moved.
She never wanted anybody's help when she moved because she was an independent woman and she wanted to do things herself. And if people helped her move, she'd redo her interior anyway. She'd rather do it herself.
Were you aware that when her mother died, Lorraine?
I believe that was in 2013.
Yeah, did you go help her?
No, I did not.
Did you offer to help her?
I know when she died, but no, I did not. She never asked.
Yeah, it's a good way to take out that. Oh, we were so close, and we talked once a month, and
When
then
you
she
went
got
to
sick,
her
and
house
we
in
talked.
2017, December, did you see medication around?
Not that I remember.
You weren't looking for medication,
I
correct?
wasn't looking for it. Yeah, correct.
When she went to the hospital in September of 15th to 28th of 2018, did she tell you why she was in the hospital?
No, she did not.
Did you ask her why you're in the hospital?
I might have. I don't know. I can't say for sure.
Did you go visit her in the hospital?
No, I did not. I
Wasn't
wouldn't
that
know
great of a friend?
when she was going to the hospital.
But you knew she was in the hospital, correct?
I would know she was in the hospital after the fact, when she'd come back home and tell me she was just in the hospital.
But you said she called you while she was in the hospital, correct?
Oh, in 2018, yes.
Correct. But you didn't go visit her.
Me too,
No, I did
Justin.
not.
Me too.
Yeah.
She called to tell me that she was going to be getting out
He
in a
got
couple
his days
days.
mixed up. Is it 4th of
Did you
July? Is
ask,
it
hey,
Halloween?
hey, I'll go pick you
Who
up,
knows?
Lynn, and take you home?
No, I did not.
Hours.
Did you ask her, well, if you're in the hospital, who's taking care of your cat?
No, I did not.
Did you ask her, if you're in the hospital, who's picking up your mail?
Never came up.
Okay, you're writing stuff back and forth. It's taking too long. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
I'm not, nothing further, Judge, thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Just one question. Mr. Kelleher, you didn't go visit Lynn in the hospital, correct?
Correct.
But you made plans to see her when she was released.
Correct.
And that never unfortunately happened.
Into that role or responsibility, I'm ready to go. I already have that certification.
What the?
What just happened?
It did, no. It's jumped all the way back.
It just started over?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, they're probably going to end.
Condo in Pewaukee, did you help her move?
No, I did not.
Did she know she
Not
was even
3:30
moving?
already, is it?
It's only 2:45 there.
Medication around? Went to the hospital and
Well, I'm not complaining.
asked, hey, I'll go pick you up, Lynn, and take you to the hospital.
Correct.
No. Ladies and gentlemen,
Did it.
Did.
Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to figure out where we were. It's because they ended the transmission.
Is it
Question.
on
Mr.
a
Kelleher, you didn't go
or
visit Lynn in the hospital, correct?
Correct.
But you made plans to see her when she was released.
Correct.
And that never unfortunately happened, did it?
It did not.
Thank you, sir. That's all.
all right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ooh, he's a nice guy.
No. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm pleased to tell you we will get done early today. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, is what I'm told. So that will result in a little early weekend for all of you, which I think, given our late days this week, we sort of owe that to you. So I will read the instruction, and then you'll be excused for the day, and we'll see you back Monday morning at 8:30. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the
They're
case
public
until all the
defenders,
evidence
Brandon.
is presented, and I have instructed you these rules. You should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at
So nothing is after.
All right,
Done
thank
for
you.
the
Is there
day.
anything else from either of the parties today from the
Just ask
state?
that Mr. Kelleher be released from all subpoenas at this point.
Yeah, release him, Judge.
Is he under your subpoena?
Yes, Judge.
All right, then he's not released.
Well,
So,
he's not released again.
all right, anything from the defense?
Maybe a little bit of some guidance for next week, who next witnesses.
As has been the practice, you all can meet and confer off the record.
Judge,
Record.
one request when you have a minute. before
All
I
right.
go off. Could we have 20 minutes in the courtroom with Ms. Kurczewski before she's taken out? Because it's very difficult to go see her over at the jail. And we finished early.
That's fine. You
Okay.
can have 20 minutes today after the courtroom is clear. All right. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess.
Thank you, Judge.
591.
Judge
Well-
Mommy's going for Rita's.
Yeah, she got the big nasty margarita with all the good stuff on it. She's ready to go on weekend, and so am I, because I will be joining Valhalla, Mr. Valhalla, tonight
Hell
on
yeah.
the Experts channel.
Yeah, the
For a little
experts
bit
doing
of-
a dress up costume Halloween party tonight. And hopefully tonight I'll last more than like 10 minutes.
Yeah. I have girlfriends who said if I only last 10 minutes, but that's a different thing.
What was his name?
It's like I told. I don't kiss and tell. Lefty, our secrets are safe.
That's great.
No, but everyone else, thank you all so much for showing up. Thank you all for supporting Valhalla so much today. I can see we have split the audience almost 50-50 all day long. So that's great to being able to help him a little bit with the numbers. I don't know, maybe he will be guest hosting on Mr. Mexican Law Show next week because he might need a second chair over there.
Yeah,
to keep it going when he's in trial.
We were talking yesterday about something like that. Not sure yet. We'll see how it all goes. But
we'll figure something out.
Tomorrow is mine and Mexican Law Show's Lego stream with Steph the Alternerd, and that is going to be an awesome show, y'all. I'm very excited for it. Steph's going to bring her beautiful gob over, and it'll be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Tonight, The Expert. Tomorrow, mine and MLS's Lego stream. And I think that's about all I got in concrete at the moment.
What? Hi.
I love you, Jamie. You're amazing.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Steph's accent will bring all the boys to the yard. I will be joining The Expert if my alarm goes off because I am so tired today. It's 10 o'clock. I need to get some sleep before I have to stay up all night. I will be redirecting all on my channel. I don't know if it works on both channels to Nicholas Starro.
I don't think it does.
Well, we'll figure it out. But I will be redirecting. Oh, I had a thingamabob up. I'm gonna end my poll. Will she take the stand? 56% says no, and 43% says yes. That's a close one. It's gonna be interesting.
I hope she does.
Yeah, it could make it very interesting. But she seemed like she was already ready to go pro se.
Oh yeah.
But The Expert, that's at 9, I believe.
I think earlier. Let me double check before I lie.
My thingamabob was up, yeah. And then it went down really quick.
8 p.m. Eastern. So as I said, 4 hours.
In 4 hours, you can see Valhalla, and I might be there in 4 or 5, whatever hours when I wake up again. Nicholas, I will send you to him. He will have a stream, finally Friday stream at midnight, my time, 6 o'clock your time. I will be sleeping today. And Jamie, she'll just be as lovely as every day. Jamie is that lovely. It's not fair to the rest of you girls, but Jamie is just perfection. Have a nice day.
Later, chat.
Bye, Jamie.
Bye.